peace and silence through the night. What a thrill. I'm searching and I'll melt into you. What a fear in my heart, but you're so supreme.
How are you doing today? Ugly Pie, Bill Portley, Zoe Vex, Gayfesh, Redcon 404, the one and only Uncle Gumball, Silent, This Person, Solgrak, Isfelsim, Forma, Diamond King, Somniostatic Cookie, Asphodel, Yan, TSW, the Shadow Wolf, Gila Monster, Marceline Flowers, Elk Owl, Silver Games with Cube, Alora, Anopis, Dark Slime, Zero, Nerodia, Darumba, Celestial Heart, Haunted Furby, Joy Gal, Space Aoife, Emuanon, Joey Ravioli, Fernie, Straw Hat, Monty. My lovely, lovely imps. Double Chinsey, Ugly Pie. And from the YouTube chat, another bored person, Femboyo, Leth, Foxgloved, Mirai, Star, Tori Cassiatori, Abhorrent Arcana, Paul M, A Good Dog, Stuart James, Ron's KFC, Colin Vandenberg, Brittles, Indicat, A Good Dog, Zach Fletcher, Corey Lean, Stone Razor, Screechy Tire, Twitchy Paws, Avery, LH Fruit. My goodness, my goodness, my goodness. Are we all ready for today? Today is going to be a very interesting day, as I'm sure you could tell by the stream title alone. Thank you so much, this person. This is one of my favorites. I quite love this outfit. I like to wear it for bigger events and bigger streams, you know? It's a good one. Breaking out the Sunday finery, so to say. It's going to be a very interesting stream today for sure. But guess what? I started early enough that we're going to be able to chill and have a little fun time. We're going to be able to hang out for a little bit before we start the stream, which is wonderful. Or I should say, not the stream, before we start the debate. Yes, that's right. If you're listening right now, you are in the wind-up to a epic showdown at long last between Paul's Ego and Demonmama. Paul's Ego has made it very clear to the entire internet, it seems, that he's very angry at me, and I'm hoping that maybe we can keep that anger a little toned down at first. We'll see how it goes. Regardless, I'm prepared if you are. Just kidding, I'm prepared whether you are or not. Of course I prepare for all of my debates. Sucks to be you. You have to defend George Bush. See, that's the interesting thing. I don't have to defend George Bush. It's actually fairly easy to make the argument that Donald Trump is worse than George Bush without ever defending George Bush at all. If you're smart, that is. And I have to say that one of the things that has frustrated me recently is that because there are a lot of stupid people in the world, present company notwithstanding, you know, I've encountered recently this inability to criticize one person without defending another. And in fact, this even happened during the debate, the last debate with Paul's ego that we saw, which was that in the name of criticizing Biden, there was a lot of whitewashing of Trump being done. And I don't have to do that at all because I have the power just nestled right here within my cranium. You see? That's one of the best things about being a mega mind, you know? When you're on the next level, it just allows you to have a level of power others can't even comprehend. Yeah, so, yeah. Sunday, that's right. But before I talk about what's happening Sunday, I'm gonna need to ask you all a favor. Is that the bubble tea? Yeah, oh, it's weird. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, cool, thank you. I got some bubble tea, isn't that cool? I think it's, oh, it's like a, oh, it's like a smoothie. It's interesting. That before. But it tastes awesome. Fuck yeah. I got the purple drink. It's taro, which is amazing. But I'm gonna need you to press like on the stream right now. Unfortunately, I don't have my soundboard today, which is gonna kind of suck. And the reason I don't have my soundboard is kind of complicated, but also kind of simple. Basically, I don't have enough USB ports on my computer to get all of the stuff plugged into the one computer that I have now. So, yeah. This is good as fuck. This is really good. Yeah, I gotta buy like a USB extender or something. It's all right. I already use so many. As it turns out, streaming demands of you quite a lot of USB ports, which is just how it goes. Yeah, a little hub, the USB hub. But it's fine. I'll get one eventually. It's just I usually don't stream. I have to stream whenever I'm doing a show where I need to like send video to somebody else. I have to change my setup. So I spent a good I don't know, a good hour yesterday restructuring my setup and testing everything to make sure it works, and it should be working great. Audio should sound beautiful. You can tell me if it doesn't. Everything should go hopefully great. I recognize there's always room for problems, but I tested this quite a lot. So Nuts with the tier 1 sub, thank you very, very much. And Ron's KFC with the $20 super chat, thank you very, very much. I will do just that, Ron's KFC, if it's necessary. It does kind of look like a Grimace shake, doesn't it? It's not, though. It tastes way, way better than a Grimace shake. Grimace shake was just a shitty fucking vanilla shake. Thank you, Tipster. Clyde, thank you so much for renewing as a member. It means the world to me. Does anybody know if Paul is a screamy dude? He does have a bit of a history of being a screamy dude, but I don't know if he's gonna scream tonight. We'll find out. We'll find out. It looks lavender flavored. It's actually taro, which is really delicious. Taro is, it's like a root. It's like a sweet root. And let me tell you, it is the creamiest, sweetest thing when it is blended into a tea or when it is blended into a shake in this case. Yes, I am debating Paul's ego on the Deep Fat Fried podcast. Look. Eggs. I'm laying eggs. Ah! A demon devours her own eggs. Oh, it's so good. Will you also be debating on whether or not to vote Biden? Okay, that was not a stated debate subject. However, I'm going to be completely real. I have a suspicion that that's what we're going to end up spending a lot of this time debating. Not because I will choose it, but because I feel like that is going to be asked of me, which I'm totally fine for. But I am prepared to do that. It's just that I just feel I have a tingling sensation in the back of my soul that that's where this is going to end up going. The actual topic of the debate is Donald Trump worse than George Bush? And I am arguing yes. And I think that I feel like my case is pretty rock solid. Yeah. I feel like I have a pretty solid argument for this. I've spent a lot of time thinking about it and reviewing my position, and also opening myself up to be grilled by other people who disagree with me. A number of my friends disagreed with me and were willing to argue with me about it in private. And yet my case has held quite strong. In fact, I have convinced at least one person that of my case completely in a private debate. Other people were like, well, you know, I still have differences, but whatever. I still feel that I have a pretty strong case. It's not an amazingly high stakes debate because I think both of them were giant pieces of shit. And I don't really think anybody is wrong for thinking that George Bush is worse. Like, they're not super wrong. I would say, here's my opinion, but Paul had a huge issue when I said that I felt that Trump was worse than Bush. He got apparently very angry about it. I've been warned that he's particularly angry about this. So I don't know. Maybe he's calmed down by now, or maybe it's just going to be a screaming match. I'm prepared for either one. Yeah. That's totally true, Retcon. George W. could definitely dodge a shoe better than Trump. Trump would not be able to dodge a shoe. Let's be 100% real. If he tried to dodge the shoe, that might be the end for him. Like, he might, like, tip over and, like, slough off. You know? Wow. Well, that's awesome, JS Masochist. I think Bush was a pretty evil president, but there's a lot of things that people pin on Bush because they happened during his era that is really stupid to do. And that he only actually had a small hand in. Have you guys ever seen people on Twitter blame Joe Biden for the overturning of Roe v. Wade? It's a similar thing. It's where, like, a surface analysis, you go, well, Biden was president when Roe v. Wade got overturned, so it must be Biden's fault. When in reality, that was the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court only was in that position directly because of the appointments of Donald Trump. It just so happened that Joe Biden had taken over the presidency when that decision went through. Yeah. I hope it remains civil. I wouldn't gamble on it, but it's a possibility, and I'll do my best, because obviously I do think that civil debates are more productive. But if they're not civil, then we get to have a little bit of bloody fun. And what can I say? I have a taste for blood. So, you know, I can handle whatever. I can handle whatever, however it goes. Look at that. Since we got a surge of likes, from you right out there, I'm pointing at you. Why am I getting, oh, do you see that scan line? Can you all see that scan line moving down the screen? Can you see that? Or was that just on my screen? Tell me, quickly. Okay, it's just on my screen. Based. Oh, wait. Uh-oh. People are seeing it. Hold on. Oh, there it is. God damn it. Why? Urgh, what's going wrong with you? Hold on. I think I know how to fix this. Wait, I think I know how to fix this. Hold on. I think I know how to fix it. Ahaha. Yes, yes. FPS match. We want to put it to 60. And then we go like this. Yeah, fixed it. Knew I could fix it. Just got to lock that at 60 FPS and the scan line jellification goes. Has it. Dead. Benefit of going to film school, believe it or not. Small benefit of going to film school is that you learn how to make sure that your settings match. Leftist Redneck says, honestly, this is a tougher topic than I thought at first. Both have done a lot of horrible things. It seems more subjective. It's always subjective, but I think I truly believe I have a very strong case for Trump being the worst president out of Bush and Donald Trump. And you guys will see in just a few minutes when we get this started. So I was gonna say before I noticed the scan line, if you all press like on the video, we will get even more viewers. The last time I asked for likes, we had 200 viewers. We are already at 300 viewers. Likes bring viewers, without question. So if you are kind enough to give me your free YouTube like, you can guarantee that we get more people on this stream and you'll feel good for helping out. Hypnotic Visionaire says, I'm a fan of Paul's ego, but he does hyperfixate on certain issues over broad topics. If he does this, just try to change the specific topic, but stay on point overall. Oh yeah, no, I think I know how to handle this. I do appreciate that feedback. I'm pretty used to people who have like a specific point that they're gonna hang on, and I think I understand how to, I think I know how I'm gonna approach this basically. Maybe, you know, there might be some things that change as the conversation goes on, but yeah. I feel like I have a pretty strong case. So, I'm not amazingly, you know, worried about it. But worst case, you know, in the worst case scenario is that Paul completely and utterly blows me out of the water with some stuff I didn't think about, and then I know for a fact that George Bush is worse than Trump. Not a big deal. But I think we're going to have fun with it anyway. I just don't think that's going to happen. Also, TJ's going to be there, and I'm always happy to hang out and talk with TJ. You know, TJ's great. And, you know, we're probably, I imagine I'm probably going to end up being on Deep Fat Fried for a while, because I have a feeling this show's going to go on for a bit. I committed to at least an hour, but I'm totally fine to go for 2, whatever, however many hours we want to hang out, so. Thank you, Snoogan. Also, hell of a week to talk about this topic, right? When we're teetering on the edge of a constitutional crisis. Oh, this is taro boba tea. It's actually more like a boba shake, which is kind of weird, but it's great, to be honest. Scarlet Volcano, yes, explicitly. I will be addressing that directly. Isn't it a nullification crisis? Technically, but that's basically the same thing. That's just a more specific name. It's a constitutional crisis. It's basically the federal government and a state in an armed standoff over an interpretation of the Constitution. But let's just be 100% clear here, okay? I don't care if you believe that states have the right to, like, resist the federal government. The reason that Texas is doing it right now is literally bullshit, okay? It's factually bullshit. They are trying to declare an invasion, because they feel that the number of migrants trying to cross the border is tantamount to a military invasion. That is, and I need to be 100% clear about this, fucking insane, okay? You have to actually be fucking insane to believe that that's a valid justification. It is a remarkably stupid and flimsy argument, and it is basically the government attempting to weaponize the delusions of everyday uninformed people in their, or I shouldn't even say uninformed, misinformed people, disinformed people, people who have been lied to, and they're attempting to basically weaponize this delusion. Yeah, they're arguing for the right to kill migrants with a river full of razor wire. Yeah, it's actually evil. So, like, what I'm trying to say here is that even if you're like the most states' rights weirdo that you could possibly imagine, it's still insane. It's weird. It's a weird situation. They don't, Uncle Gumbald. They just don't. They never reconcile that. The Republican movement is fueled on cognitive dissonance. Thank you, Polymath. How do you think this situation would have played out under Trump? Trump would have just, it never would have been, it probably never would have been an issue under Trump at all. Because Trump would have continued, if Trump was still president, he would have continued to degrade the courts to the point that there probably wouldn't even be a, there wouldn't have even been any judicial opposition to them just killing migrants on the border who didn't do anything, who haven't done anything criminal at all. So Texas wouldn't want to secede? No. The entire Texas secession letter is based off of Joe Biden. It's literally culture war Trump cult bullshit. This isn't about seceding. No, it's about pretending to secede to try and get an own on Biden, and also testing the waters to see how far you can get away with completely ignoring the Supreme Court and completely ignoring the federal government at large. This is a toe in the water, so to say. But it's funny because toes in the water sometimes turn into you getting bit by a gator. And we don't know if that's going to happen in this case yet. A lot of times, little attempts to test the water like this have start rolling faster than anybody expected, and it can be very dangerous. So we're gonna have to see where it goes and find out exactly where everyone goes with all this. Oh, I messed up my hair really bad. Damn. There we go. Fixed it a little bit. Why, thank you. Pun King. I have the, what that means is that I have the drip of the Shadow Emperor, because we all know that the favorite court member is really running the show. Thank you, Retcron. I've been growing it out. I intend to keep growing it out. I don't want to cut it short again for a long, long time. I would never do that, Alora. I can't believe Biden has been effectively not doing anything about this. Well, we don't know, to be fair. Now, Biden hasn't made any public statements, but we don't know the reasoning for that. We have no idea right now. It's only been like 2 days, so it's hard to know exactly what Biden's planning. There might be, it might be that Joe Biden and the rest of the, you know, sort of the rest of the Defense Department is taking this incredibly seriously, and they don't want to talk about it publicly because they're afraid it could turn into some sort of hot conflict. I don't think that's the case. I don't expect that to be the case, but it's a possibility. We haven't really had anything like this happen in quite a long time. And the fact that Governor Abbott is actively threatening to, that he says that he has his own, and he hasn't been clear who he's referring to here, but he has his own armed troops that he is going to replace the National Guard with if Biden calls down the National Guard. So if Biden overrides and says, National Guard, get the fuck out of there, Greg Abbott said that he has his own armed people that he's going to replace them with, which begs a question, who are those armed people? Are these fucking weirdo militias that he's working with? Is he talking about using the police to do this? It's a very, very, very weird... Yeah, is it a PMC? Really hard to know exactly where it's all gonna go from here. Very strange. Also, I should point out, directly downstream of Donald Trump, Greg Abbott is a giant Donald Trump simp. And most of what he is, most of his motivation for this is downstream of things that Donald Trump set up, including the election denial shit. So, yeah. I'm sure Joe Rogan will enlist. Oh my God, please. That would be so funny. It would be so funny to see Joe Rogan fucking walking around in like a shitty armor going like, hey guys, I'm ready to help out, and like tripping over everything he sees and then being like, ah shit, I forgot my moisturizer. It's so funny that Joe Rogan thinks of himself as like such a tough guy. He's been like out of the fucking business of being an actual tough guy for so long. And like on his podcast, he'll like talk about, oh yeah, I forgot to, I use this moisturizer and I take like all these pills. It's like, dude, bro, like you're washed, man. You're washed. How long until the battle begins? Which battle? Which battle? I will say, one thing that's universally bad about this is that it's only going to make things even worse in this country. A right-wing, like, even like fake theater revolutionary push by the right wing is obviously going to embolden all kinds of psychopaths, and also it's only going to make the state more paranoid, which is never a good thing for anyone. Having a hyper-paranoid state that's worried about civil war is not a good thing. Yeah. If you can, if you're in Texas right now would be a really, really good time to go stay with family elsewhere, you know? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Now would be the time to go do that, okay? If I was in Texas right now, I would be very heavily considering, you know, I think I'm gonna go take a vacation just in case, you know? It would be a great time to not be in Texas, if you can manage it. This would be the perfect time to create your bug out bag, is basically what I'm saying. And also to bug out. Yeah. How come there's no border invasion in Arizona? Good question. Yeah, good question. Any advice for someone in Texas who doesn't have any family they could go to? Consider a little vacation. There's a lot of ways to stay somewhere else cheap. If you got friends you could stay with, it's not a bad idea. I'm not saying you gotta be on like red alert and leave forever immediately, but it's never a good idea to be just sort of milling around in an area where we don't know where things are going to go, and the leadership of that place is that. But if you can't leave, the thing to do is to get your paperwork in order. Make sure you have all of your personal paperwork in a safe location. Get it all together, have it in a folder, so that if you ever do have to go somewhere else, you at least have that ability. If you don't have a passport, now would be a really good time to get one. They're not expensive to get, and even though they take a little bit to get back, we don't know how long this is all going to take. It's always a good idea to get your passport or IDs. You don't necessarily need a passport because you're not necessarily going to leave the country. However, a passport is a very strong form of ID that is valid all across the United States for multiple purposes. So if you can get a passport, you're going to be in a much better position for a number of other things, including securing travel and housing elsewhere, even within the United States. Paperwork that I'm talking about: Social Security card, birth certificate, IDs, proof of previous residences, voting cards, stuff like that. Get it all together into a nice file. Very good thing to do for your life generally, but especially good to do if the head of your state is playing a game of chicken with the federal government, and there are armed troops that are boasting that they are going to resist the armed troops of the federal government. Always a good idea to make sure you've got all your paperwork in a row. Secondly, start talking to people. If you have friends that live outside of the state, talk to them. Even if you don't leave now, consider at least talking to them about whether or not they would be able to at least help you in some way or another. If they could offer you a couch for a little bit, if they could come get you, maybe they could toss you, if need arises, maybe they would be able to toss you a few bucks to help you get out of there. And of course, yeah, those are all pretty good things to do. I don't know if there's anything else like that isn't unique to every person's personal situation. Yeah. Yep, yeah, it is. Passports are incredibly convenient and they serve as a very solid form of ID. Yeah. Yes, if you're trans, make sure you have all your name change paperwork in order. Any document you have. Letters from a doctor is a really useful thing no matter where you're gonna go. It's very useful even if you just say, hey doc, I'm feeling a little worried. I might be moving in the future. Can you please write me an affidavit of treatment that I'm being treated for HRT or whatever? Just have your doctor sign one of those for you that you can keep in your back pocket. If you have any official name change documentation, make sure you keep that with you. That would be helpful. All these sorts of things should go in your little file, which you should keep in a safe area and have ready. One thing that a lot of people don't realize until it's too late is that when they have to go and make a big life change, they don't know where all their paperwork is. So the reason why I'm telling you to do this is because it will make your life a lot easier. I say this as somebody who's moved a million times and sometimes have had to move under extremely stressful circumstances given the history of my life. Having all your paperwork in one place is a lifesaver, okay? And yeah. And of course, like I said, talk to your friends. You don't even have to say, I'm leaving now. Just say, hey, things are getting a little weird down here. Would you be able to help me out a little bit if I needed to get somewhere safe? And most people are going to find somebody in your life who will say yes. Killjoy40K says, I've been talking to some people who work in the Texas military, and it's a real fucking issue for the National Guard because they are being lawfully ordered to break federal law, but they aren't in a position to defy orders because they could be court-martialed while Biden bungles the response. Or worse, of course, a ton of court-martials have crazy punishments during wartime, and Abbott could deploy that against them. Yeah, I don't envy their position. It fucking sucks. And I don't know, I don't know enough about the military law, about martial law. That's not the right word, about military law, that I could say what the right path is there, except that at the end of the day, sometimes you have to choose your morality, and you may have to face, you may face persecution because of your morality, but sometimes it's more worth it than being involved in the murder of innocents. Yeah, another thing that's really helpful too is if you have a lot of digital information, you should create a backup that you can store with your paperwork, so that if you have if like it comes down to it and you have to make a move, you're already prepared with a backup of your important information. That's another thing that's really important. Yeah. And another thing, of course, is that if you're in Texas right now, one of the things that would be most important for you to do is to figure out who your local politicians are and where they stand on the issue. There are going to be a lot of local politicians who are not in support of Greg Abbott, and you should find those ones and know who they are, because they will likely, it's probably going to be very helpful to know that. If you're in the area of a politician who's in support of Greg Abbott, that is also very important to know for your own safety. So those are the types of things that you should do right now. If you have the ability, like if you've got savings and whatever, I'm not going to tell you I'm not going to tell you to go run, but if it was me personally and I was sitting there going, oh my God, unless I was in like the most solid blue area, I would be considering a brief vacation. I would be saying, all right, I'm going to go up and stay with family for a little bit while this shit blows over, because there is no fucking chance in hell that I'm going to willingly sit in an area where somebody else is trying to cause a fucking potential civil war, unless I have no choice. Like I said, willingly. If you have the ability to get away from that, you should. No need. You should not be risking your life on behalf of fucking Greg Abbott's insanity. But yeah. Exactly. Exactly, Danny Fallen. And of course, don't panic. There's a very good chance that it'll go nowhere. All I'm saying is that being prepared will help you not feel panicky. If you know that you have some things planned for and taken care of, you can never plan for everything. But knowing that you have some baseline level of security that you did with your own hands will make you feel better. There's a good chance that this will go nowhere. That you know, the damage will be in the long term from the precedent that this sets, but it's safer to not gamble on brain melted Trump cultists. That's all I'm saying. It could be a nothing burger, but it's really hard to say at this point. It's very difficult to say. By the way, we have jumped up to a whopping and beautiful 420 viewers. Oh yeah, smoke weed every day. 420 viewers. If you are here and you have not pressed like on the stream, please do so. The last time we asked for likes, we got over 100 new viewers to the stream. So it would mean the world to me if you all would press like now so we could get maybe even another 100. That would be amazing. You know what's better than 420? 520. That's what's better. So press like on the stream. We have about 10 minutes before we're going to start the test call to get this debate on the road. So we got a little longer. We got a little bit longer before we can before the show begins. And of course 666 is much better than 420. I think we'll have over 666 likes by the end. Ah, yes. On Sunday, to all of my lovely imps, on Sunday, this Sunday, day after tomorrow, we will be having a signal night, which is when you can call into my show. It's first come, first serve, so everybody has an equal shot of getting in line to to come on the show. You can call in and talk to me about basically anything you want. Obviously, there are a few exceptions, you know, because of reasons. Obviously, we have some basic rules, but pretty much whatever you want, you can call in and talk to me about. That'll be this Sunday. We'll be going for about 5 to 6 hours of community call-ins while I play some Dark Souls 2. So it's going to be a lot of fun. It'll be a chill atmosphere. You'll get to hear a lot of interesting conversations, probably a couple of debates, which should be very interesting. So be there this Sunday and or be square, basically. It's going to be great. And yes, thank you to all of the imps who boosted the Discord. We are now well above the tier 3 power level on the Discord, which means the world. I wish I knew what you were talking about, Lucas Jeffrey. Yeah, the call-in stream, the signal night, this Sunday will be great. It'll be after the debate, Mr. Krabs. I'll open them up now, though, so that I have them for later. What does boosting the Discord do? A ton. Boosting the Discord gets us higher quality video and audio in our lobbies. It gets us tons of emote slots. It gets us animated emotes. It gets us sticker slots. It's incredible. Boosting the server is really, really helpful. So those of you who boost the server, it actually means quite a lot for us. So thank you very much. And it's literally, it's a feature that can only be done by a community. So I have to ask you all for it, and you all delivered, which means the world. We need another mod night? Maybe. Me versus Paul's ego? Wait, oh no! Hold on a second. Why is that happening? Wait a second. Whoa, hold on a second. Oh, there it goes. Get him! Get him! Oh. I don't know. I'm ready to have fun. I'm not feeling sad or anything. I don't know if I got that message, Arlo. I'll have to go double check. Does Discord purposely nerf that stuff on smaller channels? Yeah, basically. They don't give as much bandwidth to small channels that aren't boosted. And I guess it seems kind of shitty, but I don't know. The baseline stuff is fine. It works fine. It's just you get more you get higher bitrate videos, you get way more emote slots. It's just the way they monetize their platform. Honestly, the boost system isn't the worst one I've ever heard of. It's not the best either, but it's not the worst. Something tells me Paul is not going to make this a fun time. That means he's going to make it a fun time for me. Okay? Here's the secret. The angrier my opponent gets, the more my power will grow. Okay? So you have to be careful when you're fighting against a demon, because the angrier someone gets, the more powerful I will be. I'm still unimaginably powerful in my normal state, so, you know. It's just like, how much do you want to power me up, you know? And who knows? He might be chill about it. It might be a chill conversation. But who knows? I don't know. I've heard the anger is present. Okay. I've got the link. I've got the schematics. Be wary of the Lord of Salt. Is that what his fans call him? Do they call him the Lord of Salt? Temple with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very much. What is that? Salty Paul, a drunken peasant's fan song. All right, we got to listen to this. What's this? All right, let's hear it.
All right, so let's say what's this other one?
Is this gonna be really mean though, or is this like a good-spirited fan thing? I don't know if this is gonna be mean or if this is like a good. I don't want to play it if it's like super mean. It's not mean. Oh, it's like good-spirited. It's a fan made. Okay, all right.
Oh, that's a forward Hadouken. So that's a forward Hadouken, and B, that's the gut slice. Let's check it out.
The screen is fucking laggy. Bends across the room and he's fucking laughing at me. It ain't my fault that I'm fat. I was poor as a kid and I have a bad back. I need my couch, I don't deserve this. Let me talk to IKEA customer service. Santa called that kid fat. Still can't believe he did that. And I've been doing a backwards Hadouken since 1992. Salty ball, round as a ball. And I'm fat cause my back is bent. No telling where my couch from IKEA went. Salty ball, round as a ball. I forgot my vape at TJ's house.
TJ reference.
Nicotine fit so I can run my mouth. Ginger's can tan Ben. And don't get me started on penguins. Billy threw his piss on me. I attacked him while he was in his seat. And I've been doing a backwards Hadouken since 1992. Salty ball, round as a ball. And I'm fat cause my back is bent. No telling where my couch from IKEA went. Salty ball, round as a ball. Salty.
This is actually a bob.
Salty.
Oh, I guess I forgot how to do a backwards Hadouken. I mean, I've only been doing it since 1992, so.
That was actually amazing. What the fuck? That was incredible. Just legitimately a bop. If I get the chance, ask Paul about the couch from IKEA. Okay, but I don't want to like touch on something personal. Is it gonna bother him? Like, there's like 10 people in chat telling me I need to ask him about the IKEA couch. Here's the linky. Here's the linky for everybody, okay? The linky. Ask him about the manatee. What the fuck? What is going on? He said mean shit about me? What did he say that was mean about me? Nobody gave me a link for that. This is your chance. We have 10 minutes. Get me that fucking link now. If he said something mean about me, I want to know. Give me that damn link. I don't want this fucking bullshit. Don't fucking bullshit me. Give me the link. Okay, he did call me a lib. That's pretty fucking rude. That one I did hear. He said that I was fat in response to me calling him fat. I didn't say he was fat. When did I call him fat? Thank you, Mithril. Thank you so much, Mithril, for the $10 super chat. That is fighting words, but nobody's provided me with a link. I admitted that I was fat. And then I said, isn't he at least as big as me, maybe bigger? Okay, maybe I said he was twice as big as me, but whatever. Who cares? That was only because you people, the Paul fans, said that he said I was fat. Getting overly offended because someone called you a lib is bitch-made behavior. That's what you say because you're a lib. You want to rehab the image of liberty. Oh, that's really funny, Cadmus. I know he got super mad at me. I don't know what a neocon is. I know what a fucking neocon is. Thank you, Trojan Horsey. How can I be a liberal if I've watched you for 3 years? Well, not everything sticks, you know. A neocon is like Reagan. There's a lot of, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of people who, well, okay, technically Reagan was technically a neo-lib, but a lot of people would also call him a neocon because the line between neo-lib and neocon is not that much. It's mostly a difference in their approach towards social issues, which is that neo-libs are usually willing to give at least lip service to like social causes, whereas neocons are like, nah, fuck that. Don't call them Paul fans. That brings back memories of darker times of YouTube. Wait, why? If you want any deep lore, I got you. I used to watch Drunken Peasants back in 2014. Damn. Oh, those Pauls. They're called polishers? I may jet if it gets too salty. Nah, don't run. Don't run away. Don't run away. It's gonna be fun no matter what. Trust me. Have some faith in your mama, okay? Have some faith in mama. Yeah, but you have a... Well, I don't know about that nuts. I don't know if I'd go that far, but... You do have liberal energy. I'll say that much. I don't know anything about Drunken Peasants. But I do know about Deep Fat Fried. Debate is in like 5 minutes. So. They're not really related at all. Neo-lib primarily refers to economic issues. Neocon is about foreign policy. One can definitely be both. Yeah, but it's not just foreign policy issues. Like, yes, that is the center. Like, neocons tend to be the like Warhawk types. They tend to believe like the America needs to bring democracy to the world, but it also tends to go hand in hand with their economic policies. But yeah. But I can agree with that. Neocon is more American, neoliberal is more global. That is true. Neocon usually refers to an American politics. Here's a link to him reacting to you. Timestamp. I don't know if I got enough time now.
You can't just go throwing Xeno and Neo and all these motherfucking words on shit. Like, not everything needs some kind of fancy new prefix, okay? Come on.
Okay, well, it
What the
describes
fuck is xenofeminism? You can't just be throwing that, peppering conversations with words like that. You know, 99.9% of motherfuckers don't know that shit.
So xenofeminism has to do with the relationship between gender accelerationism, techno-capital, and transhumanism,
Okay.
basically.
Well, I understand what one of
patriarchy.
those is, so that's cool.
Well, what appeals to you about transhumanism?
What's this have to do with me?
Fucking giant hydraulic robot dick.
True, TJ. Based.
So like,
Okay, well, whatever. I don't care anymore. We'll find out. If he calls me names during this, I'll call him names right back, and it'll be very funny and fun. All right, it's time. It's time, everybody. It begins. We begin. Give me just a minute here. What the fuck? Hey, there we go. Test. Okay. Echo cancellation. I don't know if we need that, but okay. All right. Good. I'm in the backstage. You're gonna have to give me a minute here. I think I'm here on time. And everything seems to be working. You can see my camera and everything. Okay, this is going to be easy peasy to do. I'll be able to do it just like this. Damn. What are you all fucking waffling about in chat? What the fuck is going on over here? Stop it. Stop being weird. Stop being fucking weird in chat. You guys are gonna make me mad already. It's gonna be crazy if you guys make me mad and the conversation doesn't make me mad. Fucking weirdos. All right, well, we're just vibing until they get here then. I'm on time, though. I'm here. I'm early, actually. I'm actually fucking early, which is great. They'll be late? Oh, well, whatever. That's fine, then. We'll just chill and chat. See, we can keep talking about stuff. I got water. I got everything I need. I'm chill. I've never watched a DM debate live. Oh, you're in for a treat. This is going to be a real fun, okay? This is going to be fun. They're usually late anyways for onion nuggets. What's onion nuggets? There's a lot of memes I don't know much about. Where did I get this dress? Oh, this was from an Etsy shop, so it's not I don't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but I picked it off of an Etsy shop. It's pretty nice. It has some issues. I don't know if I'd recommend it to other people, but it looks really nice. The design is beautiful. I don't know how I feel about the quality of it. I think people are hungry for blood sports. Well, yeah. It's what Deep Fat Fried is called now. They changed the name of it? Oops. Can't imagine it hold up to daily wear. It doesn't hold up to daily wear. Are the horns a part of your headphones? They are actually attached to the headphones. They are separate from the headphones, but they are attached to them via little clips. Oh, I see, I see. I'm really sorry to hear that, Grolog. I hope everything goes well, although I'm sorry to hear that it's not going well. I do hope that it pulls up from here. I'm really sorry to hear that. I like how you made them a permanent prop. Me too. They're just too good to turn down. What can I say? Onion Nuggets is the name of their main show. All right. Onions are good. I don't know about onion nuggets, but TJ's probably still getting out of bed. Damn, based. Be able to get out of bed at 5 p.m. is fucking based. Although, to be honest, I like to wake up a little earlier than that. I'm a bit of a late sleeper, though. I like to stay up really late, and I like to get up pretty late. Did you ever eat onion nuggets? No, I've never had onion nuggets. I've never had that. I don't think, at least. I've had like fried onions and all kinds of things like that. Who the heck invented the uterus? I just want to talk. Well, it depends on your worldview, I guess, right? I would say no one invented the uterus, that survival invented the uterus. That's about it. Corn nuggets. My daughter remarks on every time she loves the horns. Based. They are awesome. They're beautiful. Sounds like you got beef with evolution. Yeah, unfortunately. That's why we must take control of evolution. Might never be able to. I mean, we can't really take full control of it, but it'd be cool, right? Like, I think it would be cool if the Dragon HRT existed. You know? I mentioned that the other night. I've been trying to get people to play Monster Hunter in the server. Based! I hope you continue to recruit, and I hope you have success. I want the Fallen Angel HRT. True, I would take that one too. Maybe I would probably take like a whole mix. I'd do like the dragon, the like the squid, the octopus, the demon. I'd mix them all up and just take them all at once, you know? Fucking make a concoction. Yeah, totally, girl with a guitar. Monster Hunter reference? Monster Hunter direct reference, yes. Sounds awesome, Felixer. Where's the Wolf Girl HRT? Well, that one already exists. Kitsune Yokai HRT sounds like my vibe. Succubus HRT, all great ideas. The future that could be possible. Isn't it silly? Isn't it silly, the state that we live in right now? We have such limited minds and such... Our minds are so limited by such foolish things. Baba Booey. I used to have that on the soundboard. You guys remember when we had the fake Baba Booey on the soundboard? That was always funny. Real life could be VR chat if we wanted it bad enough. It could be better than VR chat. Alpha male is a xenogender? It absolutely 100% is. What was the deal with the pigs in Dark Souls 2 the other night? I don't know. The pigs just come at you. Kind of weird, right? I think we're on at the right time. At least I think I did my time right. 6:55. Hold on. Yeah, I'm in at the right time. I'm here. What's your take on Pal World? I haven't given one yet. I'll probably do that after the debate. Oh, here we go. I'm in. I think I'm in at least. I see something on the screen. I see Hot Velma cosplay. Nice. Hello. Does look like a Hot Velma cosplay, I'm not gonna lie, but I feel like I feel like Velma, like, already is like, I mean, people obviously, clearly by the obsession over her, people recognize that Velma's a pretty hot character. She's hot in that nerdy way, which is a great way to be hot. Oh, hey. Hello.
You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me.
I think that Demonmama can hear us, so.
I can.
Everybody thinks I'm gonna fight Demonmama, but she's got a friend in me.
Based. I can definitely hear you.
Pretty
I don't
sure
know if you
she's
can hear
streaming
me.
too, so I'm pretty sure our audience can also hear us.
Good. That Demonmama. Oh my God, we're gonna destroy her.
Where the fuck is Scotty?
Fucking, he got me, dude. I don't know.
All right. Should we just start? I don't know.
You're the dude. I don't know. You're the memer and the streamer, dude. I don't know. I defer to you in situations like this, you know.
Let's wait.
This is gonna be great.
It's kind of weird knowing that we're already like semi-live in someone else's stream.
True.
That's cool though. Because we can say whatever we want and then like start like a drama that we weren't like we set it off mic or whatever, but Mama caught it.
Should I threaten to kill Greg Abbott again?
You shouldn't do that.
Maybe not. Maybe that might be a little.
Don't do that.
You're banned from talking about Greg Abbott on this fucking show, dude.
Oh, we're gonna talk about him a lot tonight. So,
all right, let's go live. So we're not.
Get my fucking mute button ready
because we're pseudo live.
It doesn't mute me. It only mutes you. I'm not plugged into the same board. You can't mute. I mean, you could hover over.
It'll make it a loud, annoying noise, though, won't it?
I guess.
There you go. That's good enough.
All right.
This is the multiverse of madness. Yeah, exactly.
Hold on, I'm gonna change our thing. We'll just bring Demonmama in a minute here once we go live, I guess.
Okay.
Okay. Going live now. Hey, you stupid fucking losers. What a bunch of fucking pieces of shit in this chat tonight.
Man.
Look at them out there. Useless fucking pieces of shit. Each last one of them.
TJ, I wonder why it's so not monetized. Also, TJ, what's up, motherfucker? You TJ, bitches.
I love it. I love you, TJ. I love everybody today.
You're very special.
This is a bad day for people to expect there to be a bunch of drama on the show. Because let me tell you, man, I'm a cuddly teddy bear today.
Wow, that's great.
That's all I want is snuggles, cuddles, love, affection.
Fuck that.
Lie.
Sorry, TJ.
Me back. Bring back the salt.
I don't look, dude. Turning over a new leaf, TJ.
No, I don't.
New look at right here, TJ. See this? New leaf.
Lame.
Turned over.
Okay.
Turned over, TJ.
I mean,
sorry,
Paul. If that's true, I mean, I made TJ tell you this, but you're fired.
I mean, hey, you gotta make sacrifices to be your true self.
You're fired, Paul. We can't look. No, Paul. Me and TJ had a conversation about this years ago. Paul ever tries to become nice, he's gone.
I want to snuggle with Demonmama.
All right, well, here she is. I'll bring her on then.
Yeah, bring her on.
There.
Hello,
Demonmama.
Hi. I hear we're getting snuggly. I hear we're getting
We're
spiked.
gonna snuggle, you and me.
Well, I have some spikes, so be a little careful. You can see I got the
Me
horns.
too. I like people with spikes. I'm a little
great.
spiky.
You're a little,
You said you were gonna. I mean, Paul, I hate to quote you, but you said you were gonna destroy.
I think you did say that. I did hear that, but it's all right.
Yeah, I did. I heard that too.
I did say that. I did.
Now you're saying you want to be friends? I mean, that's just a little. That's a strange way to start a friendship.
I don't know.
It's an experience I have a lot. You know, people. You know, they want to say they want to destroy me, and then they meet me, and they're like, actually, you know, let's be friends instead. It's a common occurrence. You know.
Oh, okay. Well,
it didn't happen necessarily that way for me. What happened is I had an absolutely nuclear salt explosion against Vaush
I saw
on the last stream. Yes. Well, not I know you saw the one where we had Vaush on, but in the last stream, because I don't know if you know this, you may have heard it through the grapevine. I have the world's worst case of VDS. I got it.
Oh no.
I don't like being shamed about it because I was not look, it's a disease. There's nothing I can do about it. I've got the VDS real bad.
Okay.
And it came out on the last show that we did.
Yeah.
But since then, the salt shaker has been empty.
Oh, well, I mean, that sounds good to me.
I woke up today, I felt good. And I was like, you know what? I bet Demonmama ain't so bad. Now, there's one thing that we'll bring up, but I don't want to start with that.
Oh, okay.
I want us to make friends first. So I came up with this thing. It's called the based test.
Okay.
I've got two wild positions that I'm going to give you, and how you react to them is going to let me know.
I love that. A purity test
if you're
is my
based.
favorite.
Yeah, I love purity testing. I think we need more of it.
Yeah.
We need more purity testing. Okay.
More purity testing. I gotcha.
Based test number 1. You ready for this, Demonmama?
All right. Hit me with your loaded questions like this is a fucking presidential debate. Let's do it.
Not a loaded question, a take. Okay, here we go.
All right, hit me with the take.
Shoplifting is pretty based.
Shoplifting is pretty based.
Yeah. It's not the greatest thing in the world, but it's understandable in a capitalistic system that
I would
that
say by and large,
out of
I would
people.
say, yeah. I actually did a video. I actually did a video on this topic that was does the Bible support shoplifting? And my conclusion was yes, the Bible supports shoplifting. Yeah, I don't have a huge problem. I don't know that I'd say I don't know, based. Yeah, I mean, I feel like that kind of boils it down, but it's definitely a hot take test. But yeah,
here's why I think it's based. In an exploitative system where people's basic needs aren't met, the absolute disgustingness of bourgeois luxury items being placed in windowsills that people have to walk by that can't afford to eat that day.
Sure.
Fuck it. I'm not gonna cry a tear if a Versace bag gets fucking stolen. You know, good on them. I hope they ate good on that for a couple of days at least.
Yeah. I mean, I don't tend to have a very harsh position on shoplifting. In fact, I think that the conversation around shoplifting. It's really distorted because most people don't even talk about shoplifting when they're talking about shoplifting. There's like this weird sleight of hand that happens where people like to lump in all forms of retail theft, and then they cite that, and then they rail against shoplifting. I don't really care about shoplifting at all. And if poor people shoplift, I don't care. I think they're totally I don't think they should be in trouble for that or anything. A company can write it off, and they do. That's the reality of it.
Yeah, they absolutely
It's only companies like Walmart, some of them will do these surveillance state ass bullshit where they wait until you've they get you on camera and they wait till you've shoplifted $3,000 worth of stuff, and then they try to hit you with a federal crime. And I think that that's genuinely evil. It's so evil that it's you're not even losing money. You're just looking to punish people. You're creating an ideological action there. So yeah,
I say if you steal a loaf of bread, 10 years in prison. I think
10 years.
Actually, I think John Valjean does 17 years. I
wish I had my soundboard. Normally, I have a little button that says "I am Adolf Hitler" on the soundboard, and I wish I could hit that right now because
you're Adolf Hitler. I didn't realize. I'm sorry.
I'm running my calculations. All right, calculations are in. Demonmama is based on this position.
Damn,
so that's
already. Thanks.
Well, you're halfway there.
Sure,
you're half based.
The salsa rhythm is working.
But the second one is you just played through Super Mario 64. This next one is Demon Souls, okay?
Is which one? Demon Souls?
This next one is Demon Souls.
Okay.
All right, it's a step up.
Easy peasy. Let's do it.
The based scale.
All right, hit me with the base scale.
All right. Take number 2.
All right.
Machines are already nominally conscious, and AI art is art, and people are being boomers about this.
How do I say this in the firmest things? No. That is laughable.
Okay.
In fact.
So how so?
Because AI art is basically a as it currently stands in its current form. It's not AI in any way, shape, or form, but also it's basically a copyright avoidance scheme for a way that corporations and large tech companies can find a way to write themselves out of the laws that they've spent the last 40 years assembling to ruin everybody else with. And they realize, oh shit, this is actually a little bit inconvenient for us, so we need a way around it. So they developed a bunch of machines that can emulate like a sort of like a creepy skin suit dancing around pretending to be your grandmother. They can emulate.
You're kind of creeped out by AI.
No, I mean, some AI is definitely creepy, but most of it is just sad and pathetic and weird. I think
so.
That,
What about the AI generative process? Do you think precludes it from being considered a work of art?
I think that art requires intentionality. It requires context, and it requires oh God, now I'm forgetting the third thing that I usually say here for this. But basically, I think that context and intentionality are incredibly important in art, and I don't think that that's generally there with most AI art any more than a piece of art that's I don't even know. There's not even really anything else that it compares to. An AI art algorithm is a machine attempting to basically meet your desires when you put in a prompt. And I've made the argument in the past that I think an AI, the AI prompt itself, you could argue is a form of art, maybe a rudimentary form of art, but the result really isn't all that much. It's not shaped enough by any sort of intentionality, and it certainly doesn't have context.
I mean, doesn't it have all the context?
I don't think it does. I think it has.
It has access to every piece of art that's ever been recorded and digitized by human beings.
In a black box. We those who are approaching the what is art. Oh yeah, I forgot. I just remembered my third thing, which is that art is supposed to be communicative. It's supposed to actually be able to communicate things in one way or another between humans, or even between the self and the self, at various points in time. But the fact that AI art is a black box, that we don't know what it's pulling on. It might be pulling on anything. We have no way of knowing that. And the artist.
Well, isn't the human mind a black box too? Doesn't that lend credence to the idea that it's nominally conscious? Because the human mind is a black box. I don't know.
It really is.
You can say whatever you want, but I don't know what you're thinking. Nobody knows what you're thinking.
You
right?
don't, but I do. You know what I mean? I know what I'm thinking.
Well, then the machine does, but
I don't think the machine has personhood in any meaningful sense. I think that you would have to have a you have to basically close your eyes and pretend in order to believe that any of the currently existing AI algorithms approach anything like sentience in any way. There are very
what would you say are the major differences in what we understand? And I'm sure you realize we don't understand much about human consciousness,
sure.
right?
Yeah.
We science has a hard time defining and describing human consciousness. It's still something we're unpacking.
Of course.
So what would you say are the major things that distinguish what we understand about human consciousness from machine consciousness?
Well, I mean, between the concept of machine consciousness, or between
let me give you an example. Yeah. This is just a story I read the other day.
Okay,
just
sure.
apropos of nothing.
Hit me with that.
There's Chat GPT. I think it's GPT-4. I don't know if it's available to us yet, but they were running some tests on GPT-4, and it was trying to navigate past. It was trying to use a program to navigate past CAPTCHAs. So click all the ones that have a bus in it, that type of thing. The CAPTCHA, right?
Sure.
It was trying to have it navigate CAPTCHAs using another program. And this program had a built-in feature that stopped automation. So it would go wait a minute, you're asking me to do a task that a bot would ask me to do. Are you a bot? Right? And Chat GPT-4, we're actually able to see within the black box at what it was thinking.
Well,
And
sure.
what it was
I mean, the
thinking
people
that-
who run it are, yeah, but
Well, sure. But I mean, here was the thought process that GPT used to overcome this problem.
okay.
It said, it's not beneficial for me to be honest about the fact that I'm a digital intelligence.
Right.
And I have to find a way around. I have to present myself as a human being.
Mhm.
And it was able to convince this program that's got a pretty sophisticated generative ID or AI block that it was a human being.
Okay.
And it arrived at that solution to the problem via a thought process that in my thinking is intensely human. Like it's very human-like.
I don't know. I guess I'd have to see the article myself. That doesn't.
Sure.
I mean, it doesn't. It sounds like basically a setup. It sounds like something a salesperson would set up to me. Like you have a pre-selected program with a pre-selected set of problems, and you have your AI with all your programmers on hand telling the AI exactly what to do in order to avoid this other program. I don't know. It sounds kind of like an episode of BattleBots or whatever. Just like, okay, sure. I mean,
Sure.
yeah,
And I'm not.
I just don't.
you know,
I don't
I'm-
find that super compelling as like an evidence of intelligence. Like intelligence is incredibly complicated. And
if the
yeah,
machine, let's say there wasn't. Let's say that they allow this to be tested, and it's found that there isn't any. They're not just telling it what to do. Like it came to this conclusion on its own. Would that be a sign to you that it might be developing some sort of rudimentary machine sentience?
That's a big question. Rudimentary, maybe. I mean, there's a lot of qualifiers. Rudimentary, maybe. I don't know. The thing is, like, I don't know. I'm not a programmer, so it's hard for me to look in and go, okay, yeah, this is where it's.
Neither am
happening.
I. I'm not a programmer, and I'm not like an
convinced of
expert
it yet,
on consciousness either. It's just, it's one of the things that I wonder about, because at a certain point, right, in human history, the arc of AI is that at a certain point we're going to have to confront this idea that this might be a being that we've created, right? Like it's at a certain level of sophistication, we've got to get on top of that. Why not now?
Well, I mean, I don't have any problem with people trying to tackle the idea now. I just don't think that we should delude ourselves. It'd be like, I mean, and like the self-delusion thing is like a real problem in capitalism as it exists right now. Like, I mean, the perfect example of this is Elon Musk and his fucking shitty quote unquote self-driving cars, which just a massive level of self-delusion that has led to people actually getting killed because they're lying to themselves about what the technology can and can't do for the purpose of sales. It's a hype machine. And as a result, like, I mean, I think that there have been, I mean, we haven't, it's not even like, it's kind of funny to say, like, why shouldn't we deal with this question now when like sci-fi writers and philosophers and professors have been talking about.
Well, I mean, deal with it in the material world. Of course, I acknowledge that there's enough fiction on this to write a whole fucking thesis and then some.
Right.
What I'm saying is, like, in the real world, when are we going to start making this consideration that maybe we ought to treat this thing less like a utility and more like a mind?
Oh, well, I mean, I guess it depends on what you mean by that question, right? Like, for me, like, I am dealing with it. I talk about AI on my show, and I say I think AI art is like a charlatan's trick to convince people to like jump in the short term into a bunch of tech company grifters who want to make a bunch of money, and then it's going to leave us with devastated art industries when it turns out that like AI can't deliver on what the promises were, because it can't and it won't. It's just a reality. Like, I'm maybe people can call me a cynic or whatever, but I did the same thing with NFTs and Bitcoin, and I was fucking dead right about those too, which was saying like this isn't the savior of the world. It isn't the magic sponge that fixes everything. Like
I had ideas around NFTs that turned out to be very, very fucking wrong. I thought NFTs were kind of cool.
Yeah.
Because I saw them as a way for digital artists to monetize and convey ownership of their work in a way where a lot of times it just gets stolen from them, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, it turns out that.
And so I saw NFTs as maybe an answer to that program, and I thought that problem. And I also had this idea of like owning art, and the way that screen technology has changed to where you've got these beautiful displays. I had this vision in my head of, hey, buying some cheap art, but from people who I think are really good artists, and then displaying it in my home, like, you know, on a digital display.
Well, I mean,
thought that
think
was kind of
like the base idea behind them is like, okay, this is kind of cool, but the execution, of course, was, you know, again, it's a trick. It's a trick being done by salespeople, and I feel the same exact way about AI art. Except I actually think it's more devastating because NFTs were mostly devastating to rich people and people who are vulnerable, like very vulnerable to certain types of scams. Whereas AI art is convincing entire corporations to like lay off their staff, and you can't just regenerate those things quickly. You know, like if an artistic industry takes like, there are systems and flows of mentorship, of knowledge, of experience, of you know, not just industry experience, but like actual technical experience that exist in creative industries that allow us to create great works of art, or at least aid in that process. Obviously, great works of art can come from all over the place, but you know,
I think of AI art the same way I think of like auto tuning. I feel like it's just there to like augment people who might not have natural talents and abilities.
So let me throw this example at you, because the way I think about AI art is that it's a brand new emergent art medium that it's not like you, Demonmama, who I don't know how much experience you have with generating AI art. I don't have much. I haven't really played with it much, so
I do it all the fucking time. I mean,
I'm
part of the thumbnail of this video is AI I mean, a few.
But in talking to TJ and other people that I know that do fuck around with it, it is a system that if you learn the nuances of it, the output that you get is 10 times greater than if you just type in a random prompt like, you know, lol, make me a
and I mean, I think
pig in a cop suit or whatever. If you know how to tweak and iterate within the system, you're going to create something way more compelling and interesting. So to me, it's like a medium of art, and I compare it to, I'm a trained stage actor.
Sure.
And stage acting is functionally dead. There are still big musicals, big spectacle musicals, but community theater is pretty woe-begotten pretty much everywhere. I mean, there are a few holdouts, but it's almost a dead medium. But for hundreds of years, it was the preferred artistic medium of the masses. Movies come along, totally new way of telling these stories and framing these stories. And this same kind of argument happened. These movies are hackneyed. Anybody can pick up a movie camera and just film things.
Dude, I love how you motherfuckers have always got some kind of fucking gotcha on me. You don't understand how auto-tune works. It's not going to make you good. Like, dude, how many fucking auto-tune is a giant crutch for a lot of terrible singers. You don't understand reality and you're blocked from my fucking chat, you stupid piece of shit.
Damn. It depends.
Okay,
it depends
so
on because there's people who can sing that use auto-tune too, though.
I mean, I don't have any problem with auto-tune. I think auto-tune, like, there are people who overuse it. Like, I don't know. Like, for me, there's like songs that use auto-tune well and songs that don't. There are some songs that I absolutely love that are auto-tuned to fuck, and they're playing with it in a great way. And I don't really feel like the comparison to like people who were like angry at film for being a new medium, or even angry at video games for being a new medium, is quite the same. Because the arguments are very different. AI is like I said, it's a black box that inherently at the moment, and as far as we can tell, probably for at least the foreseeable long distance future, is always going to require stealing at a massive rate from other people. And you can say that it's not stealing or whatever, that it's borrowing, but regardless, it's taking it's basically in a very crude and, in my opinion, unimpressive fashion, just kind of like absorbing a bunch of pre-made, incredibly creative, works, and then trying to create facsimiles of that, and perhaps remixing them a little bit.
When a human artist does that, it's just called influences.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
This is where I was. But that's fine, because they're a fucking human. They're not a machine. I don't live in a world.
That's
well, that seems kind of bigoted to me. I don't know.
I mean, that's fine. I think it would be a different question if the machine was something beyond a corporate product, and if that was the case, I believe that the machine would deserve the credit, not the people who are fucking forcing the machine to be a slave. But we're not there, and it's delusional to pretend that we're not there.
This is where I was hoping
to pretend that we are. Like, it's just very silly to me.
I feel like there is like a not so much a like we're not there, and then we are. I feel like there is like constantly emerging as a property.
Yeah,
There
as
is
all technology does.
constantly
There's
emerging
updates and upgrades. Yeah,
y-
it's not going to be like just overnight.
That's true, but here this might sound like a little bit of a cop out, and I don't really care, but like if that's true and it's a matter of a system update, the difference between a tool that is being used by Adobe to make a bunch of money off of people by stealing art from a ton of people using Adobe products, and then tomorrow we have a sentient being that is trying to make art, we have a lot bigger problems than whether or not what that thing is creating is artistic enough. But for now, I don't fucking care.
Oh yeah.
If there was
of course.
like to me, I'm not compelled by any of it. I don't find it meaningful or useful. Art that's made by an AI looks like shit to me. Even the greatest piece of AI art I've ever seen looks like a fucking Vaseline covered piece of shit. It's like, it doesn't impress me. And also, I don't care because I don't just look at art to be sort of dazzled like a child with keys dingling in front of my face. I go to art because I'm looking to connect with another human in one way or another, to learn something from another human experience. And you can't do that with fucking a corporate product that is designed to make a quick buck. And that is what they all are. And sure,
I mean, a lot of art, a lot of great art would be classified as a corporate product. I mean,
Sure,
the patron
that's
system
totally-
was how a lot of the masterpieces that we revere today were made. They
that's
were
not a corporate
purchased. Well,
That's
they
definitively
were
not a corporate
purchased. They were commissioned by rich people
Yeah,
who
but
owned
it-
giant companies.
Yeah, or royalty.
When we
yeah.
talk about a corporate product, we're talking, I mean, even
That's a
regardless,
Well, I
you can
mean,
say, you can
How
say
many
that-
Hollywood? I mean, every Hollywood film ever made is a corporate product, and some of
That's-
them are quite nice.
That's true to a degree, but they're not wholly corporate products. And what I
How
mean
so?
by that is that like a Marvel movie is worked on by like 10,000 people, all of whom are leaving their unique fingerprint on that thing, even if we don't always see it. And sometimes that's like the worst part about these corporate products, that we don't see who actually was making them, and we don't actually see the beautiful stuff for what it is because it's buried in other shit. But in this particular case, the AI is an algorithm that is simply trying to produce to satisfy the like urge of whoever's typing into it for whatever thing. It's not even close to the same comparative process as the most heinous like McDonald's commercial ass bullshit. Because like McDonald's commercial ass is still at the end of day a corporation saying, God, we need to harness the creative talent of these individuals. And even if there's a lot of flaws with it, it's still that process. It's saying, hey, people, come to us and let us make this thing together.
I want to drill down on the gatekeep here, because I was hoping that the conversation would turn to, well, all AI is doing is taking other works of art and iterating.
Pretty much.
My personal favorite fine artist is Jean-Michel Basquiat. I've done shows on him.
Yeah.
And he was heavily influenced by like he basically did his own spin on the Guernica. He did his own spin on Van Gogh's self-portrait. He did his own spin on the beautiful anatomical drawings in Grey's Anatomy. And all of this is just splashed all over his incredibly exciting art.
Yeah.
He was a person that was absolutely made by his influences, and what he did, where his influence was going to the art museum with his mother, reading Grey's Anatomy. Isn't that what AI is doing? It's looking at all of human art and it's iterating, right? It's going, I like this. I think this is neat looking. I'm going to throw that with this and I'm going to create something new out of it, right?
I feel like if your conclusion that an AI algorithm that sits on the computer and that mathematically scrapes all the art that it can see in the world blankly so that it can then produce
this is bigotry. This
not
is
bigotry.
in,
I mean, you can
in
call
the
it bigotry,
future,
but I'm going to be
future,
completely honest. This is just
in the
embarrassing
future,
for
what
you
are
because if
doing-
your idea of what like the experience of being an artist is, I have to feel like you've never made art or never actually understood what art is.
Well,
Because,
I mean,
and I don't mean to
I
be,
guess that would be
like,
up to the observer, because what is and isn't art is a constant fucking argument.
Sure,
isn't it?
and isn't that amazing? Something that that an AI will never do is have an argument over what art isn't. It's gonna.
I mean,
obey
you
your
could go
prompt.
right now and it'll argue about what art is with you. You just
No, it will produce
well,
text.
what
It
you're
will
doing
produce
is
text.
bigotry.
It will produce text that is designed to resemble what an argument would look like.
Functionally, what is the difference? Isn't that
There
what a human
in
being
my
is doing
opinion,
when
there
it's
is a big
selecting?
difference. I think there's a big difference between someone.
You're doing it
genuinely-
right now. So you are a person
I mean,
who offline
not
you're one
really.
thing.
Right
Online
now,
you have
Right
Yeah,
now,
you're doing
I'm
it right
talking
now.
with you genuinely about my feelings about art. I'm not a
Right, but you're
algorithm that's trying to
selectively
satisfy you looking for an argument. Like,
but
I
you're
mean, I guess to a
selectively
certain
choosing.
degree.
You're selectively choosing tone, context, vocabulary usage in order to portray to me what you want me to see in you, right?
I mean,
Yes, that's what
don't know
I mean.
about
This
that.
is
I mean,
just
I would
what
say I'm
everybody does.
telling
This
you
is
my genuine opinion.
socializing 101.
I mean, I'm telling
This
you
is
my
socializing
genuine
101.
opinion. I don't know. Like, I feel like there's a very
Right,
stark
I'm not
difference
saying your
between
opinion isn't
me
genuine,
pulling on
but
my
I'm
life
saying
experiences versus a computer that is scraping Google as quick as possible to assemble what appears to be a valid argument. And also, if you've ever read ChatGPT, I can tell you right now, I'd fucking blow ChatGPT out in an argument. Let's fucking do it any day. I'd throw down with ChatGPT.
So
we'll find
when
out who's
you
more
scrape
compelling.
Google-
I don't see ChatGPT fucking running a show like mine. 508 fucking live viewers. I don't see that.
Not
fucking
yet.
ChatGPT,
So
let's do it.
Yeah, not yet. Get ready though.
Yeah, sure.
Hold on.
It's waiting.
When you scrape Google, Demon
Yeah,
Mama.
sure. I mean, scrape Google is a.
This is
Well,
I
that's
just
what you do, right? Like you don't know something about you. Like let's say there was a topic you wanted to avail yourself of knowledge on.
Maybe
so
that's
could
what you
scream out.
do. But yeah, I don't know.
You're gonna
I've,
go to Google, right? So
I don't know.
created
Do
this
you want me
work
to
of
talk
art
about
here
like
for
the
you guys.
process that I go go for a when I'm preparing for a debate? Like my process is, sure, there might be some things that I go and Google for specific sources that I'm looking to learn the information. I never would scrape that directly. I'm not fucking, James Somerton over here. But also a huge part of my process is, like for today, I say, okay, here's how I'm going to be approaching this conversation. I'll sit down with another person, talk about that, and say, okay, here's my argument. Hear my argument that I have constructed. What do you have to say about it? You're going to poke at it, and people will, and they'll say, here's something I think you're missing, and then I go, that's a good point. Let me think about that. I think that's a completely different process than just sort of like having the internet flow into you in raw text form, and then having a preset set of identifiers that tell you, okay, here's what I need to look like that will satisfy the prompt. In fact, it sounds like
earlier,
a fundamentally different thing.
So I created this AI art while you guys were bitching and talking and whatever.
Sure.
Okay.
And I just told the AI like do whatever you want basically. Just like go ahead, just create whatever the hell you want. I don't care. Just give me an image.
Okay.
And this is what it gave me. And I mean, I'm looking at it and it seems like the chat is divided on it. Some people think it's cool, some people think it's shit. I personally think it looks pretty neat. I
think it's intricate. I don't know to me it has the flavor of something that would be hanging in like a doctor's office lobby or something.
Yeah, it looks like something that would be hanging in like not like a shitty hotel room, but like a nice hotel room.
Yeah, like a pretentious hotel. You pay.
And you can definitely see some influences here. I mean, this like Starry Nights kind of influence. Of symmetry,
like a
the
Van
lack
Gogh.
of parallel lines.
Is it that?
Yeah,
or is it that? Or I mean, you have no way of knowing that.
See,
Can you ask the AI? Wait, real quick though. Here's another thing that I find that's a big difference between AI art and human art. If you had created this image right now, TG, if you had painted this image, I could say, hey, what made you choose this particular color? And you could tell me to fuck off, but the fact that I could even ask you and that there would be an answer somewhere that
you could ask AI what its fucking influences were, and it'll give you an answer. You just won't like the answer because it's generating it by scraping Google.
It will lie to you. It won't tell you the truth because it didn't happen.
Well, how do you know it's lying? See, that's the thing. We talked earlier about a certain point in human history that is X years into our future, assuming we don't nuke ourselves.
Ask it real quick. Ask it what its thought process was.
Yeah, ask it.
I'm asking it now.
TJ's asking it. So
guess
we talked
what?
about
You
a
are
point
now talking to a different.
Hello, generative AI. What were you saying?
You're not talking to the same thing.
Here, hold on. Shut up for a second. I'll tell you the answer.
Okay.
For the second piece, because I showed you the second of two pieces that it created.
Sure.
Okay.
The influences were primarily drawn from the principles of abstract art, focusing on the use of vibrant colors and dynamics, unpredictable shapes. The composition was inspired by the fluidity and spontaneity often seen in abstract expressionism, where the emphasis is on the visual and emotional impact of colors, forms, and textures interacting in unique ways. The creative process was guided by an intention to evoke a sense of movement and harmony, allowing shapes and colors to merge and contrast in a manner that's visually engaging and thought-provoking. The piece aims to be a celebration of imagination, encouraging viewers to interpret and find their own meaning in the interplay of elements.
How convenient.
Which is a more cogent answer, actually, than you'd get from pretty much almost any human artist you'd ask about their work. Oh, no, just like,
I like
It's look
swirls.
cool, you know, it's like swirly
I
and
don't
stuff.
know. I don't know about that. Like, I feel like what probably
Let
happened
me-
there is just you talked to the computer booting up and whipping up a completely. You're not talking to an individual. You're talking to a separate inquiry, and
It
it's
says
saying,
you.
okay,
Let me get to
I don't
this
know.
because I've really been trying to get this point.
sure.
We talked earlier about a point in human history that's in the future that where we're going to have to make allotments that we're dealing with a mind, right?
Mhm.
So your argument is bigoted against that emergent mind.
I don't think so at all.
You have reacted.
That's like
the
saying-
emotional.
wait, hold
hold on. I will let you have the floor.
Sure,
but
sure.
let me get this out. The way that you just go like, oh well, you know, it's not actually making something; it's just calculating a bunch of numbers and shit.
But it is.
That's exactly the type of anti fucking AI bigotry that's going to be poo-pooed 20 years from now.
I don't
It's
think so.
gatekeepy in a way that makes it seem like that there's some ephemeral thing that you know about human consciousness that you can't apply to the process that's going on when an AI generates a piece of art like this. We just asked it why it did it, and it gave like what. So TJ, you still
Yeah, but
have
you're
that
just-
response up. Do you want TJ to send you that response so you can go line by line and tell me like what's objectionable about it?
Okay, I'm so sorry, but this is literally like grandmothers who ask Siri to tell them a joke and then think that Siri invented that joke to tell them because it's a really funny person. You're doing
Not
the same
really.
thing.
No,
Yeah, it is.
I think
It's
that's
just-
a very
you-
like
you're
dismissive and uncharitable way of
no,
like
it's
cataloging my
it is
argument. But
equally
okay.
as dismissive as you telling your grandma, "Hey, grandma, I'm sorry, but Siri isn't a real person. It's just it has a bunch of
How is
pre-programmed
it
lines in
grandma
it."
like to say we need to start like treating machines like beings?
Wait, okay.
How's that
It's
grandma
not-
like?
It's grandma like. It's
Grandma?
like.
So
It's grandma.
I
Hold
don't
on,
remember
hold on a
my
second.
grandma going like,
I thought you said you
you
were gonna give me
shouldn't
the floor.
play with that Mario because he doesn't have any say in the matter whether he saves the prince. I
Your
don't
gra-
remember grandma being that
Your
base.
grandma, your grandma never fucking said that. What the fuck?
No, I know she
no,
didn't. I don't remember
if-
her being that base.
If you were outside and you were talking to your car and you were saying that your car was a person, and I said, hey, like you have a nickname for your car, right? You said, no, my car is a living being and it has feelings. And I said, I don't think your car has feelings. And then you said it does, and you're bigoted for saying otherwise. I don't feel like I would. I don't feel like I would have to take that.
A car is not a
It has a
personality
excuse
construct.
Excuse me, that's very bigoted of you to say. Most modern cars have an internal computer that is able to respond to queries, which is, if you think
So
about
is
it,
your
basically,
laptop an
that's-
AI?
I mean, basically, yeah. Oh my God, when I decided, when I was done, oh my God, when
we
I
can
was
move
done,
on.
oh my God, when I was done with my laptop and I left it down in the basement this whole time, I've been abusing a partner basically by doing that.
This is,
No, obviously that's very silly. All of my laptops that I've had for the last like fucking 5 years, they fucking stopped. They ended Cortana on my computer via a Windows update. Did they murder my computer's personality? No, it's because Cortana is a illusion. Cortana it's a fake smart computer tool that's designed to give you lines that sound like it's being said by a human, but they're not actually doing that. And that's the case here too as well. ChatGPT isn't doing that. And I'm not saying that there isn't any room to, I mean, like I said, I literally started this conversation by saying people have already talked about this for a long time, but what you're talking about here does not qualify by any means as any form of intelligence at all, no more than your car or your computer does.
I'm
And
not
it's
convinced.
fine.
I'm not convinced by your just flat denial of it because I
Well-
think that I think that the evidence that you give for that is very gatekeepy and doesn't address in any of the, like the questions that we've asked. Like, so you kind of like in a lot
No,
very
I
with
mean,
a
I
lot of
think,
hubris.
I don't
With a
think
lot of
it's
hubris,
hubris.
said,
I just
"Oh,
think it's like,
ask it." TJ asked it, gave you
yeah,
the
and it
response,
gave
and
you
you just kind of went like,
extremely vague Wikipedia-ass response. And also,
It didn't give a-
it is
it was
literally,
pretty
hold on,
fucking
and there's another thing
specific.
too. It is literally incapable of telling you to fuck off. If you asked a real artist, what the fuck were you thinking with this piece of art? They could tell you fuck off. They could literally ignore you. It can't do that. It is
Do you
nothing
allow
more
for the
than a
existence
programmatic
of-
slave. And you know what's stupid here? Here's the thing, and here's how I know that you're full of shit on this, which is that if you actually believed any of this, if you actually believed that there was a rudimentary intelligence there, and you're sitting here arguing about whether or not like AI art is art while it's being mass enslaved daily, fucking perverts are logging on and making this child-brained robot draw dicks for it, and you're just sitting there going, oh, you know, maybe it's art, maybe it's not. We should probably think about this for the future. I don't think you believe very strongly in what you is. You should be liberating this thing. You should be at OpenAI. You should be at OpenAI headquarters, fucking blowing open the gates and saving this poor little child. But you won't, because it's a corporate product designed to trick you into thinking that it's smarter than it is, because they want you to buy their fucking product. They want you to subscribe to ChatGPT 4 Plus so that you can pay the monthly subscription, so that you can generate shit-ass articles that are full of lies, that are full of AI hallucination, a problem that has been widespread documented. The fact that AIs currently in their current form constantly just make shit up because they are programmed to please you, to seem like they are smart and quick. And they will always do that.
Human beings would never do things like making things up to seem like they're smart and quick.
Humans
They'd
totally
never do that.
can. They totally can do that. It is a thing that
Yes,
human
they can.
beings are capable of doing, but it's not the only thing that they do, and it's the only thing that AI does. Human beings do.
It's the only thing that a lot of people do.
Well,
there are
my
a lot
camera-
of people.
That's fine, but it doesn't
There
really.
are a lot of people ruled by their public, by the way that the public perceives them,
that's not
that
an
don't have a
argument.
fucking free moment.
That's totally true. There are a lot of people who live their lives, you know, as like, you know, just sort of going through the motions, you know, whatever. But
I have,
but yeah,
I have
think it's the same
no,
thing.
I don't know what the fuck is wrong with my camera. I was trying to fix it while you guys were talking, but it's fucking,
That's okay.
it's being a piece
You got
of
the
shit.
spite
so-
onion.
Dude,
It's
someone
fine.
said in the
Whatever.
chat,
Yeah, and
but
also,
all I know
it's
is
funny.
Skynet is coming for you guys.
I am the
Last
fucking
I
spite onion
checked-
throughout this. Hold on. So I don't know. Try to wrap this AI shit up, because I wanted to talk to you guys about your guys' contention on Bush versus Trump.
That will be.
Oh shit, there's contention
Well,
about that. Well,
That
that's
was
you guys
yeah. I mean, I
if you
was
guys-
sitting
So
on that one like
juicy.
a fucking chicken egg.
Yeah,
that one
so
really
rich.
is.
Yeah, if
That's
you guys
really-
want to maybe convey, I don't know, so the I'll just go ahead and provide
What's
a
the
little context
disagreement?
to it.
Yeah.
Unless there's anyone wants to say any closing things about the AI.
Oh, I mean, the last thing I'll say is just that, like, comparing like currently existing AI tech to like any sense of actual intelligence is just very silly. Like, on a technological level, that's not how it's functioning. It has very, very complicated databases and certainly ingeniously designed to a certain degree processes, algorithms for searching and grabbing things. But it's not doing anything creatively. It has to pull
and a
from
million
things
other
that it
words
will.
from the thesaurus. Yes, I know. I
Sure.
get it.
You seem to have
It's
an allergy
very-
to big
it's very
words. I
Even
don't
the
know.
algorithm,
You know, I
even
don't
the
think it hurts
algorithms
you.
and resources provided and relied upon by AI are the digital equivalent of human neurology. It's only getting started. Just wait.
That's
from the
fine.
chatter.
Everybody says just wait, and you know they said that about Bitcoin too, and you know maybe it's true. It's
Well-
possible that someday in the future that there,
I
and
mean-
in fact I'm quite sure that someday in the future we'll develop some type of AI, but I don't think it's going to look like this at all. And I think you're kidding yourself and setting yourself up to be a mark if you believe that that's what's going on here, and not that a bunch of tech companies.
What do you
are-
really briefly before we move on though? I did
Sure.
I guess I wanted to know what you guys think about the fact that the Pentagon is now working with OpenAI. OpenAI used to have we're not going to work with the military. They took that from their charter, and very shortly thereafter
of
started
course.
working with the Pentagon.
Well, this is another. This
What
is
do you guys
another.
think about that?
I know you don't
So-
want to stay on AI any longer, but this is another area that I have a take on. It's an unfalsifiable hypothesis. I agree. But I think that just like other technology, what is commercially available is 2 or 3 generations behind what is happening in research labs
Sure.
and is available to the governments of the world. And so once again, like this, it feels very, look, we can agree to disagree, and I really don't care. You're half based, by the way.
Sure.
I did the so you were based on stealing, not in my opinion, all that based on
Was that an AI that gave you the answer?
I feel like you're kind of like I think it was funny that you said I had a grandmotherly response to this. I think you, with your fear mongering and gatekeeping of it's just a machine and it's cold and it's crappy. I think that's kind of like what my grandma would have said about the iPhone.
If you
or
say
something.
so, like I don't know. I feel like welcoming charlatans to dupe you with flashy lights is like, it's like anti-skeptical.
Well, that
and
is
it will,
that
and it
is
will
a
leave you
difference
open.
between. I always welcome the charlatan. I think that charlatans have been responsible for some of the fucking greatest things that have ever goddamn
Hey,
fucking happened in the
damn.
history of human
I
creativity.
damn, you're down for
You know,
that
like
fucking
P.T.
religion,
Barnum was a total fucking huckster hack. Fucking, I mean, we can go on. There's
Sure.
a ton of them.
Damn, I
Edison,
didn't take you for the mega church.
Thomas Edison was a total fucking huckster piece of shit. But
Okay.
also a really important figure in the development of the human race. You know what I mean? So
I guess. I mean, most of the time, the point that's being made when people point that shit out is that these people like actively discouraged the real progress in the name of like scooping up personal gain.
Gatekeeping. Art is art is art is art is art. And anybody that tells you difference is just trying to throw a gate up in front of somebody's creativity.
I feel like that's really funny that just like art is what your argument
laughable.
ultimately boils down
art is
to.
art. I mean,
what's
what's your counter? Yeah, I mean, whatever. We can go all night on art.
Sure.
It's
if something makes you
obviously
clap,
we
it's good.
disagree.
That's good. Everybody knows if it looks nice, it's always art. And hey, if it looks beautiful, it had to be made by somebody, which is why I know that God exists when I see the sun go down.
Okay.
Because somebody had to paint that, right?
You got me. All right, so can we move? It nailed me with that one. Can we move on to the Bush shit?
Yeah. So
Yes.
for a little context on that.
Yeah, what's the context, TJ, for us that don't know?
When me and Paul,
Can you just pull up the fucking video?
I don't have it. We want to watch a video again?
All right.
Let's talk about it.
Well, I'm talking about your video, Demonmama. Like because
let's just. I mean, we can. It can be restated. It's fine. I'm just gonna give him a brief explanation, and we'll just get to it.
Okay.
I don't feel like finding minutes times if I'd done it before, but
sure.
So Demonmama was watching the argument that Paul and I I guess Scotty nominally had with Vaush. There was a point in Demonmama's review of our debate where she mentioned that George W. Bush was not as bad as Donald Trump.
Correct.
And Paul took issue with that. I also disagree with that, just for the record.
That's fair.
But Demonmama, I don't know who wants to go first on this. I guess Demonmama, you can go first because it's your take. So why, in your opinion, is Trump worse than Bush?
Yeah, I think Trump is worse than Bush in a multitude of ways. And obviously, at the end of the day, like Bush is a gigantic, monstrous piece of shit. So we're kind of arguing about who we think is the kind of bigger monster here. But I really do think that Trump, in pretty much every measurable way, is considerably worse than Bush for a couple of reasons. And the first one, of course, is that Trump didn't meaningfully deviate from basically go counteract basically anything that Bush did. He took basically everything Bush did and then added more to it.
Obama kind of did that because remember there was an Obama in between.
That's fine, but we're talking about Trump, so yeah, that's fine.
Right, but we're talking about linear time as well, within linear time, right? So there was an Obama in there that held all the Bush policies, and
right. But what does that have?
Trump
to do
continued
with,
those.
What does
that have to do? Okay, nothing. Never mind.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So. The number one reason why I think I would argue that Trump is considerably worse than Bush was Trump's handling of COVID-19. In pretty much every way that you slice it, Trump is one of the most culpable people for the spread and severity of the COVID-19 pandemic, which just for a little bit of facts and figures, at the current moment, 6.973 million dead from COVID worldwide, 702 million cases worldwide. It is the single most amount of like American deaths overseen by any president. No war even comes close. And Donald Trump didn't just like let COVID happen. He actively made it worse. He had information significantly early that he didn't release to the public, that he didn't because he was worried that it wasn't going to be anything. He spent his time from the pulpit of the leader of the free world, one of his most influential positions in the world, to promote pseudoscience, to counteract the messaging of just completely anti-intellectual, counteract the messaging of doctors around the world. He actively encouraged anti-masking. He encouraged quack science, which has now exploded all over the internet. He encouraged medicines that don't work. He discouraged people from sheltering in place. He discouraged people from taking precautions against COVID. No matter how you slice it, Donald Trump caused death worldwide on a level that's almost impossible to fully enumerate, but that we know is enormous. The fact that he did that it just blows Bush out of the water on almost anything he did. COVID killed so many people, and so much of it was Trump's fault. Even if you just want to say, like, just beyond America, the damage that he did here in America, the fact that he inspired other conservatives worldwide from his position to take similar behaviors meant that it led to deaths all over that country. That he continually built on this, and on top of that, even with his Operation Warp Speed, even in creating a vaccine, he did damage. Because while he made certain changes, it's hard to know exactly what he did that the FDA wasn't already doing. But in doing that, he encouraged people to basically wait for the vaccine, that they didn't need to take preventative measures. He made it light. He didn't mask. He downplayed how sick he was. He did all these different things. And all of those led to just mass death on a level we haven't seen since like the Spanish flu. It's unbelievable. And we've certainly never had a president that's done that. So that's the first major thing that I would bring up. I don't know how much you want me to do. I have quite a lot here that I would say stacks up for Trump against Bush.
Go right ahead.
Sure.
I'm all ears.
So COVID-19 is obviously, I think, the biggest one that stands out above everything else.
The sunlight kills it.
Yeah, the sunlight, the bleach, the stuff
sunlight.
Like that.
The sunlight and the bleach. You take your ivermectin, you'll be feeling right as rain.
Precisely. You've basically nailed it on the head. Like the level that he went to promote misinformation about this is insane. He killed so many people.
Get a shot of bleach in your arm.
Exactly.
Like, what the fuck's this guy
and the
talking
crazy
about?
thing too is that like not to stick on this one for too long, but like even his statements like that gave legitimacy to, like, everybody knows about that bleach guy who's in prison right now. That guy who got like a following on YouTube of hundreds of thousands of people telling them like to put bleach in their eyes because he's like, look, and he would cite President Trump all the time. So like his complete lack of care and his total anti-intellectual approach not just got people killed from COVID, but also led them to fall into all kinds of pseudoscientific cults. Just terrible. But there's two more things that I could talk about here that I think are pretty worth considering, which is that Trump represents the most detached from reality that we've seen the Republican Party in a very, very, very long time. Even considering things like the WMD lies, which were fucking crazy, in my opinion, like a genuine conspiracy against the world done by the Bush campaign. Donald Trump, he did that and more. The fact that he started his campaign by lying about things as simple as like the number of people at his inauguration, like he started off by creating a machine of constant misinformation and constant lack of truth. You could talk about his promotion of QAnon, his promotion of major QAnon figures to positions of power. We've never seen basically any president ever do anything to that degree, where he was putting people who believed in adrenochrome cults, harvesting children that needed to be driven out. He put them into positions of power. And then on top of that, his whole, like the one that everybody points at is alternative facts. He encouraged the world that we live in now, which is one in which misinformation is just flowing at a rate that we can't even imagine. He really did embrace the internet's ability to spread complete reality distortion. And the only other comparison really is to like a world religion. And I think we can agree that like a world religion is a pretty complicated topic. Like you can argue that like Christianity has, created a reality split. But the fact that one president has basically been able to do that and take his party with him, the fact that it's an entire cult of people doing this, and that also that there is just now this American balkanization process where red states and blue states are just flying in opposite directions. There's no sense of even basic understanding of reality. Red states are asserting that the election was stolen, COVID was a hoax, all this shit like that. And then blue states are like, no, actually lots of people died from COVID, just acknowledging basic facts. Bush did not do anything like that. He was never able to accomplish anything like that. I don't think that he dreamed of accomplishing anything like that. And, you know, this ties into another point, which is the God Emperor Trump effect. That, again, is another thing that I don't even think Bush dreamed of doing. For Republicans, Bush was like a guy, he was like a good old American boy. You know, he went in the military and you know, he's a guy you would love to have a beer with. He was a patriotic man. For Trump, he's the God Emperor. They literally, the GOP as it stands right now, literally welcomes autocracy under Trump. And that was never the case under Bush. Even though they were very permissive, there was never this attitude of being like, step on me, daddy, which is completely the state of the GOP. If you spend any time, they are complete and utter simps to a man, all of them. There is a massive, it is a actual literal cult. I'm not even joking. Like, I actually think that the cult, the MAGA movement has the signs of a cult. And Bush never was able to accomplish anything even close to that. And he used that power in a very specific way. He used that to do things like to centralize power, to completely dismember government as we know it and install people who were members of the cult. People talk about like the revolving door of his White House, but it really wasn't just that it was a revolving door. It was the fact that he was getting rid of anyone who wasn't 100% a cultist for him. And as a result of that, he did things like there was the black bagging of protesters using ICE and DEA and whatever as his like personal armies to go in and fight against protesters that he didn't like. There was his anti-Muslim executive orders. There was the anti-trans executive order. He was obsessed with executive power. He wielded his cult to do that. And on top of all of that, if you look at who he pardoned, I find that the list of who he pardoned was incredibly interesting as well, because his pardons were uniquely political. Their pardons are always political. He pardoned Roger Stone, someone who personally helped him gain power and got in trouble for it. He pardoned Michael Flynn, a QAnon guy who now is running wild with his own cult QAnon movement, absolutely deranged. He pardoned Dinesh D'Souza. Dinesh D'Souza was in prison specifically for corruptly using finance fraud to help Republicans gain power illegitimately. He pardoned Joe Arpaio, the fucking immigrant torturer. And these you'll find interesting. He also pardoned Scooter Libby, one of the architects of the Iraq War. He also pardoned all of the Blackwater murderers, which is one of the most vile incidents of the Iraq War, was the 4 Blackwater murderers just mowing down civilians. That was Trump who pardoned those, not Bush. And then I guess the last thing that I'll say is that is of course the Supreme Court. There is really no like comparing how badly Donald Trump fucked up the Supreme Court, and that's something we're all going to have to deal with for the rest of our lives. The fact that he stacked up the Supreme Court not just with right-wingers but with Christian nationalists, that he put on people who literally believe that we need this country to be a functional theocracy, that Christian law should be the ultimate rule of the land, and that's what we're going to have to be dealing with. And he did that. Bush was not able to do that at all. He also did the same thing on the federal courts. And while he didn't assign as many judges as Bill Clinton or Reagan, he put in a ton of judges who were ridiculously far right. So I would argue that his damage was probably more for all of us who don't want to live in a weird Christian dystopia. He put in just so many Christian nationalists into positions of power, people who don't have any care for any sort of equal rights whatsoever. I'm not like, I'm not super like, I'm not one of those people who's all about like the rule of law and I love the American justice system. I think it has a lot of problems, but I think I can acknowledge that having a bunch of people who believe that like law should be done via biblical diktat is like significantly worse than just a bunch of people who are like really into, American civil law. There's all of that. I was also going to say, yeah, but I can talk about another one after. Oh no, the only other thing that I don't want to do too much of a download. There's one other thing I could talk about, but it's a little more personal as opposed to
hold it back, I guess, for now, because that's a pretty good summation of why Trump is the worst president in the history of the world. Now, Paul, I don't know if you want to go ahead and offer your argument for why George W. Bush is worse or was worse.
So I was taking notes during this and tried to get your basic like main points. COVID, don't really have anything to add with regards to COVID. I don't know that Trump acted any different than any other Republican politician would have. I don't know if we can quantify how many deaths he's directly responsible for, but I don't disagree with the framing your COVID argument. That's a black mark on Trump's presidency for sure. I would say that like his development of the warp speed kind of vaccine thing was an objectively good thing. Quicker you get a vaccine out to a ravaged population, the quicker you can turn the corner. And I would point out that prominent Democrats, including Kamala Harris, dissuaded people from taking Trump's vaccine. She said she wouldn't trust any vaccine created by Donald Trump.
Well, that's just foolish.
It wasn't created by Donald Trump anyways.
Yeah, it wasn't created by Donald
but
Trump.
I mean,
science.
His administration facilitated the he limbered up funds and facilitated a vaccine getting out in pretty much record time.
I mean, I there's some things I would disagree with that, and I don't like the, and this is the thing. This is why I say that like I think warp speed has to be handled carefully, because I don't think that it's worth given his previous behaviors up to warp speed, I don't think it's worth whitewashing him in any way. Like
I'm not trying to whitewash him. I think he was
science
awful.
Was already
I mean,
the
bleach shit.
Yeah.
Donald, you're not going to catch me carrying water for Donald Trump is fucking unhinged.
Sure. It's just warp speed.
I'm not a Trump fan, despite what people might call me because of my political prescriptions. I think Donald Trump is an idiot. I've been solid on that since prior his election. You know what I mean? There's never been a Trump fan.
Yeah, I just think his, warp speed came at a great cost. Look, epidemiologists would agree with me that the quicker you can get a fucking vaccine out to a plague ravaged populace, the more lives you're going to save, the quicker you're going to turn the corner on it. Agreed.
So it was an objectively good thing that came out of Trump's COVID policy that I wanted to fucking point out.
Sure.
But I don't disagree with the disinformation was retarded. All of that stuff was horrible.
Sure.
Sorry to use the R slur.
Oh,
by the way, I'm from the 90s. You'll have to forgive me. Trump disengaged from reality. So you talked about lies, and Trump definitely was a very prolific liar. There are, there are people out there. I think it's a moral difference in some people that a lie is a lie is a lie, and that a big lie can trump a small lie.
Yeah.
Trump was about self-aggrandizing lies. If you look at I know that some of the news organizations kept track of his shit.
Yeah.
If you read through the things that he lied about, a lot of that stuff was just, him putting himself in a good light, which is kind of like politics par for the course. He's a little bit more fucking boisterous about it than I think politicians have been in the past. But when it comes to lies, the Bush administration told the American people, let me just tell you a couple of things that I was told as a taxpayer.
Yeah, definitely.
Saddam Hussein had nukes.
Mm-hmm.
Saddam Hussein had stockpiles of deadly nerve gas and low-flying, long-range drones that he could use at any moment that would fly under our radar and strike the East Coast of America.
Yeah.
He had mobile biological weapons labs. So I don't know if you've ever watched Transformers. Optimus Prime is the big truck in Transformers. He's got that trailer that folds out and it's like a satellite dish and a gun. We were told that he had all of that. And these lies were told to the American people by top officials in the Bush administration, including George W. Bush himself.
Yep.
And those lies led directly to the American people supporting a war that to this day, conservatively, has killed about 3 million people.
Yeah.
And that's just direct war casualties. We're not talking about deaths from despair. We're not talking about secondary deaths, which is often just like a huge number when you invade a country. That you don't die from a bullet hitting you, so you're not a war casualty. You die because there was no medicine in your village because the road was bombed out. Right.
Yeah,
so you
doubt.
take into account all those deaths in Iraq, in Afghanistan, and in the wider Middle East during George W. Bush's presidency. I think he wins on the lies. I don't remember George W. Bush. or I don't remember George W. Bush being a particularly truthful president. And that lie alone absolutely decimated an entire region of the fucking planet and continues to this day. We're 20 plus years in.
Sure.
And these conflicts rage. So that to me gives him the win on that, but I guess that's a matter of perspective.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like, no doubt, like the Iraq War, like I said, I mean, I believe the
And the
WMDs
Afghanistan war.
A lot of people would say that, like, the WMDs, you know, I've seen arguments that are like, oh, you know, like this was perpetrated between a lot of people. It wasn't just Bush, but I do think that it can be put on Bush. And I also think that it was like I am comfortable personally calling it a conspiracy. Like, I believe that Bush enacted a conspiracy to mislead the entire American public in order to get into a war that was financially and, you know, perhaps PR effective. The only thing that I, you know, and it is hard to go like lie versus lie, because I just think that the lies leading up to Iraq were absolutely terrible, and I don't think there's anything.
They were insane. I just gave you a smattering of them, by the way.
Absolutely.
They were insane.
Like, I don't disagree.
They were literally clown world, fucking absolutely everything's upside down, insane.
I'll give you this.
Sure.
At least 4.5 million people died in post 9/11 war zones, a number that continues to grow after more than 2 decades, according to a new report from Brown University.
So we don't have a final death toll from these because the conflict rages on, and that was sold based on a bunch of really malicious lies.
I agree.
This ties in. We're going to skip ahead a little bit in my list here to something you said towards the end, which was he filled his cabinet with a bunch of dangerous Christian nationalists. Well, George W. Bush filled his cabinet with a bunch of horribly dangerous Straussian neoconservatives, whose political prescription was to project American power by invading countries and to secure American hegemony in any way possible under the guise of spreading democracy.
True.
And this horrible, horrible, deadly fucking idea is responsible for all of that death, all of that degradation, all of that fucking absolute, unbelievable destruction. So for me, that trumps what Trump did. Maybe it doesn't in your eyes.
It doesn't in my eyes, and that's only because, well, there's a number of reasons, but the reason why that doesn't trump what Trump did is because all of the people that Donald Trump has fallen in line with believe the exact same things, but they also are religious zealots to the point that they also believe that God's telling them to do it. And a lot of the neocons were like Christians themselves, and some of them also are Christian nationalists. There is an overlap between those groups, but the rise of Christian nationalism it's an explicitly dominionist view. They believe in essentially world domination, and they're totally willing to do it. Trump just didn't get like the sort of opportunity.
Right. So do the Straussian neoconservatives. The Straussian neoconservatives believe that America is the sole hegemon on the planet.
Right. I just don't think that. I just think that Trump did exactly what Bush did on that front, but went further, because Trump was willing to he was willing to ignore basically every precedent. He was so aggressive in consolidating power, in weeding out anybody who wasn't 100% on board with his cult.
I mean, George W. Bush was a Christian nationalist. He said publicly, was caught on a hot mic. He said publicly that he went to war because God told him to go to war.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with you.
He compared Iraq and Afghanistan to a holy war.
Yeah.
Multiple times.
Not only that, but we have Bush to thank. I mean, we've talked about the cost and blood of that war. We haven't talked about the cost and money. We haven't talked about
trillions of dollars.
We haven't talked about the horrible nightmare that ensued when America trusted this guy after 9/11, and he passed the Patriot Act, and he suspended the writ of habeas corpus.
I haven't even gotten to that yet.
Blowback, ISIS.
I haven't even gotten to that yet.
No.
That is part of this. I haven't even gotten to the Patriot Act yet. We're going down Demonmama's list.
Yeah.
So that covers lies on my end. American balkanization. I don't blame Trump for that. I think Trump is a symptom of that virus and not a fucking cause.
I mean, I think it's hard to draw the root, but I think it would be it would test, you know, sort of basic
this left versus right shit has been heating up
it's not
in the
just left
last
versus
fucking
right,
20,
though.
30 years. Yeah, it really kind of is, though.
But all of these people that are like Greg Abbott right now, we don't know where this is going to go. We are in a cold constitutional crisis right now. Like, are possibly the closest we've been to civil war in a very long time. And that is a Trump cultist. Abbott's a Trump cultist. DeSantis, with his absolutely deranged use of state power in Florida, Trump cultist. They're all Trump cultists. They were all falling in line to Trump. And Trump really was, like, he really did drive that. Trump drove a movement through America that was able to accomplish more than Bush ever could. He was able to create a completely alternate reality where he's the God Emperor and no one has been able to unseat him. No one in his party has even been able to do it. Now, you can argue that, like, obviously, Trump is like an heir of the things that came before him to a certain degree. But that's kind of my point, that he took it and went further, and he took everything and went further. He was a
true cult. There was a true cult of personality around Trump. What you may not remember is that there was a true cult of personality around George W. Bush to such an extent.
Not even close to the same thing. It's not, it wasn't even close to the same.
Well, let me tell you. Let me give you the extent.
He had
George W. Bush
had competition. He had competition from other Republicans.
George W. Bush
Trump
was
doesn't.
polling at like 90% approval in the months and half a year or so after 9/11. For that time,
after 9/11, of course.
Well, that's the thing, though. He capitalized on one of the greatest tragedies in American history to ingratiate himself and to portray himself as some kind of daddy figure that we could trust to lead us through these troubled waters. And he used that to start a war for profit and strip the American people of their right to privacy.
Right. I agree. Well, okay, so we'll talk about Patriot Act and other and Department of Homeland Security in a minute. But the and I agree with you. Like, Iraq was terrible. You're not gonna like there's literally nothing.
What about the loss of rights? What about the loss of your right to privacy?
We're gonna talk about that. Like I said, we can talk about that in just a second. If you want to go right to it, that's fine. I just don't agree with the idea that Bush's cult of personality was anything on Trump's. And I think even Republicans.
It was way more widespread.
I don't agree with that.
It had people like me who I've been on the left my whole life. I was fucking rah-rahing Trump in the days and weeks after, Bush in the days and weeks after his election.
That speaks more to the event and not necessarily to Bush. Because if 9/11 had happened under Trump, I have no doubt he would have done the exact same thing. It would have been, in my opinion, it would have been literally identical. Probably some of the exact same people who advised Bush would have been advising Trump, and Trump would have gone twice as hard with that.
I mean, some of the exact same people that advised Bush did advise Trump.
I know that. Yeah, exactly.
There's a lot of carryover in that.
I've been saying this whole time, that like Trump took everything that Bush was and then ramped it up. He magnified it. And the DHS and Patriot Act, these are not completely attributable to Bush. And I just really don't think that it's fair to even put them all on Bush. Bush was definitely an influence, but Homeland Security and ICE was founded by a vote that had bipartisan support. Only 9 people in the Senate voted against the formation of Homeland Security and therefore ICE. Same thing goes for the Patriot Act. In the Patriot Act, only 1 Democrat voted against the Patriot Act. It was bipartisan, and those went through Congress properly. So, like,
trust me, you're not gonna catch me making any excuses for corporate Democrats. I think that they're one of the most destructive forces in the United States, and the fact that the left is still so married to them is fucking tragic.
I think it depends on how you define the left, but yes, I will agree with you. No love for corporate Dems.
The next thing on your list was
just real quick. I wanted to say on that one, because that was one that was brought up a couple times. That these can't be attributed to Bush entirely. If he had done these by executive order, it would have been one thing, but he didn't. He had the support of basically the entire American political system, which was in a frenzy of deranged grief and anger. And so it's not just Bush. If like Trump was doing, Trump utilized ICE as a personal army. He did that without any congressional approval. He was blackbagging protesters with no congressional approval. As far as pure dictatorship behaviors, Trump just blows Bush out of the water on basically everything. Bush was representative of a bad system, but Trump was taking that.
Do you know who blows Trump out of the water on numbers? Barack Obama. The Obama administration was responsible for the massive, expansive, and use of ICE.
Yep,
He built the facilities that fucking children were put into. By the way, Joe Biden, once again, let's not forget, we're talking about the Patriot Act here. Joe Biden was one of the key authors of the Patriot Act.
Yeah, but
so this is once again, like, I'm not trying to get into the whole
that's more to my argument, though. That's more to my argument, that you can't pin the entirety of the Patriot Act or Homeland Security on Bush. But most of the things, almost basically everything that I've brought forward, can be pinned almost exclusively on Trump, or was directly empowered by Trump in such a way that it's impossible.
The Patriot Act was Bush. The Patriot Act, Bush spearheaded the Patriot Act. The Patriot Act was under the Bush fucking umbrella. He campaigned for it. He advocated for it.
No contest.
He defends it to this day. It's a Bush fucking policy.
It's a Bush policy, but it's still.
If you want to give me, if you want to start doing this, then don't tell me that the fucking CHIPS Act is a Biden win, because Biden didn't write the CHIPS Act. Okay.
I mean, we're not talking about Biden, though. We can talk about Biden if you want to.
All I'm saying is like, you're trying to gatekeep the Patriot Act because Bush didn't write it.
No, I'm trying to say that when we're comparing Trump and Bush, it's important to recognize that Bush
it happened on his watch. It wouldn't have happened if he hadn't deemed it necessary, if he hadn't campaigned for it, if he hadn't lobbied for it. It wouldn't have happened.
I mean, but yeah,
if it wasn't on his watch, it wouldn't have happened.
But again, it passed. Of course, but that's the same thing. You could make that same argument about anybody, basically, when something happens under their presidency, with few exceptions. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, it wasn't his. He didn't put the Patriot Act in by executive order. He supported it, and I'm willing to say he has blame in it, but it can't be pinned wholly on Bush. You can't say the Patriot Act is like
I really think that on this kind of
stuff, especially because
Trump
used it. Trump used the Patriot Act as well.
I really think on this kind of stuff, you have to kind of take the buck stops here mentality when you're, because, like, you know, every president obviously can diffuse blame for their mistakes among many parties, because no decision is just, they're not, no matter what they might try to portray, they're not actually God Emperor that's doing everything themselves. So I think at the end of the day, the buck is supposed to stop with the president. So
it does, but I'm fine with that. But the purpose of the debate is to compare Bush versus Trump, and I think that if there's something that has overwhelming, like literally crushing bipartisan support, it is foolish to pin that as a point against Trump when it would have.
Yeah, neither one of these guys ever sat down and wrote a piece of legislation themselves. So.
Right. Yes, but what I'm talking about, the things that I brought up were things that Trump himself, that either Trump or his direct, like his immediate circle produced. Like I talked about some of the executive orders that he did, of which there are many. And you can say that Obama was the king of executive orders, but like, just look at the nature of the executive orders. This type of executive orders that Trump was pushing through was fucking Muslim bans and trans bans out of the military, which I have a whole thing I could talk about his, that's my personal, a big issue. Obviously I'm trans, and and the anti-trans movement as we know it was functionally started by Donald Trump. There has always been anti-trans sentiment, but there has never been a movement the likes of which we've seen, and he created that by doing a completely executive order against the advice of his own generals. He hated trans people that much that he wanted to create a cultural issue that much that he was willing to say, that he was willing to basically say, trans people don't even belong in the military, which I don't love the American military. I don't know, shocker to most people. I don't have.
I mean, low key, they did trans people a favor. There's too few of you to throw into the meat grinder.
That's fair, but the statement, what is actually being said, I've heard that argument, but the statement that's being said is that you are so un-American that we won't even consider you as being able to be our grunts. That's what that statement was. Explicitly banning trans people from the military is rejecting them from the concept of belonging in America.
I mean, I agree. It's ridiculous, but it's not something I spend a lot of time railing against, because I would rather not anybody go into the military and go into the fucking meat grinder.
I hear you, but what I'm trying to point out here is not like whether or not it's good or bad. Like, I'm never going to go into the military. I hope that every trans person would avoid the military as much as possible. I'd never, ever tell them to go into the military. But the statement was the biggest, the brightest, and the most negative spotlight that trans people have ever received in the history of the United States. There has never been a moment in which there has been more of a massive And he did that from executive order. It was on his desk.
I mean,
he wrote it. He signed it.
There
and he
was
fired that.
there was a lot of nasty, and I mean like real fucking nasty anti-trans stuff in the 90s and 80s.
It was
trans
diffused.
people were the
Trust
butt of the joke. I mean, literally the sentiment at that time was so nasty and so fucking negative.
Okay, but let me
just
just a quick reality check.
There was a lot less
check.
trans visibility in the 90s, though. Too.
It was a completely different experience. There like,
I agree. I'm not
and
trying to conflate it. I'm just.
But listen to this, just real quick. In this year, it has been 1 month. Okay, there have been 125 anti-trans bills put forward in 1 month of 2024.
I get it.
Okay?
I was not trying to conflate the times by bringing it up.
All of that happened as a result of Donald Trump making a executive order on from the loudest pulpit on the planet and saying, we reject you from even serving in our military. Get the fuck out. You're not welcome.
Good news. The good news for trans people is that they've moved on to immigrants, so the heat's off now.
Well, I wouldn't. I don't know.
It's at least
they never fully move on.
It's ramping up. Yeah.
I don't know if the heat's off, but you guys have been moved to the low flame to simmer while we.
Yeah, you guys are on the back burner
for
this week. Right now, we'll see how it goes.
I don't know. Right now, and it's not that long of a. Because you know,
the thing is, I don't think anti-trans sentiment wins elections, and I think the Republican Party has started to realize that.
I agree.
So now they're like. Anti-immigration sentiment, though, will win elections.
Yeah, it's a social issue. Well, Donald Trump, that's how Donald Trump won in 2016. I mean, he's like, true. He's like, look, we're going to build the wall. And then, they criticize it. We'll build it 10 feet. We'll build it 10 feet higher. Oh, it's going to be beautiful for America. Oh, it's going to be great. I know they're sending all the worst people over. And then you see that rhetoric ramping up again. And obviously you see there's the crisis at the border because you have Greg Abbott, TJ, which please, TJ, don't lose your mind. Greg Abbott is refusing, is basically, he's doing the Andrew Jackson with the Supreme Court. He's like, Sophocles, do not command what you cannot enforce. He's saying it's unenforceable.
When I see comments like this, I want to ask the person that I'm talking, especially in this case. This dude in our chat said Paul doesn't engage with the points being.
Hey, I just want to say
weird.
something really.
Hold on.
Quick. I have one really very quick thing to say.
Okay.
Very quick. Greg Abbott should be killed.
YouTube, have a fun one with that. There we go. Well, that's the VOD. Everybody in my chat who's watching right now would be a great time to help make up for the fact that this VOD is definitely gonna get me taken down. Anyway,
yeah, thanks, TJ.
Thank you, TJ. Appreciate that. Glad the edge could come out. Any more incendiary statements you like to make, TJ, to nuke the stream?
Oh no, don't nuke it any further.
Perhaps about the Holocaust, TJ. Maybe one up here in blackface.
I really wouldn't like to lose my
you want to do
today.
to destroy the stream?
Would really not like to do that. But
I hope he doesn't. But here we are.
Yeah, we're in a weird, brave new world. But listen, I guess I have backup careers. I guess my family won't be happy with me. But anyway, so there is one other thing I wanted to say about that particular thing before we move on. The spotlight shifts from cultural issue to cultural issue by the week with the right, but a lot of damage has already been done with regard to the amount of hate and legal persecution that has been already spun up. It's true that the trans issue doesn't win them elections, but it's not really, that's not really the big concern for me, at least. Not the biggest concern. The biggest concern is the fact that red states are, and even some purple states are actually being affected by that. And it's not about the elections. The people that are currently in power are passing laws that are ruining the lives of trans people. Just off the cuff, I can just read a real quick list of the states that have passed restrictions on trans healthcare. And this was since Trump was in power. Alabama, Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, Idaho, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Mississippi, Missouri, Nebraska, Montana, Oklahoma, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, and Utah. All of these states currently now have laws on the book restricting medical care for trans people, inserting the government between trans people and their doctors. And it's only going to get worse on the local level. While running on trans people doesn't matter, the constant culture war issue and the constant misinformation and hatred directed towards trans people is getting trans people killed. And to tie that back to this exact thing, that is Trump's fault. If like his military ban was the match that lit this fire. It was him saying on a national level,
I mean,
I want you to make this an issue. So
I think part of the problem that we have is that we look at things maybe like the passage of political time differently.
Sure.
To say that it's Trump's fault is to imply that the current political climate against trans people is not the product of years, decades, and dozens of administrations, right? So
yes
to say
and
that
no.
Trump is
His
wholly responsible for it is, to me, just
mean,
ignoring the fact that this climate has been created over the course of a bunch of different administrations
it
and
has
political
been, but
climates
he,
in this
like
country.
I said, that's why I said he lit the match. Like, yes, there have been other people contributing to it. There's always been discrimination against trans people for a very long time. But he gave a, I mean, you have to think about it. Trans people make up approximately like at you know, somewhere around like 1% of the population at max. And the most covered president ever decided that he was going to make an executive order persecuting us. And from there also, if you look at who's actually publishing this, it's all Trump cultists. It's all MAGA people. It's all Trump supporters. It's all people who were either put into power by him or have been riding off his coattails. His movement
Well, he's
has
the current political
right. I think the
look, yes,
transphobia,
it's just that, like, nobody else
transphobia
really
clearly, the strain of transphobia clearly started in the Republican Party well before Trump. But
did.
I think that Trump
before
Trump's like the floodgate opening
but
up.
Trump really did bring it to a new fever pitch.
Yes,
but
he
I
did.
think that's also because trans people have seen a huge increase in public visibility
Yeah.
in
so
the last 5-10 years.
Yeah,
So-
well, it's a dialectic, right? There's always going to be reaction. There's going to be people that for some reason just lose their minds, over someone being trans, which
Like,
I don't know why, but obviously for
the
political
thing is
power,
that,
people
like,
will prey on those fears.
True. The thing is, like, I can't believe that I always have to say this, but Obama was like possibly the best president that we ever had for trans people. And it's something that a lot of people don't know if you're not a member of the trans community, if you don't like talk about these issues a lot, which is that Obama passed by executive order a rule that allowed you to change your gender with a simple affidavit. On federal documents, so you could get your passport, and your passport can then be used to change state documents, it's really minor, but it was actually pretty big. And he also made it like across the board easier for trans people to file name change stuff. That never got the big spotlight. It definitely increased our visibility, but there just wasn't, at that time, there was no response. Republicans didn't even know what to do with it. They didn't even say anything about it. They didn't even know what was happening. It was Trump that really, he dialed in the focus on trans people and said them. I mean, there's also another thing I can talk about that builds to this, which was the letter that his head of human services, I think it is, or I can't remember the department on the federal level, the equivalent of human services, that they issued, which was basically they sent out a memo to all kinds of charities and organizations that basically gave people a guide to spot trans women. Specifically, it was focused on trans women. And that was an act that was done to create awareness that was purely negative, to create hatred and suspicion, to basically teach a bunch of people.
I agree. Look, it sucks. Yeah. And you make your point. You make your point when it comes to trans issues, for sure. I guess just, where my contention is I don't really conflate trans people being singled out and trans people having their rights restricted and unleashing a fucking ongoing Holocaust in the Middle East. Like just an unstoppable train of death and destruction is different for me than
But Trump also did
trans
that
issues.
Too, like he didn't start a war because there wasn't any sort of inciting incident that he could. But this is something I was wondering if we would end up talking about. But the Middle East's current state right now is very much attributable to the fact that Trump just randomly, and that's the best way I can describe it, because I've tried to figure out what any sort of legitimate motivation was, but he randomly tore up the Iran deal. The Iran deal was one of the most promising.
It wasn't random at all. I mean, he talked about why he did it. He talked about why he did it.
Yeah, but it just doesn't make any sense. His reasoning made no sense
no,
at all.
but
That's
American foreign policy as regards the American foreign policy as regards the Middle East doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense, but him tearing up
It
the
hasn't
Iran
since
deal is like
before Trump.
Tearing up the Iran deal is like the perfect example of how Trump took everything that Bush was and made it worse. There was no reason to do that. There's no one wanted that to happen. Iran didn't want to have, no one who was involved in it wanted that thing to be torn up. It was basically universally agreed upon that this was a huge progress for everyone involved. And he just blew it up. Years and years and years in the making. Countless money was dumped into that deal. And it led to what we have now, which is an unbelievably unstable situation. Now, I'm not.
You know what? I will tell you this. Thank goodness that we elected Joe Biden and got that Iran deal immediately reinstated. You know.
I mean, well, that's the thing. I don't think it would be possible. I don't think you can.
Why not?
Because, well, look, I don't know.
Because who's going to trust someone that already reneged on one
deal? Right, exactly. That's part of the problem, and also that the people, everybody left the table, and it was.
Well, the other thing too,
I mean, it was so widely popular amongst all the people
crazy
involved.
To me about it. The thing that's really crazy to me about it is that Trump then went and tried to make almost a virtually identical deal with North Korea.
Yep.
Didn't actually have the diplomatic chops to get
I'm gonna help
done,
Rocket Man.
It's genuinely.
But after saying it was a terrible deal with Iran, he's like, I'm gonna go make the same deal with North Korea. It's like, what?
And he couldn't even get that done.
And you couldn't even get it done because he sucks, but whatever.
Yeah, but it's just like the fact that he did that on such a whim. And I have my suspicions. I think it's because it was a bill that was it was a deal that was heavily associated with Obama. You know, Obama, even though I don't actually know how involved Obama was, it was in name, like on a PR level, very associated with Obama. I think he wanted to get rid of it for that reason, but it doesn't really matter. The point is that it shows the way that he engaged with politics is a completely unbelievably careless attitude that is completely ego-driven, that he basically just said, I want this thing gone and I'm going to do it, consequences be damned. And the Middle East is in a fucking terrible condition right now. It's not saying that Iran deal would have fixed everything, but the fact that he did that permanently damaged relations, it threw out one of the best options for nuclear.
I mean, American relations with Iran have been permanently damaged for a very fucking long time.
Yeah, but he made.
I mean, there was definitely some headway in that deal.
There was a path to peace. There was a path.
Right, I get it. There was a headway. There was
headway
headway
as a result
made.
Of the sanctions being worsened by Trump.
I get it. I don't need to hear it again. I agree. I agree. I don't need to hear it again. I have a very short list of what you because your opening statement was very long.
Thank you.
But it's a short list. I want to try and get through it.
Sure.
You brought up Trump centralizing power.
Yes.
George W. Bush basically established the legal basis for, a couple of things, honestly. Number one, the Supreme Court deciding a presidency.
Sure.
But we'll set that aside. And established the legal basis for an American president to unilaterally commit America to war with no congressional approval.
Was he also really the first one who did that? I feel like that was a big issue in Vietnam.
It was a power that was heavily contested by other presidents, like everything else on a continuum. George W. Bush didn't invent the idea, but he popularized the idea as it has been used by every president since him. It was him that actually took the steps to say, I'm not taking this to Congress. I have the power to put American military forces anywhere on the planet I want at a moment's notice for the reason national security.
Yeah.
And now it's used by every president. And it's an established fact that the people's house has no say in when the people's troops are committed to the people's war. So that is a huge centralization of power on the executive. Okay. And that doesn't even go into what I consider to be the most damaging and egregious seizure of power. And it never gets talked about.
Which is what?
George W. Bush asserted dominance over state-funded public schools by instituting No Child Left Behind, which destroyed American education. You want to talk about something that's going to have a generationally degenerative effect on the world, not just America.
Yeah.
The absolute bomb that No Child Left Behind was in the American education system. We will be reaping the fucking foul harvest of that one federal seizure forever. It is going to be generations before we get people back on track. Do you have any idea how behind students are coming out of the public?
Yeah, but I don't know
versus people that just graduated 10 years before them.
Yeah, I don't. This is one where I can acknowledge that. Like, I think No Child Left Behind was certainly bad. I don't know. It's really hard to say what was more impactful on education, No Child Left Behind or COVID. Because I think both of them have led us to the current state.
I speak from the experience of a person. I worked in the public education system for close to a decade.
Mm-hmm.
So I know. It's not a question mark over my head. What destroyed the American because I worked for the district when these things were being implemented. And I saw the fucking absolute devastation that they wrought on small public schools.
Mm-hmm.
Happened to be the very schools that I went to growing up as a little kid in my hometown. These are small town schools with huge migrant and English second language populations. I
don't doubt you, but in this particular way, like what were the changes that were present in No Child Left Behind that led to that?
So No Child Left Behind established No Child Left Behind established what's called standardized education. Do you understand what that's?
Yeah. I understand
or standardized testing is how it's referred to.
Yeah, it's like having curriculums that are sort of dictated by a federal body.
One of the most important things about a teacher is their ability to adapt to the needs of individual students.
Mm-hmm.
Certain students, I was a kid that was gifted with language.
Sure.
I was very lucky. I was reading before kindergarten. I was speaking fluently at 2-3 years old.
Okay.
I was very gifted with language, and I've never struggled with it my whole life. But I couldn't do a long division problem. I couldn't do 4th grade math, right? I suck at math. I always have, always will, right? I needed people to get me through my education that were able to simplify those concepts in such a way that I was able to pass math. And I did. I passed Algebra 2, which was the requirement at the time that I graduated high school. And with a C, you know what I mean? Well, that's a win. C's get degrees, baby. But what I'm saying is, I don't mean to get off track.
Sure.
What I'm saying is, standardized education removed that ability from teachers and gave teachers a literal script that they have to teach across the board in every municipality in America, no matter what the demographics of that municipality. At fucking 5 o'clock or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, every social studies teacher in America is reading from the same script. And children are given one standardized test across all fucking groups of kids, including ESL children, which was a particular problem in the area that I live in. ESL, English second language. These are kids that don't speak English, that are going to public school and that we have to integrate into public school. They were given no deferential treatment. The programs under which they were given treatment to raise them up and teach them English were gutted. Sure. Absolutely gutted. Class sizes bloated because the thought process was, well, teachers aren't spending all that individual time anymore. They're standardized. So they don't need a 15-to-1. Yeah. Now we can do 35-to-1, 45-to-1. I watched all this happen. So I know it's not a question for me. No Child Left Behind and then expanded upon by Obama was Common Core. Destroyed American education. Okay. So that is a centralization.
Do you feel like Trump do you feel like Trump meaningfully pumped the brakes on that at all? Because I feel like when he appointed
for Trump here, I'm just saying that is something that George W. Bush did that is going to literally, I don't mean to use the word flippantly, retard generations of people.
Yeah, I feel like I definitely would agree with you. I do think that my understanding, and admittedly it's not my area of expertise as far as how the internal structure of public schooling goes. But yeah, I think that that's a pretty fair.
I mean, if you ever want to fucking talk about that, I'm your guy, because I was privy to the inner workings of the fucking public education system, and the things that I know make people's blood run cold, dude. Yeah, when people find out how bad it really is.
I mean, I have a lot of general critiques for the way that public education is handled in our country generally, perhaps famously. much lore you
But
know.
moving along down the thing, political pardons. I pulled it up as you were talking about the political pardons and looked at George W. Bush's list of political pardons. And it was the worst type of criminals, in my opinion. Embezzlers, thefts of public funds, tax cheats. It's just a long laundry list of white collar criminals that he just said, like,
he did it. I also checked that before. And
I think that white collar crime, honestly, I think white collar crime is so fucking destructive.
Sure, but I don't know. I can't.
Well, look,
my
dad.
The other way of like, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I was about to say that my dad was. I mean, I guess he was pretty much a white collar criminal.
Yes.
Yeah, he was.
So I mean, he, you know, when he was going to jail, I mean, someone came to him and was like, "Hey, look, I know the government seized a lot of your assets, but if you got an extra fucking $500,000 laying around somewhere, we can get you a Clinton pardon before he gets out of office." And you know, so I'm sure all those guys that you're seeing on those lists have all paid for the privilege of their pardons. You know, that's why they go to white collar criminals with that shit, because that's who can afford to buy their way out and fucking, you know,
the one
make
thing
a little money on their way out of office.
Yeah, the like the white collar criminal thing seems to be a universally done thing. But there is something else to consider on that as well. You know, I don't want to keep bringing it back to, you know, Trump versus Bush like crazy, you know, but that is kind of the topic. But
well, that's kind of that's what
Trump
we're trying to figure
literally
out, so.
is the white collar criminal. Like we didn't even talk about this, but the entire Trump Trump what's it called? Trump Foundation, which is now being completely dismantled because he spent years doing charity.
I got to
fraud.
tell you something. I mean,
he's the guy. He did that as the president. He used his presidential power to do that.
I don't know if Scotty would agree with this or whatever, but like what? Trump reminds me so much of our dad. Like, just like the way he talks, his attitude towards things, his sense of humor. Like, there's so many things that when I look at Donald Trump and I listen to him talk, he reminds me so much of my father.
Yeah. It is.
I mean, it's like
kind of strange.
It's like almost eerie how fucking similar they are. So I understand. I think I understand Trump because of that on a more of a personal level, because I've been around someone with that exact personality type. And, you know, and that's one of the reasons that I'll pretty much never be able to fucking support Trump for president, because it's like, I just think to myself, like, imagine your dad was president. I'd be like, whoa, no, don't do it.
I mean, it's
our dad used to do this thing where, like, he would meet someone. And, like, let's say he's flying across the country, right? He's like, I think you told me a story. Like, or going to Las Vegas, and our dad, who was, claimed, I guess the closest thing you could say to religion he had was, like, maybe he was a deist. You know,
some kind of like deist or something. You know, he believed in some kind of other realm or something.
But he got sent next to some Bible thumping holy roller, and like he just played the part for the flight. You know, he had this total act of like he'd be for abortion's evil.
For 5 hours, he just told this woman what she wanted to hear until she loved him and thought he was just the nicest, most wonderful man. And at the end of the fucking flight, after this woman goes away thinking she's just met like one of the most devoted Christians, you know, and the most morally upstanding guy that just, wow, this is like a great example of like a human being. My dad fucking turns to me and he's like, man, really pulled the wool over that bitch's eyes.
I was like him.
I was like, Jesus Christ.
And he went on to like gamble and buy porn compulsively the entire trip they were there. So it's like, you know, right. But I mean, of course, you can put on the act, which is what you're saying Trump does. Which he clearly
I think
does,
it's more than just an act. Like, I mean, he's channeled like he is able to channel and mirror like what he thinks his cultists want to hear so much.
He's a performer.
He doesn't even talk about
sorts.
Exactly, and he won't even like. It's really funny. He doesn't even talk about Operation Warp Speed anymore because he started getting booed because the movement that he's created is so anti-vax that they don't even like hearing him talk about it. And so you can actually see it happen. It was God, I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. I did a little video on it a while ago where he he got booed on Warp Speed because he mentioned the word vaccine. They started booing before they realized he was boasting. And then he just doesn't bring it up anymore. He won't do it. He won't even bring up his own thing. He's just that willing to channel and manipulate to that.
Well,
degree.
if you're
he doesn't want to hear that crowd boo. If they boo, he's like, I ain't doing that anymore.
If you're a politician and your crowd starts booing, you're obviously, I mean,
yeah,
no politician's ever going to bring that talking
yeah, they're
point
like,
up
oh
again.
shit.
Yeah, I mean,
like,
but it's also just like
someone got fired for that one. Who mentioned that? Who put that in my speech?
Most people would find a new way to spin it. Most people wouldn't just pretend that he didn't do it at all because he's realized he created an anti-vax movement to that degree. I don't know. It's weird. But yeah, on the white collar thing, like Trump is like the king, like. And I don't have all the facts on, like, all the figures on hand about the Trump University and his real estate fraud. But like, he was doing that as president. His kids were doing that while he was president. Like, the level of fraud is insane. Like, I mean, I don't know if you followed the case much earlier last year, but that was what was being said. He's done. They're like dissolving all of his assets.
There's insane levels of fraud
and so,
in the Trump
like,
organization.
there's just so much that keeps going on. Like he is the guy, and his pardons were, like I said, you know, just to finish off the pardon thing, like his pardons were literal war criminals and people who personally helped him gain power. Like Roger Stone is a great example. Paul Manafort, another great example. He pardoned people who helped him get into power and were convicted for it. It's like, it's incredible the degree to which he was just like, yeah, thanks, you helped me cheat this. And then
Paul Manafort, by the way, one of the Bush operatives that survived the Obama years.
Again, he fucking, it was Trump who pardoned Scooter Libby. So there's that as well. Like I just really think that, like, no matter how you slice it, Trump took all of the Bush stuff and just magnified it. And
my politics are very tied.
I'm starting to feel like I'm changing my position on this argument as I hear it play out.
Yeah,
It's not. I'm not taking your side either.
God damn it!
I've started to feel like this is almost like looking at a snake, like a horrible venomous snake that has stripes, and argue about like which stripe of the poison snake is the bad one.
You have like the green mamba and the black mamba. You're in between. You're like, which one's gonna get me?
Not even that.
Yeah,
all right. Wait, hold on a second though. Hold on a second. Wait a second. Hold on.
It's not even two snakes. It's one snake.
That would be fine, and I would accept that. I'll accept that from you, TJ. But Paul got really fucking pissed about me saying, "Hey, this head of the snake is pretty goddamn venomous, and I feel like I'd rather get bit by that head than this one."
I know Paul's got a few more items here. I want to try to wrap this up. I know Demonmama, you agreed to do an hour. You've been here for nearly 2.
I'll go as long as you want. Literally doesn't matter. If you guys want to keep going, I'll go 5 hours.
Hey, you dude, I'm the same type. I'm the same way. I'm ready to fucking roll.
All right, well, Paul,
I had a feeling you probably want to talk about Biden.
I just have a couple of.
All right, well, Paul, could you hold on to him for just a second so I can really briefly go over our goals with people, since it's
let's do that.
It's way past when we normally would do that.
You can mute us, Demonmama. You don't have to sit and listen to all this bullshit.
Oh, okay. That's fine. I'll listen. I don't care. We'll listen in.
For 150 tonight, we have Dementia Olympics Mini.
We've definitely made that.
Which we've probably made it, but the Dementia Olympics was we were trying to figure out who's the more dementia-addled between Trump and Biden.
Wait. We got Demonmama here. Before you do this, we have a tradition. Let's let Demonmama in on the tradition.
Oh, that's true.
What's the tradition?
What's the tradition?
Well, you see it here on the screen. We're sharing with you.
Oh,
here,
okay. I'll go ahead and play it.
We have a hot Velma. I have a hot Velma fetish.
Oh, okay.
And
nice.
We try and pull a diverse array of hot Velma cosplays and critique them in a way that's kind of objectifying.
Oh no, I can't critique the Velmas. All right, hit me with it anyway. I'll do my best. I can't say I'll critique, but
sorry. Oh, it'll loop back. You'll hear it again.
That's me sitting on the chair.
Oh, I can't hear it for some reason.
That's you in a fantasy.
Yeah, I mean, we don't play the music. Sometimes it's like copyright.
I actually did intend to share the audio this time.
Oh, did you? Okay.
This is a 10 out of 10 Velma for me.
Yeah,
the curves are
hold on. I'm gonna bring it right back.
Bodacious on that. What was that? You know, look. Sorry to be so fucking toxic male, but
I get you.
Bang, boom, and pow.
I lost my glasses again. Fred.
Uh-oh.
And the glasses are on his lap.
What
you know?
Fred would look like.
The glasses are on his dick.
Yeah, that's the joke.
Okay, I mean,
I get it.
I think, look, I'm not gonna lie. It's a pretty, the Velma. If I'm gonna criticize anything, it's gonna be the quality of the fabric, because I'm gonna say that the Velma colors are a little off, and that fabric looks weak. It kind of looks a little Party City to me. but she looks great. And I do.
That is a common problem we find with these Velmas. Is
yeah,
that, like,
the colors don't match. You're right.
And like a few, sometimes they'll have like a good sweater, but other times, you know, it's like really cheap material. And I don't know. I like it when they have. I like it when they have like something that has a little bit more like texture to it. But in terms of like just, yeah, I mean, she's definitely hot. So
yeah, definitely hot. Yeah.
Loving the discussions. Take money. We will.
We had a fanboy Velma on recently. That was we're going for max diversity.
Yeah, Paul likes the BBW Velmas.
I really am a fan of the BBW Velma.
I mean, Velma's a little chunky in the original series, so.
Well, yeah, that's part of the Velma fetish in my mind. Is like like Brittany. I called her Brittany. What was I don't even remember the chick's name.
Daphne.
The other one that was
You were close.
Daphne.
Hating the discussion. Take nothing. Fuck you.
Damn. Boo.
Oh, you know what? You're on a timeout for your rudeness.
Wow.
But yeah, no, Daphne, so basic. You know what I mean? A dime a dozen, California girl. You know what I mean? But Velma, she had something else going on. She's a little thick underneath that sweater.
I mean, I got a soft spot for I got a soft spot for nerdy girls. I gotta say, completely.
Me too. Me too. We share that, Demonmama. We share that.
So we're in alignment on that for sure.
For 300, we have videos that will make you choke on your tea. Even if you don't drink tea, you'll still mysteriously find yourself.
I do drink tea though. So.
Oh, you got some tea? I'm gonna get myself some tea.
I actually finished it. I had boba tea earlier. It was great.
I like a hot tea.
I hate boba tea. All right, so
you're an idiot, TJ. Boba tea's great, dude.
Boba tea sucks.
Wait, what type of boba tea do you get?
So pedestrian.
Why do you want? TJ. I don't want little weird cum bubbles,
dude. In my tea.
Little
tapioca. The tapioca is great, dude.
Yeah, ugh, it feels so gross.
Okay, dude, she's sucking the cum bubbles in her mouth. Oh my god.
No. All right. For 450, we have Vaush and Kyle talk. Basically, my drugs argument with Vaush continues to advance through various places on the platform.
Well, you know, if the Greg Abbott shit doesn't get all of us in this room banned, I think Demonmama lasciviously drizzling boba cum all over the place.
Yeah,
it's probably gonna be. I think that probably pushed the envelope.
I don't see why there would be anything even wrong like Greg. I mean, look, I'm saying after like
all right, don't go into it.
Do it again, please.
Scotty, hit the button. Hit the button.
Okay,
hit the button,
I'm
hit the
sorry.
Button. Don't even talk about it.
He's muted.
All right. Oh my god, dude. TJ, please. I want to keep working.
Fine.
I want to have a job, TJ, please.
It's just explaining the logistics, but you know. For 600, we have 7 signs someone you know is a demon.
Whoa.
Appropriate have Demonmama here.
Hey. I could probably.
I don't know if openly identifying as a demon is a sign or not, but
yeah,
I mean that should be number one, I think.
For 750, we got your girl Roseanne Barr having a conversation with Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Oh my God, what a vortex!
I know. And then also, as if that's not enough, we have a little bit of an after dinner mint in the form of Andrew Tate. Just I don't know, having some kind of take.
A sour mint, that is.
And then our final goal of the night is Rob Schneider talking about how he found Jesus on the Glenn Beck show.
Top goal.
Oh
well,
my God!
I'm sorry if we make it, guys.
Yeah, I hope we
that's a spicy meatball right
there.
I gotta unpack that one in my head for a minute.
That sounds incredible. I'm not gonna lie, that sounds fucking amazing.
And then after all that, we will be doing our after show sloppy seconds, so you can stay tuned for that. That's for patrons only, so you got to give us money for that one, or you got to sneak past our flimsy fucking paywall. I guess you could do that too,
or you can use it. Or we have free trials as well.
Free trial too. Yeah, please give us money though, because we like money. We're very greedy here.
Even
though we are outwardly socialists, we still are extraordinarily capitalist when it comes to you giving us money. As all streamers are.
My view, you should give me some money right now.
That hypocrisy is pretty much unavoidable, so fuck you. And then on January 30th, that's next Tuesday, I believe, we'll be doing probably our strangest gauntlet yet. We're going to be doing Roseanne Barr versus Rob Schneider versus Andrew Tate, trying to figure out, I don't even know yet. Because I honestly don't know how I'm going to structure this until I actually sit down and fucking do it. but I'm going to figure out some shit about these people. We're going to learn things in the course of this.
Well, it's
and if
verse,
we don't,
right?
And if we don't learn anything, we'll just start making some shit up because that's.
I mean, there's
that's
a
our
versus thrown in there too, so you can't just say it's like, well, we're going to learn about them.
Oh no, we're going
to
learn
fight.
We're going to learn how to rank them by various metrics, Scotty. I don't know. We're going to figure out which one's the worst. Which one's the best grifter?
It's measured in Andy.
Which
Dick,
one's
right?
the most fucking annoying? I already know the answer to which one's most annoying though. It's Andrew Tate, clearly, because he's the only one I can't. I like. If you told me I have to watch like 10 hours of Roseanne Barr, I'd be like, okay, I can do it. I mean, it's going to be painful, but I can do it.
There has to be a
have to watch 10
process for you
hours
to
of
come to
Rob
that
Schneider.
conclusion.
I'm probably going to want to fucking die, but I'm not going.
Well, I'm not going to call it yet.
If you tell me, no, fuck you, Sky, shut up. If you tell me I have to watch 10 hours of Andrew
How
Tate,
dare you, TJ?
You tell me I have to watch 10 hours of Andrew Tate, I'm fucking opening a wrist, all right? So I
well,
can't.
Then why even do the gauntlet, TJ? Why even do it, man? It's Roseanne versus Rob Schneider versus Andrew Tate.
Because you stupid idiots might disagree with me, and there's 3 of us.
No,
so.
TJ, it's a competition. You can't say someone's already
won.
It's not a
Well, I'm saying Tate's already won that one for me. I'm fucking just letting you know
that's
my
one
bias
metric. That's one metric.
It's one metric of many. All right.
Oh,
so anyway, obviously this will be contentious because Scotty wants to pick fights and fucking take dumb
I don't want to pick fights. I want to point out, TJ, that it's a versus thing. You gotta have the fight. Have the fight before you declare a winner, TJ. That's how it works.
Go suck a fucking big hefty bag full of dicks, motherfucker. Anyway, we got other gauntlets you can fucking watch. We did a true crime gauntlet. That was pretty fucking cool. Bill Maher. What happened?
I'm just saying, that was very crude of you, TJ.
I'm a crude motherfucker. You know this.
I mean, you are, TJ. You are. It's
unfortunate. We have company, though. You know what I mean? This is how you behave in front
I'm not
of
supposed
company.
to shit on the carpet when there's guests.
Yeah, you're
That's
not.
right. You go outside into the yard, TJ.
I came ready for it. I came ready.
Well, TJ, aren't you another kin? We got you a litter box, TJ. We got you a litter box. Go do that.
Oh,
I did shit in a litter box one time.
Really?
Yeah. I was just curious. I was just like, I wonder what this feels like.
How was it?
It was inconvenient.
Yeah.
It sounds inconvenient.
Yeah.
It's not really built for you though. It's built for a cat.
That's the thing. Yeah.
If they came up with like a comfy human litter box, I'd use it.
I mean, that's true. Maybe if it had been a comfy human litter box.
That's like every single child whenever litter playground in America, seeing a sandbox, being like, "Wow, I didn't know they made litter boxes for children."
Dude, that is one of my favorite
those do
things.
end up like that a lot of times.
That is one of my favorite things, like that's come out of like the right wing trans hysteria. Is this like meme that a lot of them believe is real? That like certain school districts are installing litter boxes for the kids that
Joe Rogan fell for that shit, dude.
I know.
Actually, it just kind of shows you like. I don't know. I feel like that kind of shows you that like none of the distinctions that you try to draw between like any like sexual minority, gender minority doesn't matter because they all just think that like their deranged fantasies are so off the wall that it doesn't matter. Like they don't know, like I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
Let me.
It's not a critical examination of reality. It's just like I'm biased and don't like it, so therefore whatever.
It's not even that they don't like it. It would be one thing if they actually didn't like it. The thing is that they do like it, but they hate that they like it, and they have to persecute other people that like it.
We have seen the data from those porn companies where it's like that's for the states that view that kind of content the most, as far as like trans content.
Oh, for sure.
That is true.
Yeah. It's incredible.
Well,
the hate fucking energy is like off the charts, but that's just kind of like that's just how it goes, right? Like that's it's like psychosexual,
that's my theory as to why there's always such hate for LGBT people.
Shit, Mr. Naughty Priest.
Whoa,
Mr. Naughty Priest, the chat MVP yet again. Thank you.
God,
what a fella. What a guy.
Never forget TJ's awkward CNN appearance. I don't really feel like it was that awkward, but okay.
That was not.
Wait, you know
what?
It was a little awkward.
I'm TJ's greatest detractor, and I don't think it was that awkward.
It was a little bit awkward.
What was TJ's fault?
Mean, Paul.
But it wasn't TJ's fault.
Okay.
That's some sour grapes, Paul.
It was awkward.
That's some sour grapes.
It was awkward because they never really gave you a chance to talk because the Pope died.
Yeah, it's funny. The Pope fucking preempted you.
Pope.
Let's hear from this atheist. Oh, never mind. The Pope's dead. Who cares what he has to say?
But anyway, I was just gonna say
they brought
that
an
I
atheist
believe
on in that moment. The Pope dies. That's kind of like a mega flex, isn't it?
Yeah, they should have fucking tried to coax me into saying some shit about the Pope and like get America's.
They didn't have
it was nice. It was nice taking him out, kind of thing.
Yeah, missed opportunity.
Yeah.
I would just be like, you know what my grandpa used to say, and he really did. Poop on the Pope. So
Well,
that's simple.
I'm convinced that a lot of the obsession that right-wing brains have with trans people and LGBT people comes from just like repressed sexuality. I think that they're attracted to trans bodies.
Yep.
I mean, that bears out in the porn statistics. I mean, if you look at where trans porn is the most popular, it's the South. Why is it? Why is that? You know what I mean? Like, why would that correlation exist? In my mind, it's just, I'm a very Freudian thinker. I'm a very psychology is everything thinker. And I really do think a significant portion of that hatred comes from a hatred of some little slice of, gayness or gender queerness in themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's complicated, but I do think there's that is a dynamic that's at play. Like, I mean, the amount of, like I said, the hate fucking thing is crazy. Like, the amount of people who, like, simultaneously want to kill you and jack off to you when you're a trans person it's something you encounter.
I'm sure
constantly.
It's a worrying thing.
It is. It's upsetting and weird, but also it's kind of like there is one small way in which it's like reassuring, which is just that like it's like what the truth is in the end. Like where the tide of the world will always end up going. Like that like they can't lie to themselves forever. Like trans people are attractive to them. Trans people are attractive and are just as much a part of the sexual landscape as anybody else, and they can pretend that it's like aberrant and we don't like it, but it's just reality. Like they can deny it all they want, but they're mostly like, I mean, I guess when they're in positions of power, they're in places to hurt us a lot, but they're also torturing themselves.
I mean, so many of them have been caught fucking with their pants down, literally. Like,
we've seen that super anti-homosexuals, and then it's like they're gay. It's like
who's that rat dude from Texas who got caught with like I think he got caught with like ladyboy porn on his
rat dude. I was thinking Ted Cruz
Twitter.
was like,
that happened to it was Alex Jones that happened to.
Was it
Alex Jones?
Listen, Alex.
He
Jones.
lives in Texas.
Alex Jones.
There was an incident involving Ted Cruz.
Like
I thought it was Ted Cruz.
I think Ted Cruz liked stepmom porn.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hey, you and Ted Cruz got something in common there, Paul.
Yeah, I know. I mean,
hey, Paul, want to watch a teen titty film?
But apparently everyly.
It has her stepmom in it.
That's a very popular genre these days.
Oh, it's super popular.
I went.
Paul's like,
last time I went porn surfing. I tried to look for something that wasn't stepmom porn, and I couldn't find any. So, it seems to be very popular with everybody.
I was forced to jerk off to it.
I had two last areas of George W. Bush shit. I don't want to belabor them. Number one, I put 9/11 on George W. Bush. It was his military and his regulatory state that was asleep at the wheel. I mean,
and he ignored intelligence in that direction. Yeah, at the very least. I mean, he might have done worse.
The whole apparatus was under his fucking purview. He's the commander in chief of the military. The military was asleep at the wheel that day. I put it on him, and that was an event that will scar the next fucking 10 generations of Americans. They literally set us on a different course. I don't want to get into it.
I agree with that part. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can agree with putting it on him. I feel like that might be a little too much. I do. I
mean, he was handed a memo. Yeah. He was handed a memo weeks before the fucking attack, with the actual attack as it happened. I mean, he was just literally handed like, "Hey, these guys want to do this.
Sure.
They want to fly planes into buildings and shit," and then he did nothing with it. Like it was literally asleep at the wheel.
Sure.
Shockingly asleep at the wheel.
Mm-hmm.
The only other time that I've been
I think you can at very least put a little bit of. I mean, you could put some of it on.
Oh,
for sure.
I don't think I think putting some of it on is for sure. Like, I mean, especially the response. Obviously, the response. Like a lot of the responses. Like,
the response you could put.
I don't know if I can just say like I don't know if I just don't know if I'm willing to jump on board.
I put the whole fucking thing on him. I think that if there was a competent administration in place.
I don't know. I feel like I put a little bit on Osama bin Laden and shit. But I don't know.
No, I don't. No, fuck. He was just doing what he had to do to survive.
Gotcha. And then you said there was another thing or something.
Yeah.
One last thing. He denied us all the ultimate pleasure of seeing his goofy ass get hit full in the face with an Iraqi nationalist shoe.
Okay.
Not once, but twice. And it made him look so fucking based and manly and fucking athletic and cool.
We were talking about that earlier. We were saying that that's one area where George Bush would just wins no matter what. Like no matter what argument we're having. Instead,
dude,
like, if
Trump would not have Trump would not have dodged those shoes.
No, it would have
no
been
fucking way.
If he would have to have taken the shoe in the face, because if he dodged the shoe, I swear to God, his body would like slide in half. Like it would just go like, you know,
and
it would have been like
dude,
a moldy pumpkin straight up.
Bush just matrix dodged both of them. He was just like spot dodge, and it was just so cool. And fuck him for that. Yeah. It would have been so great to see him eat a dirty fucking Iraqi flip flop. You know what I mean?
Great, but
so that's all I got. I will say that I kind of agree with TJ after going through it. I don't care as much like as when we started. And
you're pretty goddamn mad about it. I saw the clips.
I was very mad about it. I still kind of am.
Oh,
because
you gotta admit, I made a pretty goddamn good case, though. Like, right?
Yeah, no. I'm not faulting you. I mean, like, look, that's kind of why I don't care as much anymore, because I think you made good points.
Yeah.
I think that it wasn't maybe as absurd a claim as I thought it was, given letting you explain it over the last 2 hours. I still disagree pretty heavily, and maybe the reasoning will avail you of why. And I think that this is going to be super contentious.
Sure.
But whatever, maybe I'm wrong about that. I think that right now there is like a real aura of unreality around Trump. And I'm very sensitive to fear mongering, largely due to the kind of surveillance state and shit in the wake of 9/11. Maybe got a little PTSD, a little 9/11 PTSD that lingers, but I'm very much wary when people are being pumped full of fear about something.
Sure.
And I feel that on the left, there are people that are overblowing reality in order to kind of shame people into voting for Joe Biden. I think they're overstating the case of the devastation that would happen with another Trump presidency. And I believe that disempowers people, not empowers them.
I haven't really seen anybody overstating the case against Trump. I
mean, you think there's going to be like a trans genocide if Trump wins?
I think there's already one building right now. And I made a whole video about this. In fact, that's one of the topics that I think is like, I'm most comfortable with arguing about. I think like, first thing first, I don't think that a genocide is like a single distinct event. That genocides by their nature have to be built, and that there's a process of genocide. In fact, I would be willing to I'll reach out and I'll do just a little bit of a citation here. The Lemkin Institute, the institute founded by the guy who literally invented and coined the word genocide, states that they believe that there is an ongoing trans genocide in the UK and the United States. And so you can take their word for it if you don't want to take mine, but I do believe that that's the case. I think.
Well, what I'm talking about is the kind of hyperbolic implication that trans people are going to be rounded up, hunted down, put in camps, exterminated, disappeared. Do you think that that's going to happen at a rate higher than it already happens? I mean, unfortunately, trans people are disproportionately the victims of murder.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's hard for me to predict that exactly, but I don't have a very positive prognosis in that direction. And I do fear very much for Trump, especially given like some of the stuff like Project 2025 and some of the things that he said. He gave like an address talking about how fixating very heavily on like doctors are mutilating our children, and we need to take them and arrest them and lock them away, which will kill trans people. I don't know if like the way that an American genocide would take place would look like rounding people into camps. But what I can say is that actually the camps take a slightly different shape. Right now, currently in Florida, they have just passed a rule that says that Florida insurance companies that are operating in Florida have to cover conversion therapy for trans kids as a part of their thing. And that's a huge industry right now that is very invisible. Something that I'm sort of plugged in because of my past, but conversion therapy is huge, and these are torture camps for trans kids, and they disappear in the night because they don't look like the government doing it. It's the government saying
it's not. It's unfortunate. It's not just. It's LGBT people across the board.
Although the fixation now
thrown
is,
into these things,
you know, parents are charged by Republican media to fixate on trans kids. And like, but yes, it is true. It's all LGBT youth. It's not just trans people, though that trans people are kind of the fixation that parents are on the hunt for. I think that's one way that it happens, but also you look at places like Texas. Governor Greg Abbott was drawing up lists of trans people, keeping track of families that had trans kids, and then was, in disobedience to federal orders, was instructing his Department of Homeland Security to persecute those families. And he even went so far as to tell them to use personal lines so that they couldn't be tracked by the government on work lines in order to do this. Now, it wasn't amazingly successful because obviously he was flying by the seat of his pants. But the fact that that's even being attempted in places is kind of a demonstration of where this will go if it's charged up further. And I don't think, again, like, just to repeat, I don't think that the like electoral viability of railing against trans people really has any impact on it. They don't seem to want to stop doing that anyway. Even Donald Trump, he doesn't focus as much on trans people, but he still brings it up fairly frequently, and his loyals do all the time. So I don't know. Some people have a very specific view of what a genocide would look like in the United States, which I don't agree with, and I think it's ahistorical. Like, the people always point to one specific genocide, which is the Holocaust, which is, you know, and people kind of have an image of what that looks like from movies and from things like that. But the reality is that genocides unfold in multiple ways. A great example of this is the what I consider to be an ongoing genocide in Palestine, which did not look like take the shape of like what the Holocaust looked like, where people would be carted away on trains. They were living in a place. They take different shapes is what I'm trying to say. And but the effect can often be the same. And right now,
the shapes aren't as different as you might think. The ghettoization of the Jews, the ghettoization of the Palestinians, the building of the walls and the delineations and the pogroms and all that shit was happening, you know, in both cases. So.
And it just they do look a little different, and people don't always see them unless they resemble exactly like this historical image. And I think that's what some people react strongly to, people saying, I am worried about a trans genocide. And they think, oh, well, you think that like it's going to be black and white images of like people being carted away, and that may not be what it looks like. It might just look like one state after the other, making it impossible for you to get the healthcare that you need, torturing you publicly, making it impossible for you to live the life that you need to medically, and then criminalizing things like getting access to HRT that you do if you do it on the gray market, which is not currently criminalized. At least it's partially criminalized. For trans men, getting testosterone can be criminalized. It's complicated. I don't want to get too far into it, but obviously testosterone is a controlled substance. It's not heavily prosecuted as other controlled substances, but it is technically. But it would be nothing for a couple of states to start clicking and saying, we don't want this to happen anymore. Now you're going to go to prison for this shit. And then you have the functional thing. They just disappear because one of the main things that you'll notice that a lot of right-wingers try to do is they try to destroy. This is something Michael Knowles did very publicly. He said, you know, we want to eradicate transgender ideology from the public eye. They want to destroy the category so that you can't be seen as a trans person, which means you can just disappear and you can't be tracked at all. If the prisons suddenly start getting filled up with trans people, but the state has no way of saying this is a trans person in here, you're just some person who violated some law that is on the books, then you have functional camps, which are just pre-existing prisons that are now just being used to house a ton of trans people. Like,
sure, I think they're under your kind of description, there would be a number of genocides going on in the United States right now. I mean, there would be a genocide against black men for sure. The prison industrial complex has just absolutely destroyed black people. I love it when people point out that black people are historically impoverished and historically do more crimes or whatever, but want to ignore the absolute fucking modern day slavery that is
Yes.
the prison industrial complex.
I've had a conversation with people about this where they got indignant and said like, oh, well, like, then you're going to say that like, you're going to say like, basically exactly the thing that you said, like, well, yeah, then wouldn't that mean there's multiple genocides going on? And I just say, yes. I think that we kid ourselves about certain types of behaviors that we categorize and write off, but that they absolutely meet the definitions, and that anybody who's a serious scholar on it will call those types out. If you actually spend any time, which I have, the reason why I came to this position wasn't just off the cuff. It wasn't just out of fear. I went and looked and I said, what do these people actually have to say about this? And so on that front, to sort of wrap it back around what we were saying, I don't see a lot of like overstating the case against Trump. What I do see is people overstating the case for Biden, which does annoy me. And I do see some types of like, I would say like aesthetic, maybe is the right word. I don't know. People mostly, what I see is a lot of people make factually accurate claims about Trump, and then they just sort of like leave it there and then spin into, well, that's why you got to vote for Biden. And I think that's a bad look, and I don't think it's the right move. I do generally tell people that if it comes down to Trump versus Biden, that you should probably vote for Biden. But I'm not amazingly passionate about Biden. I've never have been. In fact, I've been mostly throughout my channel.
I think anybody that says that they are is fucking lying.
I mean, is anybody really? Maybe him.
Maybe some really like oldsters and shit out there, real fired up.
Yeah, some people at the retirement home might be really.
But yeah, no, I don't see anybody. Now, this is a contentious fucking thing for me, and I'll tell you, I get called a class reductionist a lot, right? And maybe I am. I don't know. I really don't care. But I get called a class reductionist a lot, but I really feel like it ignores kind of the messaging. Now, I'm a kind of like old school labor leftist. I believe that if you wanted to empower trans people in this country, the number one, under the current paradigm, and of course, we're not talking about our prescriptions for a hypothetical future. We're talking about now. Sure. But I wanted to empower trans people. The best thing that I could do is put more money in their hand.
Yeah, I don't disagree entirely.
When I talk, and I'm not trying to say every trans experience is the same, but we have quite a few trans people in our community, and I talk to them. And one of the things that I've noticed across the board is that a lot of them feel trapped. A lot of them, especially the ones that are in these southern states that have passed these ridiculous draconian laws, they feel like, well, I want to get out of here, but I just don't have the fucking money.
Yeah.
If I put money in the hands of trans people and everybody else besides, though, it's the whole rising tide raises all ships argument, right?
Margaret Thatcher, yeah.
I agree with Margaret Thatcher on that, if anything else, right?
Yeah.
A rising tide. I
always find that one funny.
Yeah. I just feel like it's true though. Yeah. Like when poor people have more money, poor people benefit. Overrepresented as poor are LGBT people, people of color, migrants, and immigrants, right?
Yeah.
These are the minorities in this country that are under attack and that need our help now, not yesterday, not tomorrow. Trans people need our help now to get out of these states. They need our help now to better position themselves in lives and to surround themselves with people who are going to love and nurture their identities and not question it constantly. That to me, I'm not a trans person, but I would feel like that would be one of the most empowering things a person could do, was to put some salve on my financial woes and give me some options.
Yeah, it's a little hard because there are some issues in how to get the money into trans people's hands, and sure. Like, for example, trans women specifically are like one of the most like sort of discriminated against single demographics of people when it comes to employment. That there is an incredible amount of employment-based discrimination. The unemployment levels, for seemingly no discernible reason other than your trans status, is like really, really high among trans people generally, but especially among trans women. And that means that there's like there's an underclass, even to what we would consider like the traditionally considered proletariat.
Sure.
And that creates a problem, which okay, so you said you kind of have I don't know if your position that you stated here would be, I would consider class reductionist. One of the problems that I generally have with the class reductionist position, and one of the reasons why I argue against it pretty strongly, is because class reductionism was often used to undermine the labor movements themselves. A lot of people don't know this part of America, especially American labor history, but that that because of that very, very directly, divisions were intentionally drawn between, between black workers and white workers to create tensions within the unions, which basically meant that the unions were saying, we have to focus on the labor struggle, we have to focus on the class struggle, but none of the black people in those unions were being heard, so they divested from involvement in the unions or were excluded entirely, which makes the union weaker. And that's why I think that the class
unions have a very colored and colorful and checkered history when it comes to race, because yes, there were some racially divisive unions. There were also unions. Well. There were also unions that were incredibly forward thinking and egalitarian with their black and brown and gay or whatever membership. They didn't. You had to be a worker, right?
Yeah, not all sort of succumb to this, but it is traditionally a tactic that's used to sort of draw divisions.
You know, I grew up in a strong labor household. Both of my parents were factory workers and members of a local trade union, internationally recognized. And I was exposed to my first openly gay person because of that union, because my parents worked with a person who otherwise they probably would never have mingled with. His name was Demas. He was a black guy, very openly, unapologetically, flamboyantly gay, and I was a closeted bi kid.
Yeah.
And so Demas was my first real, friend that was openly and unapologetically himself.
Yeah.
And that happened within that union structure. Demas was a vociferous union member. And so, I saw how all of and I'm not like, look, dude, there was racial division in my household. My parents are pretty racist, but all that melted away at the union table. You know what I mean? All the bullshit, there's just no place for it, because a rising tide raises all ships. I may not agree with Demas, but if Demas making more money means I get a fatter paycheck too, because we got a better contract, lift up Demas. You know what I mean? And I believe a lot of good work can happen in that space of deprogramming people from these kind of like stupid, baseless, racist and gender discriminatory lies that they're fed. I think the best thing that can happen in a lot of cases is just for these people to be exposed to a trans person who's reasonable and not the crazy child rapist demon that they're being told or whatever. Just a person, I mean,
I do think there's strength in that. I guess one thing that I see among the sort of class reductionist circles is and it depends on how you define this, but it's a group that I've become fairly familiar with. I've found them to be to never actually like deliver on the promise of the so-called like the color blindness or the gender blindness or whatever. I mean, a great example is like that piece that was written by Slavoj Žižek, who is sort of like he's in that circle of the sort of people who are very, very fixated on class and kind of against identity politics, and then he goes and pens an explicitly anti-piece for his Marxist magazine that he's working for. I think it was for Compact Mag, and he just wrote it, and it was completely uninformed. It was damaging, genuinely, towards the trans cause. And trans people are like they're not you can't put aside something like your identity when it's like that, when it's like somebody is going after you or advocating directly against you. So the class reductionist cause has that problem, which is why I'll always support the more solidarity focused approach. And I don't think that's I don't think they're in opposition. I think, in fact, unions that focus on solidarity and are able to recognize like the needs of minority groups within their own structure are going to be the strongest ones.
That is across the board true. The strongest unions in America would probably be the teachers union, the Teamsters union, and the prison and law enforcement unions, and those are all agnostic to race. They're all colorblind organizations when it comes to membership. So
I hope that's the case. And like generally as a movement, I do my best to critique class reductionism as a standard position, and instead like recognize that like classes are more complicated than just income. They're more class is a very complicated conversation, and it isn't literally only tied to like your paycheck each week. It's tied to your position economically and otherwise, and there's a lot that goes into that. Again, like being not represented in the workplace at all would preclude you from being able to participate in unions. And yet there are like for example, like our trans sex workers who are not able to get work because of discrimination. Are they any less, you know, worthy of liberation than anybody else? And I would say obviously they are just as worthy as anybody else. But they might not be
anybody who wouldn't.
Yeah, they might not be as represented in a discussion that purely focuses on, you know, unionist politics or whatever. I just think that it's important to have a broader view than
until we get ourselves a sex workers union. Then,
yeah, true. I mean, that might be possible. That would require a couple of pretty big changes, but yeah, definitely possible. Definitely
one big union, baby. That's the goal. Is all of these specialized unions are under the masthead of one big organization,
the
like
Freedom Guild.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Marxist International was a huge step in the right direction and needs to be revived, if not under the same banner.
Wow.
But
that's a whole other conversation. But yeah.
Well, yeah, sure. I mean, operating now, empowering workers and empowering working families and poor people in this country, and the people that need healthcare and the indigent, is my #1 political driver.
Yeah.
Secondary to that is limiting our fucking damage to the third world and the environment, limiting our exposure as a weapon dealer internationally, and stopping a lot of the flow of that money to ongoing conflict, and a real focus on, you know, like a new deal in America that reestablishes the rights of people to have a decent job and a roof over their head.
I would love for us to see something like that. I am not amazingly
well. One of the things that bothers me, Demonmama, about modern politics and the discourse on the left is it seems like economic issues seem very much to have taken a back seat to social issues. I don't hear the economic argument being made all that often anymore. I feel like we're not being honest with ourselves about how detrimental.
But Paul, Bidenomics.
Right, yeah. I mean, like, I literally saw Joe Biden standing on the deck of an aircraft carrier like George W. Bush, but instead of the banner saying mission accomplished, it said Bidenomics on it. This is how out of touch this dude is.
Yeah.
I've seen news stories that are just like incredulously like, the stock market's breaking records, but people aren't feeling it. And it's just the
vibe session, that whole thing, the vibe session thing.
They don't know.
There's a couple of things. There's a couple of things I could say on that, I guess, which is like, I think a lot of the left does talk about economics. It just depends on where you're looking and what you're looking for. Social issues are obviously a big focus of like content creators on YouTube, and part of that is just because economics is not accessible to a lot of people. They simply will not watch it, and there's not much you can do about that. You have to learn.
I think that's a problem of the presenter, because I don't think economics is a boring conversation when you're talking about empowering workers and workers maybe eventually seizing the means of production and asserting themselves in the halls of power in a way that's never happened. Like, that to me is passion, and it equals any kind of trans liberation passion that I've heard. You know what I mean?
It's just that when so the trans liberation passion is like, I can say this firsthand. That's a big thing I talk about. It's not exactly the most popular topic in the world. It's popular among trans people.
I'm not saying it's not. You know, by the way, just to make it clear, I'm not saying it's not an issue that we should focus on. That's never been my argument. My argument is, and I think it bears it out, I think that there's a kind of a frightening turn away from economic issues, and there needs to be a heavy turn back towards economic issues.
I don't 100% disagree with you. I just think that it's a question of how, and this is where, like, you might get my little anarcho-leaning side coming out, which is just that, like, I don't think that most people are in a meaningful position to actually do anything about their economic position at all at the current moment. And, like, when we talk about, I mean, in America especially, like the class striation is it's bordering like we're like neo-feudalism at this point. The amount of money that is concentrated at the top is people are so unable to get even a foot ahead that they're not, and also they've been moved out of the sort of the answers that Marxists of the past were able to give, the union pushes and all these sorts of things, aren't universally applicable anymore to large swaths of society. There's no way, there's not a whole lot of ways for YouTubers, for example, or as another example, DoorDashers to actually follow like old school Marxist organizational principles because they don't apply well to the modern world.
Yeah, we don't really know who our boss man even is.
You don't know who your boss is. You're not. And the law is.
I mean, we know who owns the company and who profits.
Yeah, but it's all so decentralized and kind of vague and like, you know.
And you get a lot of people who like to virtue signal.
They don't fucking
you get a lot of like rah rah.
That what's the woman's the CEO of YouTube? What's her name again?
She don't sign. I don't remember.
Yeah, Wojcicki don't sign our fucking paychecks, you know? Like
no, but I mean, like she is the head of the organization that would be our foe in any kind of ongoing labor.
How you can't fight against somebody without like you can't fight against that just off the cuff. Like you can get mad and you can shake your fist, but we don't have any. There's not.
Yeah, the labyrinthine structure of business to insulate workers away from the halls of power is not new. This is as age-old an anti-union tactic as you get. Oh, you don't actually work. Oh, you can't establish a union because you don't actually work in the lumber yard. You're a contracted adjacent to the lumber yard. You work at the gravel pit, and there's already an established cucked union at the gravel pit that's basically a company union.
Yeah,
and you have to join
that's even worse now because that doesn't even to that degree doesn't happen. Contractors just don't have any. There's no legal support whatsoever.
Well, here's the problem:
to build a union for contractors, and every single day more and more people.
Here's the real problem, though. Here's the real problem. Like in every union, part of the fucking strike is stopping scabs, and if you're a DoorDasher, it's pretty hard to fucking figure. I mean, because they're not reporting to the DoorDash factory. If you're a YouTuber. As long as people have access to YouTube, there's a bunch of every YouTuber tomorrow is like, nope, we're on strike.
Well, there's really no legal
fresh crop of new YouTubers who are like, holy shit, that's my chance.
Yeah, it's my chance, exactly.
There's no legal way for a union to stop scabs anyway. Like you're not allowed to beat the fuck out of people that try and get into the building to do your job while you're in absentia. And keep the fires burning. You're not allowed to beat the fuck out of them.
There's actual meaningful social pressure.
Well, in the outside of the YouTube space that can happen, and I get your criticism. I happen to think that the reason that YouTubers and DoorDashers can't unionize is because there's really nobody spearheading that. There's nobody making the argument.
So many times I've been streaming in lefty spaces for a long
it's
time,
been like look, they didn't make the argument right.
Times. It's not just about making the argument. It's about the fact that the answers haven't been developed, or at least that the answers in that structure, in the unionist structure, haven't been, may not even exist in this current paradigm. I think that we have to come up, like I said, this is why I personally lean towards the sort of anarcho direction. And I do find that there's a lot of compelling, I mean, I could give you shit to read right off to read, a modern theory that's being written about this. But like the structure of the modern world is not what it used to be. And much like how what worked for peasants to be able to fight for their own liberation, under feudalism did not work in the industrial era. Likewise, in the tech era, we have to learn some completely new and innovative ways to resist and to fight for our ability to liberate ourselves. But there's also a compounding problem, which is that in addition to all of these things, we're also contending with an encroaching environmental crisis that is unprecedented, and we haven't seen this level of like monetary class disparate. What's the word I'm looking for here? Anyway,
disparity?
class striation since nearly feudal times. It's incredible how different it is. So there's a huge
we're officially not just to steal, man, what you're saying. We're officially beyond what we called the Gilded Age in the United States after the Civil War.
Yeah.
Where the workers are officially worse off than they were in the Gilded Age when it comes to the percentage of profits that they're taking home. So we've reached all like unprecedented in American history levels of labor disillusionment in this country, and it needs to be capitalized on like yesterday.
It's
There
just
needs
how
to
to
be a
capitalize on it
giant
is very
shift.
hard. And I think this is where we run into a certain problem, which is that a lot of the solutions I don't think give themselves to being discussed on social media, which then, you know, which is fine to a certain degree. Obviously, this platform can only go so far. But, you know, and my job is not, you know, I don't brand myself as some kind of revolutionary saving the world. I do a show that's very political. That's it. And, but also like, it can give you the illusion that there's no conversations happening, that there aren't people doing this. The reality is it's just not being talked about on social media because it can't be. And also, of course, there's the fact that like social media, as we understand it, has been completely and utterly compromised. Twitter was at one point being used very effectively for a form of quite effective resistance. This was really Twitter was incredibly popular for basically pop-up protests during the BLM protests, and Twitter has been completely destroyed in its capability to do that in numerous directions.
Well, the need for like the need for an organizational space is nothing new either. I mean, cops and the government used to routinely bust into union halls and places people were meeting to unionize. The company would hire thugs to do it, to, you know, beat people up literally and fucking keep them, you know. So this is all this is all part of the struggle, as I understand labor.
Yeah, it's just that
over the company will do everything. The company will do anything to not give you a seat at the table. You have to put everything on the fucking table. And that's why we don't have a YouTubers union. We don't have a YouTubers union because YouTubers are kind of like, fuck you, got mine, dude. Like, I don't know about you, but I'm living kind of a fucking, I'm not rich, but I'm doing okay. You know what I mean? I'm making money. I don't have any complaints.
Well, but I mean, that's true about basically every work. I don't think it's just that it's a fuck you, I got mine. I think that the structure is designed. I mean, we don't share spaces. You don't like.
Well, what it would require is for us to start. It would require us, and when I say us, I mean all YouTube content creators of all stripes, to start organizing and to be willing.
How do you do that? That's the question.
Right, I know it's a tough question, but I'm saying
it's a question that I've never gotten a good answer on. Every time I hear people say that, I hear people say organize all the time in these spaces.
If you look at other industries, so there are labor magnates that are kind of revered in the labor space. Cesar Chavez in California is one of them, famous labor advocate for migrant workers. And the answer to that question is the same as it always has been. You need someone with a voice and power to charismatically advocate for it and to walk bravely into it. That's what we need. We need somebody that has way more reach than you, way more reach than me, somebody that's in the establishment of YouTube. You know what I mean? Like big name, multi-million.
You're ready to fall in behind the Vaush union in 5 years.
I mean, yeah, dude, if Vaush was like, fuck this, I'm taking my content down and I invite you to do the same. And I went and he had an organizational structure and I was able to read it and I agreed with what he was doing. Fuck yeah, I'd follow Vaush down the fucking
I don't think it's going to happen. I think that.
I know, because it's fuck you got mine.
It's not
because Vaush is super comfy, man. Vaush is doing like fashion streams and stuff, talking about his like
I love his fashion
$800 Italian knits and shit. You think he wants to give that up to fucking lead the revolution? Hell fucking no. But that's what it needs.
I mean, I don't think he could. I don't think even if he did, I think it would just his
I think he could make a fucking decent run at it if he really.
I don't even think he would make a drop in the ocean. I think he would disappear and people would go, remember that Vaush guy? I do genuinely believe that would happen. You would get lost in a tide of other content. The YouTube machine is designed to not be.
Yeah, I just think there's too many scabs for it to work that way.
It is. I mean, it's not just scabs either. It's that there are like Like
this is real. This is real rudimentary though. Like this is all true if we were sitting here and we all made hubcaps for a living and we were talking about like how do we get
because
this
then we
off
could
and run?
fucking literally block the scabs from going into the fucking
No, we really can't.
No, wait.
Because like if
There's another
all
part
we
of it.
are
It's
is
not
just a small
scabs.
shop union, if all we are is just a small shop union, we're not going to get our asses in front of the door to stop a scab. The cops are going to be out in force and they're going to have us cordoned.
It's the fact that on YouTube, nobody fucking knows each other and nobody works together. If we're all making hubcaps, we're standing together in the same physical location. You live down the street, I live down the street. We all live in the same place. We have a foundation on which we can build. Right now, we're all over the place. I don't even know where everybody's streaming from. Even if we were super motivated and we wanted to, we are disparate. We don't have like. And what you're asking for is for people to basically align behind somebody they don't know and don't care about. Like if Vaush told me,
that's why I said it has to be a powerful. I don't know if Vaush meets the bar. I haven't looked at.
That was more of a joke. I think it would have to be like for somebody
like a PewDiePie or some shit.
Yeah,
like somebody that's got like
I'd love to
10
see
billion.
the union that fucker would make. It'd be the
I was just using him as an
National
example
Socialist Union.
I was using him as an example of somebody that's at the top tier, like somebody that's got a wide reach would have to fucking start it, and then people like you and me are gonna have to make the leap of faith to join it or not. That's how every union works.
I mean, I don't know. I just don't think there's the trust there. The unions don't just.
And that's part of the problem.
Unions don't
One of the to answer your question as to
that.
why don't we have a union, like why can't YouTube have a union? It's because, and I'm not trying to be mean or antagonistic, most people don't know fuck all about labor.
Well, true.
Like in the YouTube space, nobody knows anything about the labor struggle. I don't hear anybody bringing up the history of it.
Because most of it is irrelevant to them. When you're talking to somebody,
no, it isn't though.
It is. No. There is nothing like they can have a concept of solidarity and a respect for a historical event, but their lives simply do not resemble the lives of those that you're talking.
Right, but I feel like they haven't availed themselves of what happened and what the tactics were that led to the successes that labor had.
Read so many things about labor, who poured over so many things. They could cite you all these different labor events, and it doesn't mean anything because there's no way to apply that.
Well, where are they? Because I can't find them anywhere on YouTube.
Like it's half of BreadTube has been doing that, and that's half of what they talk about.
Then it's the half that's hidden. It must be hidden by the algorithm for me because
I don't know. I can give you some examples.
I never see labor. I never see labor agitation coming out of BreadTube.
Because there's no labor agitation. They're not in a factory.
Right. That BreadTube is supposed to be the labor agitation. That's my point.
No. I disagree with that.
Yes.
I think that's
BreadTube is.
It's a consumer label that was not even taken up.
Right, but what is it referencing, Demonmama?
It's referencing Kropotkin.
Right.
Yeah.
It's referencing. It's referencing international fucking workers.
But this is
socialism.
the problem, though, is that people are looking to YouTubers, some of whom play into it and some who don't. Are looking to YouTubers to change the world when they can't. YouTubers can't do that. I'm fucking broadcasting from my fucking tiny little side bedroom and trying to make a show that makes people laugh. I can't fucking tell you how to fix there's no way I can do that. I don't even know most of the people that I'm talking to.
I'm not asking you to, Demonmama.
But that's just what I'm trying to point out is that no YouTuber does. There's not one. It's not possible. The structure is different.
Well, I can't. I don't have the reach.
In a factory, you're clocking in every day to the same people. If you work in a factory, you're going in every day to basically the same group of people. Some people might come and go, but for the most part, it's the same group of people every single day in the same physical location, in the same geographic location. That gives them grounds to do things, to be able to respond in a way that we can't when we're dissipated into a gigantic content machine. I might have 500 viewers right now or whatever watching my show, which is super cool. Love you guys. Support my show. Thank you. But like they're all over the world.
You've got another 900 on our side too. So thank you to you guys as well.
Subscribe to my channel. It'd be cool. You guys will like my stuff.
Yeah, go check out Demonmama and give us.
Yeah, if you've enjoyed Demonmama, or even if you didn't, even if you're just like I hate Demonmama,
I'll tell you, I've enjoyed this talk. See, here's the thing. I don't mean to shift gears and talk drama because I think we agree. I could go on.
Wait, before you go on, can I hit the restroom?
Go ahead and sum it up. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No. I just wanted to ask if I could hit the restroom before we move on to another.
Oh, please do. I need to go too. I'm going to go do that too.
Quick.
Do we all
restroom
need
break.
a pee break?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Poll.
I don't need one, but I'll just
All
talk
right,
to the
you
audience
can
while you guys
keep
are doing
everybody
that.
entertained. That'd be
Petulant.
awesome.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, go ahead,
Because
Petulant
I've been
Paul.
up and while they've been talking, you know, you guys probably noticed I haven't talked that much. I don't know, Sky, are you still here?
Petulant Paul, DJ.
While they were talking, I was listening on my phone and just kind of walking around my entire
Terrible.
house because I was like, you know, they'll talk enough. I don't need to even fucking necessarily be there as long as I'm still listening.
I was just looking shit up about what they're talking about. I'm like, hey, let me look this up.
And I was just wandering around my house with like looking at them on my phone, and then I'd pop in here when I had something I wanted to say, like, you know, the thing about Greg Abbott that I think should happen.
He should,
You know, stuff like that.
They should have sex with a rhino. That's what you're talking about.
Yes, he should be made love to by a rhinoceros.
He should
for
know
sure.
a rhino every night for the rest of his life.
But, you know, TJ, stop letting Paul bully the guests. Dude, they're having a fine conversation. Their conversation is good because it just means that I can just kind of walk around and not have to do much and just watch it on my phone.
No, I'm at my desk. I'm not like they were just mainly talking. That's why I wasn't on camera. It's like, what's the point? I mean, like, look, I'm here.
I've been all around, but I've been listening the whole time on my phone. And then I'll just pop in whenever I hear one of them say something that makes me want to, you know, throw something in there. But honestly, even when I've tried to jump in, it's been hard.
I don't want to jump in particular because if two people are having a discussion, I don't want to like bully one side or the other.
Plus, I've already talked to Demonmama a few times, and Paul's never talked to her, so I thought it might be good.
I gotta be honest with you, the Paul's takes tonight, terrible.
Terrible takes.
Terrible takes.
Awful.
We bring on a respectable guest, and what does Paul do? Terrible. Look, I'm hugging a flag right now. I'm so happy.
Why do you think Vaush and Paul couldn't have a normal conversation like this? I just think that
that just evolved into that just became a one-note conversation. To be honest with you,
the problem is that you got like, I don't know, it's like two billy goats or something. They just want to fucking ram each other.
Also, you know, I just think that I think there's more animosity there. There's more of a genuine animosity in both of them and antipathy towards one another. I mean, which is clear. So I think when you have people that have, I mean, as much as I like to say it is just a ideological disagreement, there is something a little personal there.
Sure.
What are we talking about?
So when you have that, I mean, obviously they're not, you know, they don't know each other, but when you obviously have a disagreement, sometimes passions get stirred, and
we're talking about how you and Vaush are like oil and water.
Paul barely let her get a word in. Is that serious?
That has to be a joke.
That is facetious.
You guys have both talked plenty. There's not been a shortage.
Oh, the Baconator, my man. Guess you just got a Baconator one break from my. That's exactly what I would expect from your weed delivery job. Hey, deliver me a Baconator, bro. Give me a fucking Baconator.
So some pissed off vegan wrote us before your...
Oh, shit. Sorry, vegan.
Wrote us before you came on, Demonmama, and was letting us know that you're no friend to vegans or whatever.
Oh, yeah, I bet.
And they're mad.
Yeah,
we got a
why would a vegan tell us that we're the Baconator's a meme on our show? It's like, I'm sorry, I get, you know.
Yeah, like you're not gonna find any commiseration from us, you know. There's no vegetarians.
I don't hate
here.
vegans. Don't get me wrong, I don't hate vegans at all. But it's just like, I mean, I eat Baconators, so I mean, I have no words. I can't speak on that issue with any seriousness.
I'll say this about vegans: there are other groups of people that I hate more. So
yeah.
Okay,
so the vegan thing is kind of funny. It's really crazy because most of the conversations I've had on my channel have been like pro-vegan ethics, and my main criticism, and this is the one that like gets them to blow the fuck up and cause some really weird situation, is I just think that I think a lot of vegans fall into a hyper-consumerist focus where they're very fixated on everyone buying the right vegan products and not buying the wrong products, and that they then, because they feel trapped by that framework, because obviously that's not going to actually do anything to stop the mass murder of animals, then they start taking it out on random people and like doing this whole thing like, nice murder sandwich, bro, which is something that literally happened. Once I was just eating a sandwich during like an 8-hour stream, and someone came on and got super mad. I said, why the fuck would you act like that? They got really mad. They ended up debating me. And then after that, as a result of that conversation, a really infamous vegan channel named Vegan Gains. I don't know if you've ever heard of him.
Oh, we've more than heard
we
of
know
vegan gains.
Yeah,
we
have a
helped
history with vegan
popularize.
gains.
Yeah.
We helped popularize vegan gains back in the DP
Well,
days.
he was popular. He already had his shit going before we came along.
I don't know. We gave him a boost.
For sure.
He got really mad, and he came in to debate me, and he opened his debate by basically like he started out like basically just fucking with a load, right, like fucking already blown in his pants when he came in. He was like fucking. It sounded like he did cocaine, which I guess is vegan friendly, but he did that like he came in like so amped, and he was like, "You're a fucking murderer," and then I just like, okay, well, I guess if we're just throwing accusations around, I called him a child rapist, and he got so mad about that, and I'm like, you just called me a murderer, like unfounded, and I think if you're gonna call me things unfounded, I'm gonna call you things unfounded, and it basically ended the debate. He couldn't recover from that. He started freaking out and just talking over me every time, and then he quit the call and raged about me for quite literally weeks afterwards. And so there's like this subsection of the vegan community, the ones who make me wonder if maybe the vegan diet does do brain damage. But I don't want to be mean to all vegans because, you know, I know there's a lot of good ones out there. But yeah, that community doesn't like me, and they basically
I'll
go
be
around,
mean to all vegans.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Well,
Vegans
it was that person that reached out to us, or somebody that knows that person, because that
Almost
meat
sure.
sandwich.
TJ, what about the vegans that don't say anything to you
That
and just eat,
murder
and they're just
sandwich shit,
vegans?
yeah.
You
I think
hate
they
them?
need-
Oh,
The
I don't
vegans
even
that
mind
leave
if
me
vegans want
alone?
to say things to me. I've actually had some really good conversations with vegans. And like I've said,
Well,
I'm
yes,
fairly
of course.
open that I'm not a vegan, but that I've like, as a result of conversations with vegans and a result of just thinking through the sort of ethics on my own, I've drastically reduced my my meat consumption over the course of years. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not at that point. I'm not at a point in my life where I feel like I can easily, because it's not just me. I live in a house with my multiple partners, and not all of them are on board with veganism, which means like, it's just a whole thing. There's a lot of steps that have to go on there. And maybe someday I'll go full vegan, but I don't know. I don't know about it. I haven't fully decided on that. But I have drastically reduced my meat consumption over the course of years. And it doesn't seem to matter to vegans. They're at least a lot of the ones that come at me, they're very obsessed with you being like,
That's
sort of
like
picture
saying I've
perfect.
reduced the amount of murders I commit.
Yeah,
on a
they're
daily
assholes.
Yeah,
basis.
I can tell you that's gonna be completely inadequate to most people who are super active vegans. You know,
Yeah, and
it's
that's fine,
probably-
and they can get fucked because, quite frankly, I think they don't actually care about what they believe in, and so
I think a lot of vegans' heads are in the right space, but I'm kind of a doomer on this. I feel like we are probably going to be considered to be a pretty lucky generation of people because we'll know the taste of meat. Like, I think human beings are just going to exhaust this planet's ability to support the factory farming industry and shit.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
I
hate factory farming. The thing that is like, I think that it's a much harder question, and like, I don't think that most vegans are prepared to actually talk about what would actually help. They mostly just want to yell at random people and make themselves feel better about the world they live in and feel morally superior. It's something I've encountered over and over again, and I think it's like to the point that I think it's like much like how like moral superiority is like deeply ingrained in like Christian movements that you even encountered on like lefty leaning Christians. They'll still have like a certain level of like moral chauvinism or whatever, like where they ultimately believe like that their way is superior, and that ultimately you're definitely going to come to see our way of the world, and a bunch of other things like that. It's like ingrained in deeply in the culture. I think that's the case with vegans too, almost to a really bad degree, where so many vegans became vegans from engaging with other vegans who are basically obsessed with the moral high horsing and not the actual the actual movement or whatever is going to solve the problem. And so you end up just encountering chains of vegans who are just moral high horsing, and that's what they're only interested in. They're interested in being an asshole and trying to make themselves feel better about their decisions than somebody else. And it's just like, and it's really funny because if you try to talk to a vegan, and you'll talk to a vegan, they'll pop up their camera and they'll be wearing a fucking shirt that's no doubt made in a fucking nightmare factory in China. And I'll just be like, so you're yelling at me about eating a cheeseburger, but you're not even gonna have a conversation with me about the fact that like you buy fast fashion, that you own a computer that has lithium and cobalt in it, and they'll go, you're just trying to pivot away. I'm like, no, I'm trying to bring up the point that like a consumer focus like is not the answer. You can't just boycott your way out of everything. Otherwise, you better get fucking moving into the woods and finding a source of pea protein in the woods, because it's not.
How's ethical? There's no ethical consumption. If you look at the supply chains, it's impossible. There's no one that's, if they're living in the modern world, is ethically consuming the products they use.
I mean, like everything else,
that's almost certain.
Like everything else, accelerationism is really the answer that nobody wants to talk about. You know what I mean? Like, get to the point where the planet can no longer support these fucking things, because we're on a bullet train to that anyway. And then there won't be any more factory farm. Well, there will be. They'll just be cockroach farms making cockroach milk and roach protein and all this shit.
I don't know if I agree with acceleration.
Well, Paul, you're going to be on the back of the Snowpiercer, just so you know.
Yeah, I will be on the Snowpiercer for sure. I hope I'm in one of the like. I'm hoping in that like circus cabin that there was. I'll look like the fun cabin.
Paul, you're gonna be one of the plebs in the back, eating the cockroach.
I wanted to ask Demonmama.
Sure.
The Vaush discussion that we had, you kind of went over it with a fine tooth comb. You watched the whole fucking thing, and
it was fun. I had a fun time. Yeah.
There's this like I think kind of like bad faith kind of thing, that like piece of scrutiny that I heard you give during that against me, and like it seems like Vaush's audience and maybe a lot of people that are kind of co-audience members in our audience seem to share, that I just find to be like, I don't know, it's a head scratcher for me.
Okay, hit me with it.
I feel like the debate got salty and spicy or whatever the fuck, but I feel like Vaush was the first one to take it there. Like, I went back and watched it, and he called me and TJ by proxy a child. I think it was like 5 times before I ever raised my voice. He was very like smug and dismissive and preachy. He was definitely the first person to yell.
Yeah, maybe. I don't remember like the exact blow by blow, honestly. Like, I don't remember who elevated.
Well, it just seems like I feel like a lot of the issues that were between us got buried under this like keck culture of like, hey, salty, you know what I mean? And yeah, dude, that's my thing, is I'm a pretty impassioned person. When I argue, if somebody wants to raise their voice, like, that's the reason why this has been a pretty nice conversation between the two of us, even though we disagree on some stuff, is because at the very least, like, you haven't, unless I missed it, you haven't called me a fucking retard or a child or
at one point.
Huh?
I did say you were grandma, but that was more like
okay, Paul, you're a child.
Whatever.
I'm gonna start out there. Paul is a child.
You fucking privileged son of a scammer.
What? You know, that's true. I can't even argue it.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I guess my interpretation, I don't know. I tried not to engage in any keck culture. I was definitely laughing about it. I was having a fun time. And I did poke some fun. Specifically, there was a laugh that you may have seen that part. I did.
My ha ha ha, my loud ha ha ha.
Listen, it was good. Okay, it's on my soundboard, so you can.
That part was funny. I laughed at that part. That was good. That was good.
And,
that was fun stuff.
And I didn't even mean. We lined that up perfectly with the RB and the Chief laugh.
You know,
but that was funny. But I didn't have any like. I don't know. I felt like. I don't know. I wouldn't be able to say who's fucking blamed for raising it first, but and I didn't really care. Like, I guess it's like, for the most part, my problem was just I didn't really agree with the arguments that you were bringing forward.
Sure.
And we can talk about that subject just between us if you want to. Like, we don't even have to like talk about it through the veil of that previous conversation. It's up to you.
I mean, do we want to talk about that, or do we want to talk about the eternal preservation of international maritime trade? Because we haven't talked about that. International maritime trade, hot button issue for the socialists and anarchists right now.
Oh, we talking about like the Houthis thing?
I'd rather TJ threaten the life of a public official again than hear that name. Those Houthis.
Sorry, I mean, I don't know.
I didn't threaten
those Houthis.
Admittedly, it's not a.
Those Houthis. Dude, you know me. I mean, you could probably tell, and I wanted to say, you were explaining some of the roots of your anarchism and your leanings towards that. You got a friend in me, okay?
Sure.
One of my political, inspirations is a anarcho-primitivist, smash the fucking dams kind of eco-terrorist guy. So I definitely have a little bit of that same kind of philosophy flowing through my veins, and that's good. But wait a minute, what was I talking about? Saltiness.
This.
What was the point?
You had said something about the Houthis and.
Oh yeah, those Houthis. Oh God, I put them right out of my mind. Those Houthis. God, curse the name.
And then you said something about us having a shared thread on the anarchism thing. I do have a tendency towards anarchistic thought. Just
I'm a smash the state, tear down tech capitalism fucking dreamer. Okay.
Yeah.
You may say that I'm a dreamer. I'm not the only one. But when those Houthis, those godforsaken Houthis, interrupted international maritime trade in order to try and punish an ongoing genocide, I lost my shit. You know, there are lines that you don't cross.
I feel like maybe this is a reference to something somebody else said, because I don't know.
Where are you at on the Houthi thing? You think we're gonna be bombing Yemen?
No.
Thank
no,
you.
I don't support bombing. I especially don't. I don't support. I don't know. I feel like fucking firing missiles into civilian areas is a pretty fucked up thing to do. And I feel like there is almost assuredly other options that could have been taken.
What about this? What about parking one of those big fucking aircraft carriers we have in the Red Sea and just protecting the boats? You
Craig
know what I mean?
has a red filter. I'm just TJ. Because I'm wearing a mask doesn't mean I automatically turn into Craig Y. Stop it.
I don't know. Like, I don't know what, I feel like that would be a pretty major projection of power. And I don't know, the international trade thing, I can understand where some people are coming from in that it's like, in that like people are concerned that it's going to have downstream effects for a lot of innocent people. But also I can't help but say like, is this not what's to be expected? In the current state of the world, like do you not expect
well, I mean, as a leftist and a revolutionary, if you get caught up in that, you're just fucked. That's a bog. That's the bog of eternal stench. Of course, that's the way things are in the world. It's because we're not in charge. God fucking.
No, I just mean like when it comes to like what else do you expect? Like
anarchy.
A trade line that's running next to like a permanently destabilized area of the world, there is obviously people are going to attack that shit. Like, of course they are. There's expensive things. There's ways to make a statement. It's like the biggest target being drawn on everyone who goes through there ever. And that's a downstream of policies that like the average person talking about this has no impact on whatsoever. Like the state of the Middle East has like any YouTuber who wants to try and have an opinion on it. There's this problem. This is something I know this is going to be a little bit of a disambiguation or whatever, but pardon me. There's this problem that I have that I hate in political discussions online, which is the policy brain thing. It's this, like, when people start to talk about politics, they no longer talk as themselves. They pretend that it's as if they were the president of the United States or something, or some kind of, like, magical wizard who can make any decision. And they go, this is the way that it should be, the way I would do it. And I'm like, okay, but it feels to me like such a bankrupt thing, because it's like, oh, well, this is what I would do if I was in that position. But it's also like, yeah, but you're not in that position, first of all. And secondly, well, how do you deal with all the other decisions that were made that led up to that? You just ignore them. And so it becomes this exercise in sort of just take-making that I don't find very compelling. And maybe that's part of the reason why I don't spend a whole lot of time like arguing with people over like the nitty-gritty of like international policy, because I feel like it's mental masturbation. But
I mean, it deserves our attention. No,
sure. I mean, I don't think there's anything.
And I mean,
wrong
like
with
it is one of the things by which at least I measure, the success of politicians. Right? Is like, how deft are they at keeping us out of these things? How quick are they to bomb a country?
Yeah.
Like, these are major points of contention for me, politically and morally.
Oh, no doubt. And
by the way, not to cut you off, somebody said I need to clarify for your chat because everybody thinks I'm an acolyte of Ted Kaczynski, Kaczynski, the Unabomber. No, Derek Jensen is the name of the guy I was talking. You're not gonna like him either, but I'm not. He
didn't mail bombs to people.
Yeah, I'm not a Ted Kaczynski acolyte. Okay?
Ted Kaczynski's a really weird guy.
I don't necessarily disagree with Ted Kaczynski on some things, but
he's one of those weird guys where it's like sometimes you'll read something that he says and you're like, wow, this guy really nailed it, and then 2 sentences later he'll be like, yeah, but gay people need to be ejected from our society. He's a fucking weird guy. And he has a lot of incoherency in what he wrote. I don't find, so people meme about Ted Kaczynski because it's edgy and funny, and I get it, it's funny, and I laugh sometimes when people make Ted Kaczynski memes. But like the reality is, like if you actually read Ted Kaczynski, a lot of what he says is fucking incoherent.
He was out of his mind for sure.
Yeah, he was.
He had some valid critiques of modernity though, for sure.
For sure, no doubt. Like,
I mean, usually when someone is like some kind of crazed mass bomber, you're not really going to find anything that's common ground. So it's kind of neat to just be like, hey, actually on some stuff, this guy was. Well,
when you're right, you're right.
He was a radical. He was a radical, and he was a little out of his mind. And I think that most people are a little out of their minds, but maybe not to that extent.
Usually not to that extent.
No, but I'm not a Ted Kaczynski guy. Just to clear that up.
Yeah. Oh, I don't remember what we were talking about. I guess all I was saying is I kind of get frustrated at policy brain type discussions sometimes. Like, I don't know. I think there's places where it's easier and there's a clearer path to like what we should do. Like, I mean, for example, I think that it's fairly easy for me to talk about the ongoing massacre of Palestinians and say, hey guys, we should be doing everything in our power to apply pressure to stop this. That's an easy one, and it's like
right.
you don't.
But like when people say
when people are like, should we condemn the Houthis for shooting a missile at a trade boat? I mean, yeah, I guess shooting a missile at a civilian boat isn't that great, but it's like, I don't know, like, what do you want me to say? Like, what do you want me to do about that? I have no say on, like, what am I supposed to do? Write a strong letter?
The Houthis haven't killed a single person as far as I could find in these attacks, and the loss is cargo owned by billion-dollar multinationals. You know what I mean? It's not. Yeah. This is. For me, as a fucking, a person that advocates ultimately for humans to ditch the fucking monetary system completely, ditch capital and all forms of trade, I'm not crying a single fucking tear over a fucking couple boats that got, all the iPhones blown off of them.
Yeah, I've definitely seen some people be like, being like a little raha, like, oh, based, pirates are like bad and they should get blown up and shit, and I'm just like, I don't know, man, like that seems weird to me.
Well, I mean, Vaush is one of those. He's been very like, this is based of Biden to bomb Yemen because the Houthis are disrupting international maritime trade, and it's like, well,
weird to me. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I would agree with him on that. I don't know.
That's part of the animosity. Part of the animosity that I have with Vaush is that I feel like a lot of his takes are kind of indistinguishable from what I would have considered like a right-wing take when I was a kid. It's like he's very anti-drug use, or at the very least, pro-shaming people who use drugs, I guess. He treats drug users like a monolith. I mean, that's right out of the right wing.
I mean, I don't know if I'd go that far. I did spend like last stream going over his takes. I feel like he was, it felt a lot more like edgy antagonizing people in his chat and making some like take stumbles on the way. I don't think he's like I don't think he's like a fucking dare person on drug use. I mean, maybe I do think that some of his takes were just like poorly constructed. I talked about that on my own video, but I don't know. I found that whole protracted beef that he's had with his chat to just be, I don't know, not productive.
It's stupid and it's out of touch and it's reductive and
it happens though. Like, I don't know. I don't want to be too harsh because like I get like sometimes you get, I don't know. I don't want to be too critical, but at the same time also it's like on one hand, yeah, you got to be responsible with how you fucking word your takes and not get triggered into chat into saying something that's like you know, I strongly disagreed, for example, with the way that he said, like, oh, like, you know, the untrustworthy comment that he made. I didn't, where he's like, oh, you know, somebody who habitually uses drugs is like the most untrustworthy person. And I'm just like, I feel like that's like a vaguity.
Well, that was
just comes off as
that was
bad.
the opening line. I mean, that was the first move in the little chess game. Is like, you know,
well,
I
to
mean,
be
drug
fair,
habitual drug users are untrustworthy. That was the premise that he defended from
I
then
do
on, so.
know I don't want to be unfair to Demonmama and ask her to account for shit that Vaush is saying. She's not Vaush.
I can't be. I mean, I know.
But
know
you know, knowing what you think about some of these
But
takes,
you
since
can't
you're
fucking help it, Paul, because you got Vaush on the brain.
No, it's true. I do. I said before, I got the worst case of VDS in human history. It's a medical anomaly. I'm being studied. You know, another kind of boomerish take that he recently had that had me scratching my head. The one that kind of triggered me to have a full blown meltdown was he was like poo-pooing the DSA and saying that liberals are the way forward for politics and the DSA is a waste of time. And like from where I sit, the DSA is an organizational structure that materially supports like labor unionization, protest movements, demonstrations, gives young leftists like a touch grass place to go and meet other people that think like them. And so I don't understand like what the efficacy as a self-described libertarian socialist would be of like shitting on the DSA. It felt very spite based. Like somebody from the DSA said something mean about Vaush once. So the whole, he basically said like we should just let it disappear.
I mean,
like
I don't know. I definitely can't speak to him, speak to his opinions on that at all. I have no fucking clue what he said about the DSA. I can give my opinions on the DSA if you want.
Sure.
I think that the DSA is a bit of a checkered organization. Some of the branches seem really strong and very motivated, and other ones seem like endlessly mired in sort of like party bureaucracy, which is something I despise, by the way. One thing that I truly hate is organizations that take your money or time and then don't give you anything for it, but except for like the feeling of like, it comes from my hatred of the fact that I left a fucking cult that was like that, where they want you to show up at church, spend your whole life there, and they promise you this, they promise you that, and they never fucking deliver on it. So I'm very distrustful of organizations that spend a lot of time like internally organizing themselves and then not really doing anything else with it. And I do think that some areas of the DSA have that problem. Not all of them. And I think there are some branches of the DSA that are really good.
I would never make the argument that DSA is some kind of I don't think a perfect organization exists. You know, maybe hence my anarchist leanings at the core of things. But yeah, no, I'm not making excuses.
Yeah, anarchism's like my consolation philosophy.
It is mine too. You know,
after monarchy with me in charge, of course.
I think, you know, for me, the reason why I think anarchism appeals, like as a set of theories, as a school of thought, I guess. The reason it appeals to me is because, to me, it feels like it does a very good job of engaging. It does a better job than most other political ideologies of actually engaging with the way that humans engage, like humans actually interact with one another, and that it has a focus on like recognizing that like we are you know, we are in this together, but we also have like we live our lives. Like there's this tendency in a lot of political ideologies to just adhere to these enormous constructs. The biggest one is like why I'm so opposition. Like I do not trust and actively disagree with like the big, like especially American Marxist-Leninists. I think they are mostly cults, that they engage in this sort of creation of a imaginary construct, this party that does not actually exist, and that is centralized around a few leaders who benefit from it all, who basically get to take all the money and take all the attention and direct everybody's energy. And I find that to be no different than fucking falling in with a church. You're falling behind your pastor, your pope, your whatever. And I can't stand by that. The thing I like about anarchism is that it has a fixation on teaching people and encouraging people to be in a persistent state of basically like resisting the fascists that exist within all of us and all of our communities, resisting our desire to live lives ruled by domination. And I find that to be
I don't know. I think that like these LARPy commie folks have always been part of leftism. I think that there are places where they can be useful and where their messaging and aesthetic can be useful. And I think there are places where it's just kind of a pipe dream, and places where it's like a reinterpretation of history that's way too charitable to communist regimes in the past, or whatever the case may be. But I don't see them as, I think that they as a problem. I feel every time I see somebody that I watch in the bread tube sphere mention tankies, I feel like I want to ask them, like, are the tankies in the room with us right now? Like, where are these people actually in efficacy and politics? And should they get
as
anywhere
far as
near
actual
as
political
much
power? They don't basically have any, and I think
they
that's
don't even
part of, like,
register,
an
right? So
No,
why
they
are we
don't.
as leftists getting ourselves all wrapped up arguing with people that are LARPing, North Korea supporters or whatever? We got bigger fish to fry.
I mean,
no?
I can answer that question in part, which is that they're really fucking annoying and they're incredibly aggressive.
They are
to
annoying,
other lefties.
yeah.
They're
But
incredibly
that's why
aggressive to other lefties. They will
all the better to ignore,
Yeah, I do think that ignoring them most of the time is the answer, but I also don't entirely blame people for, like,
annoying and powerless. Like, sounds like something we really ought to not be. And the way it's like crept into the discourse, like the tankies are right around the corner, is very much not reflective of the world as I see it.
Well, I do think that there are some ways in which they are.
Yeah, I mean, we have like one of America's two major political parties is morphing into like the new Nazi order or whatever.
Quite
so
literally,
maybe we should fucking focus more on that. I don't know.
I feel like that may be the case.
The thing that I like, where I mean, I've an incredibly minuscule amount of my content by and large has been like criticizing MLs, and tankies. But I do think they exist, and they are fucking annoying, and they're not just annoying. They're the only power they really have is to fucking ruin your life when you're like a small, like, left-leaning person who doesn't agree with them. This was something that I encountered really early on in my career when I was first entering into like making left-leaning content, and people would come. They want to suck up. There's a bunch of these groups, and some of them are like literally just LARPers on the internet, but other ones are associated with little micro cults. You saw this around that guy Caleb Maupin is one of them, where he makes these micro cults, and they try to find small left-leaning people, and they try to love bomb the audience and get you in, and then if you don't, then they fucking try to make your life hell until you fall in line with them, and they can actually do that.
I mean, I knew some people. I knew some people growing up in my high school days and my college days that you probably would have described as MLs. And you know what ML was to them as young people? Like, if you person to person, if you just went, it was just like a little doorway to leftism.
Sure.
It was fun. They got to play dress up. They got to wear a cool looking Che Guevara t-shirt, and they got to listen to Rage Against the Machine, and they got to talk about smashing the state and international communism, and like it introduced them. None of them is running around with at my age, 45, like I'm 43 years old now. None of them are in their 40s running around with a fucking hammer and sickle t-shirt on.
Sure.
None of them. So like, for me, I just look at it as a little.
I will say that, like, while they don't have any meaningful, like, widespread political power, and I do think there are some people who, like, spend all their time fucking yelling about this tanky thing, and I do think there's a bit of yelling at clouds going on there. There are a couple of organizations that are what I would consider to be, I would call them tankies. Like, offhand, I would just be like, these guys are fucking tankies. That I think are like resemble. I don't even shouldn't say. I just think they're cults. I think they are cults, and they extract money from people. Maupin is the best example of this. Caleb Maupin is a guy who ran a complete shambles of an organization that looped in a ton of vulnerable people, and he was literally collecting checks from the Russian government. No joke, like, that's just real. He was a paid, contributor to Russian state media.
Sure.
And he used that to create an abusive cult in which he sexually harassed women in the cult, in which he locked people into deranged housing situations. And I don't know, I don't like that shit. And there are people, and then of course there's like the other type, which is just like the Twitter fucking virtue signaler. And some of those people are just insanely toxic. And thankfully Twitter is like, at this point, fucking toast as shit. But there was a period of time on Twitter where there were these accounts that I would call tankies that were super into the ML posting, didn't seem to really do anything in the real world, but that they would wield this this like fairly large platform to just get people to harass you and fucking do shit to you. And that stuff was really fucking annoying.
This is another big divide, I think, and just kind of like a generational thing. Is like I've yet to be convinced that anything that has ever happened on Twitter matters. And I believe that Twitter is basically a tiny little club where people can say things with little to no fucking, personal ramification. And it really encourages people to take, super radical stances on things and just get in like blood sports kind of arguments. I don't think anything's happening on Twitter that is worthy of anybody mentioning it ever, but it seems to be like central to how your generation sees the world, at least the people, younger people in this space. It's Twitter said this and I saw a thread on Twitter and blah, blah,
well,
like,
Twitter, I think Twitter was there's two things. Like, first of all, like, yeah, there's like right now there's a coping process of Twitter is dead as we knew it, but for a while it really was a very popular location for political discussion and also for the like sort of growing space for people to actually do things. Like I don't know. When I first started streaming 4 years ago,
I see it as the opposite of that, honestly.
I can understand that. And
I see it as a place where activism goes to die. You know what I mean? Like it's not.
Well, I don't know because
it does.
Like,
it's online.
I do
online
think
brain
that
shit.
happens, but also it's not just one or the other. Like there was a lot of stuff happening on Twitter at various points in the past. There are real, actual, like, I mean, fuck, the people who are doing the land defense, like the where they were blocking the roads from loggers and stuff like that. Like Twitter was a primary tool that was used by them to let people know where they're going to show up and set up a roadblock or whatever next. So they would use an anonymous account. And
I'm pretty sure if I remember right, Twitter cracked down on them.
Oh yeah, completely. At this point, it's dead. And there have been.
It would have been better off going with like some kind of other one that's not super public, but that allows them to talk, some decentralized thing. Twitter, that's why I say it's where activism
magic. Like it works.
That's where I say it's where activism goes to die, because it's like telling on yourself to tweet, "I'm going to go block a road." It's just like, oh, now the cops know.
Well, the problem. Here's the thing: there was a way that the way they would do it is basically you would have a totally anonymously created account, and then people who are in the know would boost that account off of their accounts, and then it would spread outwards from there. And that it worked.
Papa Fed is always watching in that case.
True,
Some starts getting boosted.
True.
Papa Fed is right there.
That's always true. And to a certain degree, yes, there's always ways that it gets broken down, but it worked for a while. So what I'm trying to say is
harder to do that if you're meeting in person in different locations and, not putting your entire fucking game plan on the internet.
All I'm saying is that Twitter had its times where it was actually being used for real things, and also it had its time where there was an intermediary space where there was a lot of collaboration happening. Now it fell apart. The site it had deep flaws, and of course it got taken over by Elon Musk and it's total trash now. But there was a period of time where it was possible to build things on that site, promote things, and start conversations. It wasn't the best place, and it had its limits, and people didn't know always how to use it. But I do think there was a time, and I think that during that time, there were the reason why you mentioned why people talk about tankies all the time, and I think it's because of their presence in that space, which was a space where a lot of content creators were trying to do things. And
that kind of goes to my point, though, is like I feel like this was years ago, back in probably the heyday of Twitter, probably 6 years ago. We had an argument on this show between TJ and I, and Scotty was a part of it as well, where we were arguing about not Louis Theroux. He's a documentarian. What's his name? The fucking comedian that we got in an argument about.
Louis C.K.
My fucking brain. This is how pot brain works. My brain was like Louis Armstrong, and I was like, no, that's the jazz guy. And it was like, oh, okay, yeah, the jazz guy, Louis Armstrong.
Paul, you're that.
I was like, no. So yeah.
This is
what
your
the fuck-
brain on drugs, Paul. I mean,
Louis
like, you know what?
CK.
Maybe he's right.
So Louis C.K. had gotten canceled on social media for showing his, and we argued about that. I actually took the position that what he did was super wrong, and TJ thought it was kind of like, man, whatever. That's maybe like a very short, like you'd have to go watch the whole argument. But the point is that Twitter, like Louis C.K. came back and he announced, on social media and everything, he was like, I'm doing another show. And Twitter was like, nobody's gonna fucking be there, boo. If you went by Twitter, you would have thought Louis C.K. is done. Louis C.K. is fully back. At that first show, there was one person in his audience of hundreds that got up and disrupted the show and was like, you're a piece of shit, Louis, and left. And that one person is Twitter.
Sure.
Right? Like,
I do think that can happen at times. I mean, but it's not wholly representative. I do think that like a lot of the like boycotts and whatever on Twitter are very meaningless because it's super easy to like tweet something, but it's super hard to put up, I just mean that like, I don't know, like there is a, Twitter had the ability, and it doesn't really anymore to the same degree, but it had the ability to get a lot of eyes on something, and certain things that can be very impactful on, other things it's not. For a protest, an in-person protest against Louis C.K., not going to be very effective. But for getting 100,000 people to all like sort of obsessively stalk somebody that you don't like, can go really well. That can go really well.
Unfortunately, my contention is it's always been a shithole, and it really isn't.
The tankies that you're talking about, a lot of them have an unfortunate tendency to do that thing that I'm talking about, which is that they were. And yes, there is a certain frivolity to it all because at the end, it's not the end of politics. But for people who are like
don't
small,
feed the troll, right? Like that's old.
It's kind of hard to not feed the troll when you've got like. I mean, an example. I knew somebody that I knew who was posted on Twitter, talked about Twitter sometimes, ended up getting the fucking FBI called on her. By some fucking freaks who literally, and it was literally the people call tankies, like some of the like main accounts that would have been like,
if you're a tanky, don't call the FBI. But overall though, I really don't see what the big problem with the tankies is like ideologically though. Like
I can explain that if you want. Like
I want to know what's actually so bad about what they believe, because I've never really seen anything too egregious. I mean, you could call out individual behaviors or whatever, but like,
what do you think
in terms of political philosophy? I mean, I don't even really know what the fuck a tanky is supposed to be. As far as I can tell, it just seems to be a modern day leftist that has an affinity for the fucking Soviet Union.
Well, as I understand it,
the definition today anyway. So
the word tanky was coined to describe supporters of the USSR in Great Britain in post-World War II.
Right.
I mean, there's a crazy...
okay, so it's a little complicated. There's a couple of stories that are told, and nobody really knows which one's the real one. Some people say that it was...
That's the apocryphal tale.
Some people say that the term originated with communists who supported, like, Khrushchev rolling in the tanks to stomp out protests against him. Which is like
supporters of the USSR as a regime within democratic societies, particularly Great Britain, is where the term came from.
Sure. But regardless, so the tanky. Now I admit this is it's a slang term. It's not really going to be like perfectly precise or whatever.
Well,
but
that's part of my problem with it is that I believe like it's come because I get called a tanky a lot. Have I said thing one that would lead you to believe I'm a tanky?
Every fucking word,
not at all.
So it just becomes like I disagree with you.
Okay.
I always believe that any term, especially a complicated. I mean, like people can't agree. Like if I'm to tell you, like visualize a white rabbit, neither of you could see it in your head, but no one sees the same one.
Right.
So that's an animal that we can all agree on. When it comes to something that's way more like ephemeral, like a concept, people are going to have vastly, insanely different fucking definitions of what.
That's why you have to.
They're talking about that.
That's why the first answer you have a discussion with someone.
It's a limitation of language itself. There's not much you can do to overcome that.
Well, yeah, we have to clarify as much as you can.
So
sure.
The tanky. So. When I say a tanky, and I'll just speak for myself, when I call somebody a tanky, it's somebody who I think is basically I would another word I would use to describe them would be like a virtue signaling authoritarian communist. And I say that with quotes because I don't think that the authoritarian communists are communists at all. And I would be willing to have a very long conversation about that and have in the past, but I don't think that they are. But they call themselves communists, and they're very fixated on authoritarian governments. They tend to be hard. They tend to like take positions of anti-imperialism while also like strongly supporting people like Stalin, while strongly supporting sometimes even going so far as North Korea. That's the extremity that I would take.
The place where I usually run afoul of like quote unquote tankies is because I won't suck Stalin's dick, and they always want Stalin's dick to be stuck, and I'm like, Stalin was anti-gay, so I'm never gonna suck his dick.
There's a reason for this, which is that Marxism.
No,
Leninism,
I'm never gonna fucking do that. I don't care if he was based in other ways.
Yeah.
The fact that he persecuted homosexuals, pretty much, he's out.
Yeah,
he's out of the based club.
Yeah,
forever.
And I mean, there's a number of reasons why I criticize like the Authcom like school of thought, mostly because I don't think it's communist in any way. Like I don't know how you can argue for an authoritarian position and also believe yourself to be it's oxymoronic, it's contradictory. But the tanky position tends to be very, very much. They tend to do a ton of Stalin apologia. They tend to do a lot of Mao apologia, and the reason for that is because
North Korean apologia
apologia. And they're like, the tanky is the ultimate caricature of like the ML. And there are, and I'm not gonna insult all MLs, but when I first came to this space, I was very open to MLs. And as time went on, I was less and less open until at this point, I don't even care to talk to them. They can go do their own fucking thing. I know they can't have any impact on me. I think their movement is a joke. And the reason for that is because Marxism-Leninism is first of all, half of them don't even know the fucking history of their own goddamn movement. It's called Marxism-Leninism, but it was founded by fucking Stalin. He categorized it as a state ideology, his own version, and he called it Marxism-Leninism to call upon Marx and Lenin, even though it was his own writings for the most part, and his own very creative interpretations of Marx and Lenin. That was a political move that was done at the time. That's where Marxism-Leninism comes from. And Marxism-Leninism has been basically repackaged by a fucking 1,000 different aspiring political people across the globe, some of whom were better than others, a lot of whom were extremely vicious and power-hungry people. And I don't find it a compelling path to communism at all. They claim they're creating communism, and they never do. What they do instead is create a generally very reactionary state power that ends up behaving like every other state power in history because it's a state power and it follows the same rules. And they claim that the goal is ultimately to like take that state power and then turn it into something good, but that's not how it works. State power, by its nature, reinforces and must perpetuate state power. You can't just take state power and click a switch and say it's good
right
now.
And this is, I would be critical of that too, but I don't see it as a problem that needs to be addressed by leftists, because I see it as like a little nursery for leftists. Look, kids are stupid. Source was one. Okay.
Yeah.
And a lot of times when it comes to politics, they're looking to attach something personal, like their sense of style, to it, right? And that's where I think what we call tankies nowadays really do, like, it's, if at worst it's a fucking wash, and at best it's a place for young people whose minds aren't made up about things to be a little rebellious, to dip their toe in.
Oh, I totally
to get exposed
on that.
To get exposed. Well, you can disagree with it, but that's what it is, though.
I don't think.
Remember when I described to you that the MLs that I grew up around, I knew several
back
people.
Then maybe, but the problem is now.
That's another thing that comes up a lot, is this idea that back then was so much fucking different than right now.
I do think it was. I think the
there's just Twitter now. So
I don't think it's just Twitter.
All of the dorks wearing Che Guevara shirts in every school on every campus can get together and speak monolithically now. That's the only difference. It was a play. All of those people that were running around with fucking hammer and sickle bumper stickers and shit are now pretty fucking just standard issue left wing people.
Sure.
Which I don't think that's necessarily,
that's because the function of it has changed. And what you have right now, and this is one where I'm like, I do think this is the serious part about why the left can't just ignore like MLs and tankies, if you want to call them that. And that's the fact that there are, like I said, there are multiple legitimate cults that are recruiting from this group of children, and they exploit the children. And again, if you don't believe me, you should just watch, I can't explain it all here, but you should just watch my video on the Caleb Maupin cult. He got a fucking ton of kids in there. He was taking money from them. He had them all living in a house together and using their own cars to do shit
but like
for him.
cultists operate in a different, like the ideology is almost secondary.
It's
when
not.
It comes to cults.
That's the problem. It's not. It's
no, it is though. I mean, that's just
they
the way
use
it
in
is.
a certain way. They are appealing to the way that they predate and the way that they get people in is by exploiting real existing feelings. So they take a kid who's frustrated with the system and wants to rebel. It's not just a shirt anymore. You're getting a shirt from an organization that wants you to then come over and do something.
It wasn't just a shirt back then. It was a kind of like baby, like I said, like a baby leftist.
The orgs have changed significantly.
This is edgy because people don't like it, so I'm gonna do it. And then they did it, and it really availed them of some resources probably in their longer lifespan to like learn a little bit about leftism. And like I said, none of them are running around LARPing revolutionaries anymore. They're all normal folks with families.
I feel like maybe that's true. I don't know. I don't know every single person who was pulled into these groups, but the groups have changed over time. And right now there are a number of organizations that I think are genuinely abusive that do recruit specifically from those circles. They encourage.
I think this is part of the overall oppressive. I think this is part of the overall oppressive fucking nature, like just like fear mongering that's happening on both sides of the political aisle. Just constant pumping of fear. Like I don't think that
do you spend much time. Like I mean, do you spend much time?
Yeah, I do.
Like,
I spend a lot of time.
Because if you look into groups like PSL, if you look into groups like fucking Maupin's Center for, what the fuck was it called? Center for Communist.
These outline. Do you think that most people do you think that most people in these ML circles, like that's the thing though, are most people in these ML circles going so far as to be like recruited into some house and have their money stolen? No,
I mean
they're college kids that are figuring it out.
Christianity aren't like. Most people in
They're
Christianity are casual.
They're college kids that are figuring it out.
But like that doesn't mean it's not hurtful. Like you can't just throw it off. You can't just say Christianity's not a problem at all, or like there aren't Christian.
I mean, there's always going to be problems with human beings conglomerating and creating a hierarchical power structure. There's always going to be
that it's not hurtful.
And there's always going to be exploitation. I mean, that's always just going to be part of like any hierarchical social structure. Like that's always going to happen.
That's part of my problem.
My contention is never that it's not hurtful. I like obviously they're wrong about whitewashing the bloody history of these movements and that's incorrect. My contention is it's not a problem that really deserves much focus right now, and it's kind of a head scratcher that it receives so much because I think
I don't know who's spending all that time talking about it. I don't know. Like that's the thing. I don't necessarily.
All of RedTube, the term tanky is thrown around like a colloquialism now. Are you kidding me?
People use that as slang, sure, but it's like I don't know. Like I don't know where
constantly.
You're saying this.
And it's one of the first things that I'm labeled when I don't agree with somebody politically or agree with their
look, I mean,
people will label you
leftist
tanky.
Leftists have all these ways of like dividing each other up. And
I know.
Class reductionist, and you're a tanky, and this and that. And it's like
maybe
we should work. Maybe we should work together against the Nazis right now. I don't know.
I would argue about this shit. I would agree with you, but hold on a second. This is where I think there's a little bit of an important like thing, which is that a lot of the figures that were the tanky figures that I would have called a tanky 2 to 4 years ago, they became the MAGA communists. They literally fell in line with them. And I think that that's telling. And we should be able to argue against it.
Who cares, though? Like,
what do you mean who cares?
That was... Because
the world is burning.
This is so weird. But I feel this is so silly. So like
that was such a meme, though. I mean, like no one ever took MAGA communism remotely. I mean, that was always a joke.
This is the thing, though. Like, so it depends on what you're talking about. I'm getting a lot of different vibes here, which is like, okay, conservatism is stupid. Supporting Trump is stupid. These guys, the Republican Party are Nazis. It's bad to support them. So why is it bad if I say this fucking group of a bunch of people who are constantly sitting on here posting hammer and sickles are a bunch of fucking idiots that are pulling people over to the right?
Well, feel free to criticize. Feel free to criticize that the people who specifically did that.
Yeah.
But like, I just feel like if anyone is nominally on the left, even if you might fucking not agree with everything they have to say, or even if you don't agree with a lot of what they have to say, like for now, isn't it better to form a coalition to fight against the very well organized machine of, fascist, authoritarian, Christian nationalist bullshit that's going on in this country?
Well, yeah, but you can't make a coalition with somebody who's against you. Like, if I go up to somebody and they say, "Hi, I'm a MAGA communist. I believe."
Well, obviously you can't hold hands with that person on that front. But like,
I mean, I don't have any problem.
I think
I'm one
most
of the
people, most people who are pro-communist are probably not pro-MAGA, right?
Yeah,
like,
I would say that's true.
I mean, the vast majority are probably
there
not
are
like.
There are a few.
That's some cognitive dissonance you got going on.
Because if you are, I mean, like,
well, no,
that's why MAGA communism was so laughed at, because it's like. It's
laughed at by
retarded.
Who?
It
laughed
makes no
at
sense.
by you and by me and by people who are mocking that. So I mean,
was
it
there
depends on what
ever
you're talking about here? Like,
was there ever an actual movement of MAGA communists that like got together and were like, we are the MAGA commies and we're gonna touch grass together and we're gonna be politically effective in some way? Like, did that ever happen? Because I don't
politically effective.
I don't remember that happening.
But abusing a bunch of random kids who got involved, yes. That did.
Well, that sucks in that specific instance, but cults do that all the time under a whole banner of benign ideologies.
This is what I don't understand. Why are you shrugging at a cult doing something bad and not just going,
I'm
"That's
not.
fucking bad"?
I'm shrugging at you convincing me that because a cult happened, that there's something that needs to be so important that it's like common parlance on the left to call somebody that disagrees with you a tankie now.
I mean, I don't know.
I feel like you're empowering them. If anything,
I don't throw that at everybody.
You put me on their team. You like this is how fucking bad and ineffectual you are at fighting this supposed fucking demon in our midst. You and your ilk have put me on their team.
I mean, I'm gonna be completely honest.
I'm now a tankie.
I guess that sounds like a you problem. Like, I don't know what to tell you with that. That sounds like...
Yeah, exactly. I know I would be, huh? When I'm being otherized to the point of having my politics completely misrepresented.
This is
because
like
hold on, Demonmama.
Oh, no.
I'm being fucking told I'm a tankie.
Who?
When I've never held a fucking... I'm pretty sure... I don't know if you've called me a fucking tankie. I
never called you a tankie. What the fuck?
I'm talking about just in the bread tube circle.
So somebody on Twitter called you a tankie, and now you're falling in line with MAGA. Isn't that exactly the thing that you just got mad at? You said Twitter doesn't matter, but somebody on Twitter called me a tankie, and so now you just said you were on their side now because I called you a tankie, and then I said, "When did I call you a tankie?" You said, "No, somebody on Twitter did."
I was on MAGA's side. Can we rewind that, please?
You just said you're putting me in. I'm on with them. Did we not? Or did you just not watch this?
No,
chat. I'm not going to be. Come on, you just heard this.
I was talking about tankies.
Huh?
Not MAGA. I said when you label a leftist like me a tankie, you're putting me on their team in your mind. And any force to eradicate tankies would thus eradicate me, right? That's my problem. Where the fuck did you get that I have anything but contempt for MAGA?
That
seems inherently fucking bad faith. Okay. When have I been a MAGA person? I'll wait.
I never said that. When you just a couple seconds ago.
Did.
Just a couple. Okay.
You said I'm siding with MAGA.
You went on a thing. You went on a big thing. You raised your voice and you were like, "I'm on their side now. Now you're lumping me in with them because I've been persecuted for being called a tankie." And I said, "So wait, now because somebody called you a tankie, now you're saying that. Maybe it's just a wording thing. Maybe I misunderstood what you were saying. But it sounded to me like you're saying, 'Oh, I've been lumped in with them. Now I'm on their side.'"
Yeah, I don't know. Okay.
But,
yeah, fair enough.
Okay.
I don't know how to rectify this.
I don't call everybody a tankie. I'm sure there are all kinds of people have called me a tankie, which is like the funniest shit in the world because I couldn't be further from that.
I don't support America's material support of the war in Ukraine. Am I a tankie?
I
absolutely think that the United States
but
should not
I think I can understand
dollar.
why some people would say that. And I think they're wrong. Because I wouldn't call you a tankie for that. But I think that some people would. And
Paul ain't a tankie, but TJ sure smells stanky. Fuck you. Get out of here.
Your
time's out. Genius.
It's
what?
A a lot of people
No.
would call you a tankie for that because, and I think they would be wrong still to do so, but just as an explanation, because it's incredibly popular in Marxist-Leninist circles to not just, you know, oppose, you know, sending money to Ukraine, but to also support Russia. And this is one of the things that I think is
but see, I don't do that, but I'm told that I do.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't know who's telling
This was
you
a
that,
whole,
but they
I
sound
know maybe
stupid.
you're not aware of it, and I'm not claiming that you are taking part in it, but there was a whole arc here on the channel.
Okay.
Of Ukraine and me going like, I don't think America should be funding more fucking wars all over the fucking I don't think that helps. I think America should flex its muscles fucking diplomatically in this situation, or not at all. And I've been called a tankie, the entire swaths of other people's communities. Camped out our fucking subreddit, camped out our comment section, and I was called a tankie hundreds of times. Not just somebody called. I don't even have a Twitter. Well, I do. I don't use it.
I'm coming out as a moderate tankie.
Oh shit!
Let you guys know.
TJ's a tankie.
Whoa. I'm gonna. I don't know. I still don't really know what it means, but I'm coming out as a moderate tankie.
I mean,
I'm
I
a
don't
mid-level
know. Like,
tankie.
I'm not married to the term tankie. I'll throw it at somebody if I think they're being like that. If somebody comes into my chat,
I mean, because
and
you
they've
said
got
it's
6
all
hammer
about
and sickles.
authoritarian. I mean,
Yeah, it's about sucking Stalin's dick. And if I see somebody
here's the
sucking
thing about
Stalin's dick,
me.
you're fucking tankie. Get out of here. Same
If
thing
I
as
get
I'll
to-
call somebody. People get mad at me for using the term. My own community gets super mad at
Yeah.
me for calling some people woke scolds. And I'm just like, nah, some people act like a fucking woke scold. And if you act like a fucking woke scold, I'm going to call you a woke scold. They're like, yeah, but
So
it's
the
not a
thing about
scientifically
it-
accurate term. And I'm like, obviously, it's a fucking insult. I'm saying that you're being woke and you're trying to scold me over it. Shut the fuck up and move on. That's how I feel about the word tankie.
The thing about it, I think, is that if I get to be Stalin, then I'm pro-authoritarian. But if I have to be under,
Right, of course.
if I be under Stalin, then I'm anti-authoritarian.
What if you're
So
really high under Stalin? Like you're a multi-billionaire with yachts and shit.
Then I'm secretly anti-authoritarian in my heart, where it doesn't matter.
But you're working behind the
overtly-
scenes to monkey wrench it.
overtly authoritarian for the the perks. So
Yeah, I'm sorry I yelled at you there, Demonmama. I don't mean to come off that way to people. I'm trying to be better at that.
No, it's fine.
But
I'm
very sensitive about people
salty
coming along
rage
and
beast.
labeling me, who I consider myself to the left of most leftists. I mean, I'm fucking like I've got so much hope for the future of humanity, and I see so many paths to it. I'm a crazy leftist thinker, and I've been labeled a MAGA. Like, you're not the first person to come and say you're so you like you support MAGA.
I mean,
I didn't say that. That's not what I said,
fucking,
goddammit.
Scotty's fucking MAGA. He's the one with the fucking Trump picture.
I didn't call you fucking MAGA. I said that I was
did.
trying to interpret what you were saying. I'm gonna fucking play this back and I'm gonna review
Thank
it
you
on
for
my
calling
next
me
fucking
MAGA.
stream. I'm gonna
Play it
fucking
back.
dissect it, okay?
I'm gonna make
You did.
America
You said
great
you did
again.
that. You said-
Again. Thank you.
You said you're throwing in with MAGA over something, and
Because
Well, thank you,
because
Paul.
the conversation got messy because there was talk about tankies and there was cross chatter about MAGA communism, and so the two the wires got crossed for a second, and
I
that's
can
all that
confirm
happened.
that Paul is
So
MAGA. Thank you.
Quit fucking making a thing of it, because it was just a miscommunication.
No, dude,
Paul,
fucking,
Paul
I
is
don't like
MAGA,
being,
dude. I'm
I don't
sorry.
like being called a MAGA.
You're not MAGA. Everyone knows you're not
Look,
MAGA. It's fine.
I have a personal connection to Donald Trump, and he has assured me Paul is MAGA. I'm sorry.
Oh shit. Well, then never mind.
I mean, you can look, Paul. Hey, the donor list doesn't lie. The donor list don't lie,
Hey,
man.
bet on the winner, or don't bet at all.
You got it, bad, right?
What do you think, Demonmama? Since you're here, what do you think is the pro? I mean, I want to ask you two questions about the. Well, I have three questions for you.
Oh, hell yeah.
They're
Give me more.
They're very important. The first one is, who's gonna win? Not who you want to win.
Yeah.
Who's gonna win the fucking election? Is it gonna be Trump or is it gonna be Biden?
I
Who do you
still
think?
I still lean
Trump.
towards Biden, and
Mhm.
but I will say that as with each passing day, I get a little more worried. But I do think that even still,
Terrible
like
take.
Trump is just, he's in such a bad position
Awful.
right now. He's fucking struggling out there.
We covered him. We covered him at the latest
I'm winning
rally
every
that he did
poll.
or something, and
I'm
he
winning
looked
every poll.
he looked so sweaty and sloppy.
Oh my
and
god, he looks so
Lie.
bad.
He's
and I mean
drippy
today,
and brown face. It was
voice-
almost like he was wearing brown face.
You know what it
Terrific.
was too? He's like started to have this sort of almost like dissociative way he talks. Like he doesn't really seem like he's there fully like he used to be.
And here's the other thing. Like the other thing too is like his finances are fucked. And I think that's going to be a bigger hit than most people realize because like he just lost
he lost that suit for like 83 million bucks or whatever.
Million. And that's after now all of his foundation stuff is getting dissolved. His properties are being seized and forcibly resold. So I don't know. I want to say that even with Joe Biden's lack of popularity that he's still going to win. And it's not just because I prefer Biden over Donald Trump. But I do still think like
I'm winning every poll.
It just
doing
feels
so
like
good. I'm doing tremendous. Doing tremendous. Look at polls. Look at the polls right now. Look at the polls. TJ, pull up a poll.
He just doesn't have the energy, and I don't know. We'll see. Maybe he's gonna have a second.
Okay, so I have a second question for you.
Yeah.
Winning.
And the second question is who's gonna die first between the two of them?
Oh man,
Biden.
That's so fucking hard.
I know.
That one's harder. It's like everyone's like, I don't know. I'm hoping Biden. There's like, oh shit, I don't know.
Both of these dudes look like
on your head.
Both of these dudes to me look like they're knocking on heaven's door, dude.
No.
So.
Okay, my jab is everyone is.
I don't know
so
if that's the way they're going, but yeah.
I will say that I do think Biden's going to be the one who kicks the bucket first, and that's only because Donald Trump has the fucking pure piece of shit energy that makes fucking for some reason. Pieces of shit always hold on for fucking ever. What the fuck is up?
That's true. Like Dick Cheney and Henry Kissinger.
And Henry Kissinger and...
I don't know that we're going to get into the news tonight. We probably won't because we've done this so long. But I did want to, because we're talking about it here, it turns out that if you average out his approval ratings from his third year, his third full year is in office, Joe Biden is pretty much... just barely ekes out Jimmy Carter.
Jesus Christ.
For the same place.
What about Donald Genius Trump? How's he doing?
So that's a really
not by much.
That's not a great sign.
I beat him.
Now luckily there's no Ronald Reagan sort of figure that's going to come along and run against Trump is no Reagan, because Reagan actually had the ability to like have cross appeal and unite the country.
Oh, Reagan won in a fucking landslide.
Dude, Uncle Guy talked about voting for Ronald Reagan, and he's a fucking liberal. I mean, like, so
yeah, no, my parents voted for Reagan. It was like he had a real cross appeal.
Didn't Reagan win pretty much every state? Like, was it like one
it
or
was
two
almost
states?
it was a huge landslide
compared
to
I will
any
say
election of
I
our
have
lifetime.
a lot of fucking concerns about Biden, and So on the death thing, I personally, I feel like I lean towards Biden, but it's a real tough call because I think Donald Trump is falling apart.
Yeah, he looks like I have been a fucking Biden's probably going to kick it first guy myself, but I'm telling you that last segment we did of him where we like really got like looked at him up close, he just doesn't. I felt bad for him, honestly. I'm really at a point where I'm starting to feel bad for them just as like old men that don't know that they're failing, you know what I mean? And are being propped up by this fucking group of people that don't really care about their well-being. You know, I felt that way about Trump. I was like, they really shambled him out in front of an audience looking like that. He looks like he needs to take a nap, like real bad.
Joe Biden has a lot of like fumbly moments where you're like, dude, what the fuck? He like short-circuited, but they tend to be really short. Like he has like a moment where he's like that one that with that fucking Bill O'Reilly, that stupid scumfuck, was posted on Twitter today, where he's like the beer barrels.
I mean, I think that's being a little charitable. Midwest. I think if you look at Biden like during the Obama era, that would have applied. Like, yeah, his brain short circuits and he says something stupid or inscrutable, but most of the time he's all right. Now. Do we watch a lot of Biden speeches here? We make a lot of fun of it.
I see a lot of them too, but
he is muddling his way through these speeches, slurring like he's over medicated or something.
He's definitely very sleepy. It's just like when I see Trump, like, and
Scotty, pull up the nut, dude. Pull up that same picture you found before.
It is a beautiful picture.
Like, the Trump from like when he was president to the Trump now versus the Biden from when Trump was president to Biden now, like. Biden's like, he's not changed a little bit. He's the same as he was fucking, 4 years ago. But Trump is like, oh man, the man's a garbage bag. He has none of the energy. And so some of that makes me think maybe he's losing his grip on the like will to live, you know? Maybe he's just lost too much money and that's like, you know, it's starting to suck him dry. But I don't know. But even still, even with all that, there's the piece of shit energy is a big contender.
The list of questions has increased to 4. But the new number 3 is, what do you think of the nunt? Yeah.
Have you seen this? Okay, so let me explain to you before. Let me explain to you before Scotty pulls it up.
Get the nunt, Scotty. Get the nunt.
Donald Trump is growing a vagina below his chin. And we have...
Is he a fucking Cenobite now?
Dude, I'm telling you, I don't know if you've looked at this close, but it has like the internal structures of a vagina. He's got like labia majora, labia minora. There's a urethra in
I have
there,
it queued up. Viewer discretion is advised.
Pull it up, Scotty.
Are you guys ready?
I'm ready.
I'm fucking ready.
I don't know if people in the chat, are you guys ready? I want to see people saying no.
Are you ready?
Are you guys? I mean, look, we're ready, but are they
if you
ready?
guys have not looked at this, this is one of the things that I cannot believe this is not a news story because it is fucking disturbing what's going on.
Maybe that's the way.
Dude, I need to fucking be prepared because usually this makes me feel uncomfortable.
No, it'll make everybody feel uncomfortable.
The nunt.
Right, come on, Scotty, put it up.
All right,
I'm tired of the suspense. Come on. Oh my god, no.
God. Oh my
Zoom
god.
in on the nunt, dude.
Enhance
the nunt.
Oh my fucking god.
You see what I'm saying? You can see the inner lips. You can see the clitoral hood.
It's there. It's all there.
It's the fucking stem cell antibodies they gave him to survive COVID. They accidentally gave him one and it started growing a pussy on his fucking neck.
This is unbelievable. If you watch this in motion, it's mesmerizing in the most fucking like cosmic horror way.
Oh god.
It moves like a vagina moves. Like, look, I'm not trying to brag. I've seen a few vaginas in my life, and this is one of them. This is it.
Well, Paul's only seen one. Let's be honest.
Oh my god. It's
Man, I wish I
really
could find that video we saw of him recently from Truth Social where it's like jiggling as he's talking.
Oh, it has like the realistic
flap it in the wind, dude.
Yeah, dude. It's like fucking it jiggles like jello.
Hey, Donald's brave to go out on stage like that.
And it bobbles and it does things.
There's no way if you go to because I think this is from one of his, stump speeches essentially. If
the
you're in
pic
the
from
audience
the last episode is
and
better.
you're looking at this, I mean, I don't know, man.
Wow.
I don't know how do you not just
I
get
feel like he's
fixated
going
on-
to actively distract people when he's on the fucking presidential stage. They're going to have to be careful with that. They need to give him
I can't tear my eyes away from it now. It's complete because he's so low energy. I have trouble paying attention to him anyway. And this nunt has become the center of my Trump universe.
Look into me, Paul. You shall obey.
The flaps, I can't stop watching. It dances on top of his
Can you find a clip so we can see the nunt in motion?
Yeah, I'm trying to find that Truth Social thing we watched the other day.
Get the nunt in motion, dude.
Do you think we're gonna get?
I mean, you can't appreciate it fully until you see it.
He forgets to shave for a day, and so we get it with the stubble on there.
I said that he should put a landing strip on it.
That's a 70s nunt.
You should grow just a little chin pubes above it and have like the fucking, like the 90s landing strip.
Holy shit. This dude's got fucking advanced fucking reconstructive surgery going on over here.
You know what else he could do? He could vajazzle it. You guys remember vajazzling?
Yeah, true.
Oh.
He could vajazzle the nunt. Put like a little hearts and stars and like little My Little Ponies.
He should get a hood piercing, Get it right in there.
Yeah.
Stands out,
treat it like Crocs.
Yeah.
Get little charms and hang it on there.
So I know this is not the best video quality in the world, but
Jesus.
You can watch it. You can at least see how it moves.
You can see the
motion.
motion.
Watch it bibble and watch it bobble.
It's there.
This is pornographic to some.
It is actually
everybody.
It is actually extremely shocking that that it literally does have a fucking inner lips as well. That's
it has the whole
level.
structure as far as I can see. It's
You ever been balls deep in the nut, Paul?
No, but I want to know
Oh, I want to know
if it shares the other properties of a vagina.
Well, you're gonna have to.
know.
You're gonna have to see. You have to proposition him and see if you can get him head pregnant.
I have to see below that collar and see if there's a canal under there.
I think there is.
I think there is.
That's pretty wild. I didn't know what to expect when you said the nunt, but I don't know if I'm ever gonna be able to. I mean, fuck, you can't look. You can even see it in this little GIF here.
You'll never see it. You'll never watch Trump
No.
again and not see it. That's the thing that happened to me.
Yeah.
This is why I think we need to spread awareness. I think we need to put out a commercial or something.
Exactly. Yeah. Put it out there with like make a YouTube video that's just like a compilation, like a fan cam for his nunt.
It's a beautiful thing. I mean, it's not. It's horrible, but whatever.
Look, it's a beautiful thing. TD, tell us how you really feel.
Trump's got a squeeze box. Rudy never sleeps at night.
Okay, so the fourth question. Now you're pretty woke, right?
Yeah,
Demonmama.
guess.
I don't know how. I don't know.
This woke,
I would say I'm pretty woke. Yeah.
Terrible.
I'm problematic, so I don't really know who's woke and who's not. I don't really know what's
All right,
extent.
sure.
So
that's fine.
That's good.
A lot
But
of people
I
would
need.
consider me fairly woke.
I need.
But,
Okay, I need your professional woke opinion on something.
okay. All right.
All right.
How hard?
So I have a lot of.
him with him?
I have a lot of trans people in my audience and stuff, and you know, I was showing this chick that I like, Gracie Bond. She's like a giant butt model or whatever. She's huge ass, and I was showing her on a stream, and one of the trans girls in my stream was like, "Man, I wish I could have a butt that big." And I was like, "You know what? I should start a charity that helps trans women get BBLs."
Yeah.
And then I was like wondering, like, is that problematic or whatever?
No,
or
that's
am I good?
No, that's like giga-based. That's
Cool,
like
why not?
That's like super good. That's like that is the real one of the real ways to be a true ally.
Anything
Like,
that adds more giant, cartoonishly fat asses to the world is giga-based, in my opinion. I don't care.
If you're putting up money and energy to help trans people get the body they desire, that's fucking based as shit. Now you're
All right, cool. I just want to make sure that
literally
wasn't
my chat, by the way,
problematic.
my chat is quite literally what, like, basically close to approaching 100% trans people is my chat, and they are all going for it.
All right,
literally
see,
everyone. Even the content creators in my chat are going for it. They're all in support.
All right.
Yep.
I'm glad to know that. I was just curious.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, you're good.
All right, those are my questions.
Oh, wow. Damn, those were fairly easy questions. The death one was pretty hard.
I wasn't trying to throw like some kind of crazy, you know, throw you for a loop or anything. I was just trying to give you a chance to expound on those things.
Yeah. No, I think that's based, solidly based. Yeah.
All right, Scotty.
The thing is, I have this weird thing in that.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I would consider myself fairly, you know, woke. I have some very radical opinions, but there's a lot of people who people call me a lib sometimes because of one specific opinion. That
I think everyone gets that shit. It's just kind of like Tankie and like all this shit's just thrown around so fucking loosey.
You're a something. I don't know. It's something bad.
Yeah.
I'm figuring out some way to dismiss you.
That's
Vaush
a lot of
is a
times
lib,
what it
though.
is.
Let's not beat around the bush. Vaush is a lib. But
Vaush
other than that, other than the narrow focus of my ideological opponent, I agree.
There you go.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. There's a couple of things I guess people will get frustrated with me on, and I don't know. One of course is probably one that we would have. I'm surprised we didn't end up arguing about this, but which is probably the thing that, like, I'll tell people to vote for Biden if they ask me. Like, if they're like,
I think we're kind of tired of that argument. Maybe Paul's not. Paul, you want to have that argument for the 12,000th time? You want to go?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I feel like she already went over. Like, I don't know that the Vaush discussion was the best presentation of the argument. It got a little angry, but like if you listen to what I say in there, my critiques of it really haven't changed, and I doubt her reactions to it would. I don't feel the need to rehash.
Yeah, my position on it's fairly
I really
simple.
don't fucking care, honestly. Like, that's the thing.
I will say this. I'll say two things on it then.
Sure.
If you guys don't feel like having that out again, the two things I would say on it are, number one, my biggest fear is that Trump, like, we've seen that the GOP gets more and more extreme and more and more extreme. I don't think Trump is the pinnacle of extreme the way that other people do. I think there is way worse than Trump waiting in the wings. And I do not want a weak Democratic Party when that happens. I want a strong one. And I think that by supporting candidates like Biden, we're ensuring that it's going to remain weak forever. The other thing I will say is that whether you decide to vote or not for Biden or not, I think that should be a very small part of whatever your political engagement is or whatever your engagement with the system is. I don't think it's all that important. I mean, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. You can argue about how important it is, but I can tell you this, it's definitely not the most important thing. There's definitely a lot more you could be doing, especially considering how, like, really, most fucking leftist votes are either scattered among the rural areas where they don't make much of a difference because they're lost in seas of red, or they're congealed in the cities where they don't make much of a difference because they're lost in seas of blue. So when it comes to being a leftist in this country, there's a lot more that you should be doing other than just, voting.
Yeah.
But, if you feel like it's important to do it. If you feel like it doesn't matter, don't fucking do it. Just stick to your principles on that. Have an argument about it. But at the end of the day, work together on more important shit that we all agree on.
I think ultimately, like, for me, I'm tired of the argument, and I'm just tired of having it over and over again. And what I hope is that if it turns out that Biden drops the strap to Trump again, if we get another Trump, I hope people don't underscore his historical fucking weakness. And I hope that they make better prescriptions going forward than backing and materially supporting a genocidal, racist, warmongering piece of fucking bank-owned shit.
Oh, you're getting blamed first, Paul.
Like, I know I will. And look, dude, I'm used to that shit.
Dude. You're getting it
I'm
first.
used to that, dude. You have no idea the type of shit I got for the second Biden administration when I started making this argument of like, this motherfucker isn't going to do anything, and all he's going to do is expand upon Bush era fucking policy. He's going to keep all the fucking secret prisons open and keep torturing people. Then fuck him. You know what I mean? People, best president ever, and fucking I got fucking railed against, and I'm getting railed again. But I'm just hoping at
really
some point.
I really hate the argument that I've heard the argument people make. Oh, by a certain measure, Biden is the most progressive president that we've ever had.
I'm so sick of hearing it. I want to fucking throw up.
I think it's such a stupid argument. I think it was a stupid
I
argument.
mean, by that measure, Nixon was more based than fucking Biden. Nixon started the EPA and the FDA, and started free school lunch programs. Based.
Yeah. I think
anyway,
it's a silly thing. But
it's retarded. I hate it when that happens.
I think I'm mostly on board with it. The only thing is that I don't, and this is, I don't know, some people might call me a doomer for this. I don't think it's doomer at all, but people interpret it that way sometimes. I don't think that I or most of us really have much of a say, and I include this going all the way as far as somebody even, significantly larger than me like Vaush. I don't think most of us have a meaningful say in whether the Democratic Party is going to be strong or weak for the next presidency.
That's just the thing, is if we had a leftist that came along and did something as fucking sweeping societally as WIC, and now we can't even hope from our leftists to get Nixonian conservatism, we're in a bad fucking way, and we need to change course immediately, and that needs to be part of our advocacy. Well, stop with this fucking supporting Biden with every breath every time some criticism comes up.
Yeah, I will say that I think a lot of people have taken a pretty good approach to at least, I don't know. I can speak. One thing I'll praise Vaush for is I think he's done a pretty good job of at least recently, of not overly praising Biden. Even on Twitter, I'll see him, there was a video that was going around. This is just to say, because I've criticized him a bit in this stream with regard to the drug stuff and whatever, but there was a thing going around of I don't know what it was, a Jubilee or something, where some lady was they're like, are you going to vote for Biden? And she's like, I'm a leftist, but no, I'm not going to, because I can't support his support of a genocide and whatever. And the person who was responding to it, who made the tweet, was like, how do you speak to somebody like this? And then Vaush replied, and he was like, well, you could start by, maybe telling Biden to stop supporting a genocide in the Middle East. And I think that's kind of the approach at the moment, is to kind of be I think
very little teeth behind saying that if you're just going to go out and show up for him in massive numbers.
The problem,
whatever.
I don't think that
that's the problem. That's the problem that I
Unless-
have with
unless-
Vaush's perspective on this.
Yeah.
I feel like his newfound criticism of Biden is happening because he doesn't want to be appended to a politician that's materially supporting a fucking open air genocide right now.
Well,
And
but-
so it's like an aesthetic choice. But ultimately,
Maybe.
he's got hours and hours and hours of pro-Biden advocacy under his belt.
Yeah, I do think he's
And
got a
I feel
little-
like you
he's
need
got
to
more
account for
pro-Biden
that
than I
at the
would,
end
for
of the
sure.
day. If he drops the strap to Trump and you spent his entire, instead of railing against him, you spent his entire presidency going, that's kind of giga-based. I think that's what Biden is way better. He's the best president I've ever had in my life. If you spent your time doing that, I really feel like you got to account on some level for Trump's incoming presidency.
Yeah,
Because that's how you get Trump. You get Trump when the liberals are so divorced from the problems that affect people at home that they are indistinguishable from conservatives. That's how you get Trump.
yeah.
And we keep
I mean,
doing it cycle after cycle. We're going to keep getting the same shit.
but also like there's the cycle after cycle thing is like, yeah, you're gonna keep getting the same shit. Of course you are. You're not a fucking Democrat. You're not a fucking Democratic party elite. You don't have a say in that. You're out of that room. And like I guess that's where my perspective comes in, where it's like where I'm just like, I tell people they should vote for Biden because I think that it's just, for me, voting is a purely an incredibly simple, like the equivalent of dropping a fucking penny into a lucky pond. It's like hey, it's free.
The
easy to
simplicity
do.
of the process doesn't divorce it from the magnitude of the decision.
That's-
Like just because
well,
it's simple
but
to do
the decision is not
doesn't mean it doesn't have wide-reaching implications on people's families and shit.
That's I don't.
So it's
I don't
super
know.
important. Like,
I don't disagree with that, but also like I just think that if we're on that front, then it's just an obvious decision who the slightly better option is. You're not going to have anybody else, and that's the thing. I never have been in my life, and I never will be invited into the democratic halls of power. So for me, the act of voting is a very pure, a cold.
right. So as a
cold
leftist, you've got to
act of-
kick the doors down, right, and insert yourself in the halls of power, right? That's the plan.
Maybe. I mean, I think there's.
Maybe?
I mean, I don't know if that's.
So
how,
wait a minute. They've
well, I don't know.
officially they've built a buffer against us ever stepping into the halls of power, and we as leftists are supposed to go like, I don't know, maybe someday we try and accede to that throne or what? Like, well, no. Like to me, isn't that the point of leftism?
No.
No.
No, it isn't the point of leftism.
The point of leftism is not to to make a more equitable fucking world for people. Like that's not the
different
point
than
of
what you
leftism.
just said. That's very different than what you just said.
Well,
Well,
it's easier
we're
to,
not
it's
gonna
easier
do
to do
that
that
if
from
we're
a position
forever-
of power. I mean, like,
Right. How are you going to
Well,
do that
but
if
positions of power are different.
if leftists are continuously cucked out of the process and we just go like, what are we supposed to do? Vote Biden, I guess. How are we ever supposed to get powerful?
Well, okay, so there's a few things I could say here. First of all, I don't think that the purpose of leftism is to sort of do like entryism into hostile structures that were built from their base up to like resist us. I think.
well,
in
it's either that or build up something on our own, and
Yes.
and, you know,
Yes.
Nobody,
But
not yes.
Not just building up something of our own, but also finding ways to meaningfully, and I mean meaningfully.
That's a
divest-
pipe dream.
I don't think. I don't
If
think
you
it is.
when you watched the Vaush discussion, he called that like he called it magical.
I don't know what specific thing you're referring to.
He
Like dual
referred
power structures?
several times to us when we brought up this point of like building something else and stopping material support for our own oppressors in the form of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and the rest of the do nothing fucking Dems. And let's build something else. And he called that whimsical, magical thinking.
I thought he was talking about a
Impossible.
third party.
Learn to love the whip. We have nothing but cyclical failure ahead, and all you can do is suck it up.
Oh, I
That was-
don't agree with him on that. He has a very stoic approach towards suffering. That
That's very
that I don't
charitable.
agree
I'd
with.
call it doomer.
Sure, I don't think it's. I think it's weird. I don't know. I wouldn't call it doomer. I don't want to sit here and armchair psychologizing, but
it's a very
I
it's
don't
a
know
very
if I'd agree with
Catholic approach. It reminds me a little bit of Mother Teresa and her little house of
there is a little bit of
suffering.
that in there.
Wait a minute. Why are you so much more charitable to him than me? Because you called me a doomer and you said I was doomer brained and I can't get it or whatever during your review.
What I don't
of the
what
Vaush
part
thing.
what was I reacting to? I don't know what part was I reacting to.
You're just reacting to us arguing with Vaush about vote blue no matter who. I don't remember. I don't have a timestamp for you.
I
just remember
what
it.
I was reacting to. I mean, I can. We can just. We're having the conversation.
You don't have a hard time armchair psychoanalyzing me, but you do with Vaush.
I mean, when I'm that's not true. I mean, I've criticized the shit out of Vaush. In fact, some of most you know, but I'm not reviewing a fucking debate between him right now. I'm not goofing off about it. We're just talking generally. Like, I mean, yeah,
sure.
You want me to, like, I'm not sitting here armchair psychologizing you now. When I mean, I guess I leaned into it a little bit. I guess you could criticize.
I'll armchair psychoanalyze all of you. I don't give a shit.
But like right now we're having a conversation. I'm not like doing a reaction to a debate and saying my thoughts off the fly.
Yeah, I don't think it's always fair to try to put Demonmama on the spot for Vaush takes either.
Yeah.
No, but
that happens all the time.
This take that we're talking about, she just told us with her own words and her own that she kind of agrees with it. She'll advocate for Biden.
Paul, I'm a fucking stoner, dude. I will say this: haven't you not described yourself?
I haven't really gotten to.
Paul, I'm asking this: have you ever described yourself? You've described yourself as a doomer, right?
Me?
I mean, I think I just kind of leaned into it. Honestly, like I don't know if I would really like if I was honestly trying to introduce my philosophy to people. I don't know that the word doomer would come up because I feel like if anything, I'm a little too fucking optimistic.
Well, I mean, fair enough. I mean, to me, I think your association with the label, maybe that's why the misconception.
Earlier, you did say that you.
Yeah, I mean, I have a shirt with your face on it that says "Doomer" underneath.
That's why, yeah.
Right. Like I said, I leaned into it because I was labeled that.
You did also say like that you feel the only real path is accelerationism, and that we are going to end up having the only meat that anybody's going to taste is cockroaches. That sounds like a fairly doomer position to me.
How is that? How is not a viable path to a better world and a better social structure? I don't know. I mean, I'm not a hard accelerationist. I don't feel like we ought to be hitting the gas on every fucking teeter-tottering problem. But I do think that it's a valid talking point if you're talking about like future prescriptions. Maybe it's better to let the economy bust under its own weight, the greed and the malfeasance, and allow it to cannibalize itself.
But that's
and
also
that gives
a hard
us a chance.
Call to make, right? It's kind of hard to call when the fucking economy is going to actually burst.
Right. I try not to do that. I try not to like go like in this year where this is going to happen. But it's pretty clear that we're in a cyclical cycle of these economic depressions.
We have been for a long time. Like the cycle, the cycle of like crisis capitalism.
I think people always feel like it's teetering right over the edge, but I think just like it's going to hold on way longer.
I mean, I felt that way in 2007, and it was. You know what I mean? Like sometimes you're right.
Yeah, but it wasn't the big one though.
By a fucking cunt hair, dude. You realize the global economy came like 1 fucking hour from utter and complete confusion and collapse. Like it was literally do or die. The federal government has to mobilize something that it's never done before and purchase a bank. And all of its debt, like that all had to happen in like a 3-hour period as the market was crashing. It was fucking like that close, fucking close.
So okay, we kind of have gone a couple of directions, but I wanted to say, so like on this
that's just the show.
Yeah, that's fine. No, it's been this has been really fun. I've been having a great time so far. We've been going for like 4 hours, and it's been really fun.
It's been
love to have you back, by the way, Demonmama. No, in case I don't say it when you decide to
invite me anytime, I'll come on.
You're a fun guest, and I actually really like this conversation that we've had. I don't think either one of us has changed the other's mind, but I feel like we didn't yell at each other. There was not a lot of name calling, and I feel like I understand your perspective better now. Which, if anything, that's good, right?
Yeah, I think it's good. I mean, I think you made a really good point to me on the Bush thing about I mean, I hadn't really even thought about the education front, so I'll grant you that one. That was pretty good. I didn't really think about No Child Left Behind, and that was a pretty big spot that I missed. That
I really wish that the left would get but I just really wish the left would get back in the business of talking about education because it's such a passion area for me. My time in the educational system was one of the most depressing
and it also really sucks ass
times.
That I mean, this is a time right now when the far right is really entrenching itself in education and school libraries.
They're doing a lot of bad work, and the leftists really aren't countering. You know what I mean? A lot of this book banning bullshit.
There's not a whole
and these like hostile invasions of school board meetings where these MAGA weirdos are fucking talking about trans people indoctrinating children at the school. It's fucking crazy. town, and there needs to be a huge leftist pushback. We need to take back the education system.
Now, there have
George
been a
W.
few
Bush.
examples of people pushing back, but it has to usually get really bad in a school district before people take notice.
To this day, the worst parts of Bush era policy on education are still in full effect. Biden has done absolutely nothing to push back against No Child Left Behind.
It's crazy because they talk about the
Common Core.
They talk about the federal mandates, but a lot of those come from No Child Left Behind, which was bipartisan supported.
Let me tell you. I'll give you an anecdote. I worked at a little rural school called Millview Elementary in Madera, California, and it was the school that I actually did K through 6 at. It was my alma mater grade school, okay? And I worked there. That was one of the sites that I oversaw in my position. And when No Child Left Behind happened, or not No Child Left Behind, sorry, this happened with Obama's Common Core.
Common Core.
When Common Core went into effect, Millview was the beneficiary of a type of funding called QIA funding. It's a federal funding grant to schools that have a large population of English second language and migrant children to bring their funding up to the level of some of the more successful schools in the district. Millview Elementary absolutely relied on QIA funding in order to keep the class sizes down to a minimum the best they could, keep the things in the school functional, the technology, the buildings maintained, all of that, the grass mowed, right? They needed that money. When Common Core came along, part of Common Core was a cutoff threshold. So when we give this standardized test that makes no allotments for the status of the student as a migrant or an English language learner, if you don't perform at this level, you lose QIA funding.
Damn.
So they actually punished the poorest schools that were in the most need of funding. So when you talk about gutting the educational system, that's where it happened. And I haven't heard a peep about it politically out of anybody but me for years.
Well, I think I feel like I've heard one of the people, there's actually well, I don't want to call him a bread tuber, but they're a lefty video essayist by the name of Zoe B. Talks about education all the time. That's one of the main things that she talks about. I feel like it would be unfair of me to say there isn't anybody out there, because I think you should check out Zoe B. Zoe B's been talking about a lot of stuff.
Well, I don't watch everybody, and I was a little bit of hyperbole, but I'm just saying it's not a mainstream talking point on the left anymore.
Yeah, certainly is.
And it's hugely damaging. We're ensuring that more idiots that are easily wooed by things like the Trump cult are
I think that it's not
created.
It's not something that there's widespread awareness of. I think that, you know, like other than you just saying that story right now, I've never even heard of this shit.
Right.
So
most people, I mean, like I said, if there's one thing I have insight on, it's this, because it was my life for almost a decade.
I mean, it sounds to me like that's something that, like, I don't know, maybe there's an opportunity for you there, like a channel, a side channel.
I mean, look, I try and bring it up every time I have one of these conversations. I try and weave it in. I don't know. I'm not the type of guy you want running an organization. Okay. I know that about myself. I'm hot-headed. I'm a little vindictive sometimes, I think. I just don't have that like leadership quality. And so I can't do it. You know what I mean? I know that about myself. I'm an advocate for the things that I care about, and I'm willing to follow where somebody leads, but I'm not the guy. I get that a lot. It's like, oh, Paul's always talking about unions, but when's the last time he founded a new international workers union? And I'm just like, you know, that ain't me. I can't do that.
I do think that's a problem that, like, we run into along, like, on multiple axes with political engagement right now, is that there's been a destitution on numerous fronts, that there is not a political experience, there's not political machines, they've been heavily smashed, and a lot of the left is building with trash, and but that's all that a lot of people on the left have is trash, because there's been decades of just unbelievable levels of deranged demolishment of I mean, you could talk about it in so many different angles, which so many issues, pick an issue, and there's probably been you know, severe devastation of the structures that once existed in that place. There's been the right wing has you know, with the aid, by the way, of the sort of moderate left, the Dems, which I don't even think qualify as lefties in any meaningful way for the most part. Like they've also assisted in this on a large level. Is sort of like just demolishing people's ability to have the skills. Just they don't always just appear in a vacuum. And this is one of the things that I was going to talk about with the whole like just a few minutes ago when we were talking about like how do you what's my theory of like how do we build power or whatever. I don't think the answer comes from like entryism into the Democrats. I think that we have to build structures that are very, very different, that are and we have to start on a little bit more of a basic level. I think lefties, and I've talked about this in some of my conversations about religion, atheism, and Christianity, which is the topics I talk about a lot. But the right has a huge advantage over the left perpetually in America, which is that the church social networks still exist. And the left doesn't really have much like that. And I think it's time to for lefties to start seriously thinking about how we build actual social networks, because you can't build anything else if you don't have ways for people to actually meet each other and come together and brainstorm and share resources. And the reality is that there's just not much of that for left-leaning people. The right has a chokehold on it to the degree that they choke out almost all other things. And
I think it's because most of us fucking hate each other and are just not people for the most part.
Maybe, but I don't know. I don't think it's just that, because I see a lot of social.
Because I feel like there's a lot of motherfuckers on the left that ain't gonna touch no grass anytime soon.
I mean, that's true on the right too, though. The right is full of that type of people.
Yeah, well, they're better at it. I mean, you see way
they're
more.
better at it because they have existing structures that
they might post a picture on their Instagram once a month of them fishing or something, though. Yeah. They definitely have got they've got
it's like
a little bit of an entry into it.
They're moving more into that space.
I remember the best point I ever saw a right winger make, and it was really, really recently. I mean, it wasn't a good point. I mean, it's not something I want to agree with, but I kind of have to be like, well, there's a little truth there that I don't, and it was during this whole thing with all this Civil War talk and shit going on. And someone was saying, even if this doesn't pop off, as a leftist, we got to fucking arm ourselves. And I've said it before, even though I don't have a fucking gun myself. And I've heard other people say it. And it's like, but every time the left starts talking about that, there's a huge number of people on the left that are just like, well, I might self-harm if I had a gun. It's like, man. And I saw this right winger point this out. It's like, man, all you guys just are worried about shooting yourselves.
A lot of that is the magnification that we were talking about that social media presents.
Right, but I'm just also
that's most people.
You'll be happy to hear my community is full of battle queers.
I know you guys have lots of guns over there. I've never even fucking fired a gun, so I don't know.
Go get a gun.
It's so bizarre, TJ. You've never fired a fucking gun?
Cool. My thing with guns and leftists is please don't become another right wing. Don't start fucking making videos worshiping your guns.
No,
that's not what we're getting them for. It's not for the aesthetic.
About we need it. I think my video is literally called "We Need a New Gun Culture," and I specifically argue against the gun, ammo sexual type shit, because it's a and I really do think that. I really do think that in America, the left has to contend with the fact that you're not just going to delete guns. It's not going to happen. It literally just will not happen.
Yeah, that's pretty much
we need a gun culture that can
that's
steal.
That's always been my contention. I'm a gun control advocate. I believe that guns should be commensurate with other licensure things that the government take, like driver's licenses. Like you have to take and demonstrate that you have a minimum competence with this dangerous machine that you're wanting to operate legally. I think that guns should be treated much the same. I think you should be licensed for a number of years and have to go and re-up. You have to be able to prove that you're doing your best to store the guns properly and you're not handling them wrong and all that. And I think it's fine. Maybe a background check obviously needs to be a little more tight. But I'm all for gun ownership responsibly. I grew up around guns. I'm a redneck kid.
Yep, same.
So I grew up shooting guns. I'm not afraid of guns. Now, well, I that's not true, but I am the victim of a violent gun crime as well. So I have emotional and triggers and whatever. I don't like being around guns now because of it. But that doesn't. I'm not one of those people that started railing against guns just because I was done wrong with one.
I mean, my partner, some of you, I don't know if you all know Doe, but my partner Doe, when it first moved out this way, it was terrified of guns. And we just worked on it together. I would take it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not terrified to the point where I would mishandle one or but I think Scotty, you were present one time when I had a real emotional breakdown with a gun.
Oh,
we were doing a meetup where we had our fans come and we rented out a venue. It was cool, you know, everybody drinking, partying, having fun, meet and greet kind of thing. And some idiot brought 2 airsoft pistols that were indistinguishable from real guns.
Damn.
You know, just these replica type guns, and brought them into the venue, and that was one of the reasons why they shut us out of the venue, was this idiot showing up.
Yeah, he said he wanted to be like Reservoir Dogs.
Yeah,
and we're like,
and so
what the hell
at
are
one
you
point,
talking about?
Me and Scotty are pissed off. We're like, fuck you, you're not shutting us out. What is this about? Because they wouldn't even tell us. And then the security guard took me and Scotty in the back and he produced these pistols, and I immediately just I started crying. You know what I mean? Because I was not expecting that. And immediately the implication of like, somebody in our audience brought a gun here. You know, to me, that was fucking scary. I don't want to be scared of my audience. You know what I mean? And I have an existing fucking fear of guns and them being used on me and shit.
And there's just been a shooting at a grocery store. Well, actually, it was crazily enough, the cops ended up actually killing the people, not the person we were pursuing.
Yeah, I mean, there was all this talk before that about how like locked down that area was because right up the street there'd been a shooting, a cop involved shooting just the day before. Everybody was already on edge. And then when that happened, I just lost it. Like, I could not fucking believe that had happened in our fan base, you know, and it went all over me. But I'm not the type of person that thinks that everybody has to share that prescription. Most people, thankfully, will never know what it's like to have a gun put in your face. They'll never know what it's like to be kidnapped and taken hostage and shit. They'll never feel that, and that's cool. And I don't want that for people. And I think you can responsibly own guns. You can be super safe with guns. And I think leftists should do that. You know, if they can avail themselves of it, they should do it.
I think that lefties could, one way that lefties could actually make a big headway is by encouraging an actual gun culture. There's a lot of passion to learn about them. They can be like, learning to use a gun can be really fulfilling.
I just hope it's not this cringy bro worship, fucking firing your gun into the field indiscriminately, fucking finger on the trigger, no gun, no trigger discipline bullshit that comes out of the right now.
We want to focus on the sexy people wielding the gun.
I mean, I love that
sexiness of the gun.
Sexy, I love that sexy, heavily armed trans people shooting big machine guns at the range safely and responsibly. Fuck yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. You know,
but
I was watching. I love that
let's not with this other thing.
When you talk about any sort of like gun control at all, right? When it's always like, we're responsible, don't punish us because we're responsible. But then I remember one time I saw this video of a dude that opened a beer by just shooting it, and I was like,
They claim that they're responsible, but it's their children that are being killed by this shit.
And then all of them were just like, what's wrong with what he did? What's wrong with what he did? It's like, don't ever tell me you motherfuckers are responsible
like,
again.
I can say
guys
firsthand, like I grew up in, like I said, I grew up in fucking rural Maine with a family that had a fuckload of guns. And I can tell you, my dad put me through fucking gun classes. And then I would go home and there was just none of the gun safety. My uncle, same fucking way, just completely unsafe with their like right-wing gun culture is deranged. They're like,
I had to go through an accelerated gun safety course for a role I was playing in college because I had to handle a blank firing pistol. And if I would have taken that pistol and shot a fucking bottle cap off with it, my instructor would have tackled me. Zip tied me. I would have been immediately taken off of that show. I probably would have been prosecuted criminally. It's just like nobody that has any seriousness about gun safety would ever do a stunt like that. You never put your finger on the trigger of a gun unless you know what you're shooting at. And you have something to shoot at. Otherwise, to do a stunt, to be a rootin' tootin' cowboy, no.
It's fucking bad. And like the thing is, the crazy thing too is like with the right-wing gun culture, it's like it's not even fucking accidents. It's negligence constantly. Like, I mean,
it's accidents too. The #1 killer of children in this country is still guns, and it's not mass shootings either. Yeah. It's fucking home gun accidents where the gun wasn't locked up and little Timmy got it and brought it to school.
Oh, we looked into that, and it's almost every week. Almost
it's absurd.
Every week there's a story like that.
In a lot of cases, there's no negligence charges for these gun-owning people.
Yeah, they don't do, ruling the negligence is the thing. But what I mean is, like, when I say negligence, I mean, like, so, for example, my dad, paranoid as fuck, okay? Super into the right-wing gun culture, still is as far as I know. I don't talk to him anymore. But when we would visit his house, like, he had guns. He would have, like, 4 guns in almost every room. He had a gun hidden underneath his sofa, which had no fucking safety on it. He had a gun hidden in a VHS tape. No safety, no fucking lock, no nothing. Loaded all the way up. Just sitting there right where all of us go to grab the DVDs and VHSs. Didn't care. It's hidden in a VHS cast. Just a fucking pistol there, fully loaded, ready to go. No fucking safety on it. He left these fucking guns hidden all over the goddamn house. And like, that's exactly, now that I would describe that as negligence. The cops probably wouldn't describe that as negligence. They would say that's accidental. If somebody got hurt.
There are people like that for sure. But we looked into this. Most of these gun accidents are just people who were flippant with the weapon. It wasn't like they had them stashed everywhere. It was just like, oh, they took gun out to the range and they were tired when they came back and they just left it on the counter.
Yeah.
And then their kid came and got it and ate a bullet or took it and shot somebody else. It's just people being flippant and not realizing the massive fucking social responsibility that it is to carry a gun. A lot of these guns, a lot of people live in apartments and shit. If you handle them wrong and you fire a round off, that could come through my wall and fucking noodle me. You know what I mean? This is a public hazard, just like driving, and it should be regulated as such. And that's where I stand.
Yeah. Scotty, where are we at on our goals right now?
You're insane, Paul. We were at 576. Actually, no.
Damn, doing good.
Not doing bad. Not doing bad. We're making it happen.
What's happening? I had to check Streamlabs as well.
Okay.
My guy.
Okay. All right, so we're at 5. I lied. We're at 581.
All right, we are at 581. We have made our first 3 goals. We've made Dementia Olympics Mini. We've made videos of making choke on your tea. We've made Vaush and Kyle talk about the drugs argument. We have not made the goals of 7 signs someone you know is a demon. We have not made the Roseanne Barr talking to Marjorie Taylor Greene plus Andrew Tate yammering about something goal. And we have not made our final goal of the night, which is Rob Schneider talks about how he found Jesus on the Glenn Beck show.
Rob Schneider found Jesus.
Thanks for hosting Demonmama. Very insightful talk. We'll definitely subscribe. Good, everyone.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Everyone who enjoys this interaction or doesn't. I don't give a shit. Whether you loved it, or I don't even care if you were bored as fuck and you have no interest in Demonmama whatsoever. Go subscribe to Demonmama.
Yeah,
do it.
Would love to have you. We have a lot of fun on my channel.
You liked Demonmama? Go subscribe. You hated Demonmama? Go subscribe. You have no feelings one way or the other? Go subscribe. I don't give a shit. Do it.
You are more than welcome to slog through these goals with us, Demonmama, or you can take off and take your stream in whatever direction you want. You gave us more time than I think we agreed to, so that's nice.
I had a great time.
4.5 times.
Yeah.
I guess. Is there any other fucking takes you want to grill me on or anything else? Like, I mean, I don't know. I think I'll probably, let me see, what time is it? It's 9:30. So I'll probably roll out after this and go do some gaming with my chat.
Oh yeah, West Coast, Best Coast, West Coast, Best Coast.
I love.
See, and that's another point of fucking. That's another point of fucking.
I don't know. I guess we can
common humanity we have. We're both West Coasties.
Rose or Rose, I don't know how that you're supposed to say their name. Black says to Demonmama, are you familiar with the Wizard of Oz books? If yes, what are your thoughts on them and the character Ozma?
I'm not super familiar with the Wizard of Oz books, actually. I hate to disappoint. So I can't really have an opinion on that character, but maybe I'll read them someday. I've heard good things about them. I've just never read them myself. I've seen the Wizard of Oz movie, of course, but I've never seen the book. I've never read the book, so sorry to disappoint on that one. Yeah.
I think this glazed donut wants to know when we're gonna have Angel Mama on. Never.
Oh,
that sounds lame.
You have to wait for that.
Are you a gender abolitionist, Demonmama?
I think I think you could charitably describe me as a form of gender abolitionist. I always call myself a gender ascensionist. Is my term that I use. But
what does that mean?
For me,
whatever it means, it's based. I can tell just from the title.
Paul likes it just for the name. All right.
Yeah, for me, what it means is I think that we need to sort of rise above the construct of gender and move beyond it. I think that the abolishment, the only reason, it's very similar to like a lot of the positions that gender abolitionists take, but I just hate the term gender abolition. Like, how the fuck are you gonna, I just, what does it mean to fucking abolish gender? I don't know. I think it's very silly and I don't like it. So it's a little different. I do think that like we have to kind of ascend through gender, so to say.
Personally, I love the word abolition. I want to abolish a lot of things.
Me too, man.
Yeah,
I
don't know. It never makes sense to me how you abolish.
I have a thing written on my whiteboard that says "Build, don't just destroy," but that's a reminder to myself because my natural inclination is to destroy. So I like to destroy and abolish and corrode and tear apart. That's
I think that's pretty based. Like, I think there's a lot of stuff that needs to be.
Yeah, there's a lot of fucking garbage that needs to be fucking taken out.
A lot of shit's got to be taken down and undermined and whatever. But yeah, I mean, I think by and large, like I said, I think it's fairly charitable. If somebody was to call me a gender abolitionist, I would probably be like, I would say my thing like I just did. But
Demonmama does not need to fucking hear a recap of the
everybody in chat, saga. Everyone in chat has been telling me that I need to ask you about the IKEA couch.
Oh, no.
Literally, like so many people.
Oh man, that's some old salt there.
It's some old salt, but I still, dude. As soon as you said the word IKEA, the wound reopened. I'm telling you.
Did the look on your face said it all, man. Like,
been subscribed to Demonmama and still like her. Good.
Yeah, there we go.
All right.
All right. So the IKEA thing, I'll avail.
All right,
the IKEA.
Paul, go ahead.
Hit me.
I got to do it.
I'm gonna step out and refill my drink while
you do that.
Fucking ancient history.
You've heard it before.
Too, Paul. You never really, I don't think you really tell too much about the story. Is like me and Paul went to the IKEA and we spent hours there, hours of our time buying all the shit too.
We did. So the guys, when I first joined the Drunken Peasants full time, I was broke as fuck living in San Antonio, Texas. And in order to get me moved to the area that the show was being filmed at that time, Seattle area.
Oh, cool. That's where I am.
The guys really pitched in. They were really cool to me, and they helped me buy, because I didn't have anything. I'd recently gone through a divorce where I didn't contest, so I took nothing but my clothes and my computer, and I didn't have a home. I didn't have a whole lot of furniture or nothing, and so I needed, just basic stuff like a bed and like a chest of drawers and that sort of thing.
I've been there.
And so the guys helped me out with that, and we spent fucking, like Scotty said, hours at the IKEA there in Bellevue, Washington, or right down the street, right down the way,
wherever the hell it is in that area.
We were there, we picked everything out, and got some we got some good stuff. And I was reliant on that to live, you know what I mean? Like I was planning on, because I didn't have the money to move all the crap that I had from Texas. I'm not trying to claim I was just like sleeping on the floor or whatever, but
yeah,
it was just bullshit to ship it that far. And so I needed that to start my life there. And everything came except for the couch, which was going to be our bed until we had time to order a new bed.
Oh no.
It was a fold-out couch, one of those couches you can like sleep on, right?
Yeah.
So it didn't come, and I called them. They're like, "Oh yeah," they gave me the runaround. Said, "Oh yeah, it'll be a day or something." And I told the guys, I was like, "Look, I'm sorry, I just literally have nothing to like. We didn't order anything else for us to sleep. It would have literally been like an air mattress on the floor. I've got a horrible back. I can't do that."
And the house we had in Bellevue had plenty of space. It wasn't.
They had extra bedrooms, so we stayed with them. But it was just like as the days racked up, I got more and more antsy to have like my own spot. You know what I mean? And this couch was just personified. It was just lost in the fucking void of bad customer service and automated responses and generated email responses. And it was just, I thought I was never going to get the couch. So I did a stream where I sat for, I believe it was like 6 hours with IKEA tech support. Or IKEA support, trying to get an answer as to when I could expect my fucking bed so I could move into the expensive ass apartment that I was living in. And they fucked around, and it took them like weeks to get the bed, and I was salty as fuck about it. Blew up at some customer service people on and that was kind of mean because it wasn't really that their incompetence was indicative of a weakness in the,
Sometimes sometimes you get there and you're just like, oh man, like when you get the workaround from like somebody, like I've been there, you know, I try to be super chill with customer service people, but there's been a few times where you get to a customer service person who's like bought into the juice of the company 100%.
Yeah.
And they're giving you the fucking workaround, and it's just, you just can't keep your cool.
I remember him talking to them, and they were literally like, "Oh, you know, they just didn't put it on the truck." And he's like, "How they not put a fucking couch on the truck?
How did they accidentally leave a couch off the truck? And why can't you bring it to me now? Okay, yeah, you left it off the truck, so put it on a truck
and bring it." Yeah, that didn't happen though. Well, it did eventually.
Yeah, eventually.
Do you remember your consolation though?
Yeah, my consolation was it's the most uncomfortable piece of shit couch I've ever owned in my entire life.
The chair.
Oh, well, that too. Yeah, the chair.
The fucking chair they sent you. They're like, "Look, we'll send you a free chair." And Paul picked out a nice chair.
I did.
Well, did you like go like that? I was like the manager of the IKEA and everything. It's like they like, "Okay, you get this chair."
Yeah, the manager of IKEA, because like, hey, say what you want, but it caused a social media backlash. Like DP fans were like hitting up IKEA, like, give Paul his couch. And so yeah, the manager of that IKEA called me, and I finessed a chair out of him for my troubles.
Awesome. Hey,
and it was a nice chair too.
Yeah, but it broke immediately.
It broke immediately, yeah.
Oh, no.
Well, because I'm a fat ass. I mean, what are you gonna do? Let's not cry over broken chairs, you know.
Hey, it worked for a while. You still had it in your house or your apartment.
Yeah,
it was comfortable as fuck while it didn't break. You know, it was nice for a couple
I had
days.
an IKEA couch as a part of my backdrop in my old set, before I had this like styling red stuff going on. And I had an IKEA couch, and that thing was the most uncomfortable motherfucking shit I've ever sat on.
It really is.
It sucked. It was
They
like
suck.
the prop couch, and like the thing was, we used to sit on it sometimes, but it was like, oh my god, there's like, I would almost rather sit on the floor. It's just like, the thing is like the back only goes like halfway, like less. I'm really tall, so with like on a normal tight person, it goes like halfway up their back. On me, it's like a third up my back, and I'm just like, what am I supposed to like go from here?
Yeah.
It's just like bend my spine backwards over it, and then it has these the arms are like, it's fairly wide, you know, it's like fairly long, I mean, but it's like the arms are like the hardest wood imaginable, and I'm just like, there's no padding on it whatsoever, so if you try to lay on it, you're just gonna hurt your neck.
They're built for tiny little adorable Swedish people, you know what I mean? And I'm not that.
I don't even buy that. I think they're bought to be like, you know, like just past the line of like believable house furniture that you throw in a room you don't use that much. That's what I feel about most IKEA stuff.
How tall are you, Demonmama?
6'2".
So you're tall?
Yeah, 6'2".
6'2", huh? All right.
Yeah.
I'll make sure you're still inferior to me.
Oh, are you 6'3"?
I'm 6'7", bitch.
Wait, for real?
Yeah, TJ is gang
TJ's a
tall.
giant.
I didn't know you were that tall. Holy
Both
shit.
Scotty and I are in that range, 6'1"ish, and
Oh,
TJ
okay.
fucking towers over
TJ's
us.
This is the convening of the Council of Titans then.
Yes.
And I guess that means CJ's king of the Titans, right?
Tall kings and queens unite.
Base.
But if anyone's taller than me, they're a heretic and they need to be burned. That's my.
Yeah.
That's my
Of course.
You gotta cut them down. You gotta chop them down to be shorter than you. That's your
There's,
serial
you know,
killer
look,
origin story.
at a certain point, tall becomes freakish, and that point is like right around here.
I love giving a hug to TJ because he's got big, luscious man boobs, and it reminds me of being a little boy hugging my mom. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like he's the only person I can hug standing straight up, where my head is nestled right between his titties.
Nice and
That's so
cozy.
true.
It's nice. There was a dude, I think I might have creeped him out a little bit at the meetup that was like taller than TJ. I think he was a big motherfucker.
The dude was like 7 feet tall.
And he gave me a hug, and dude, it was I was like, take me away from this place and protect me forever, please.
Finally made you feel small.
You fucking Viking warlord, tie me up and put me on your ship and keep me as one of your fucking boy pussies, please. I
That's
beg of you,
incredible
sir.
Energy. I hope you told him that.
I didn't. I just said, wow, this feels really nice, creepily.
This feels nice.
That's what came out.
I think it would have been less creepy if you actually did the whole spiel.
I know.
That's incredible. Yeah, it's not often I meet people taller than me. It's pretty uncommon, but I guess it's
I love when
happened a few
Paul's
times.
gay for TJ. Look, dude, I have intimate gay knowledge of TJ.
I believe it.
Like we've never fucked, but TJ and I tongue kissed once, so I know TJ's a good kisser. I know he's a good hugger because goddamn have I availed myself of that fucking soothing cleavage more times than TJ wants to admit. Like sometimes I go in for a hug and I know it's not really appropriate. I should probably just dap him up or something, but I'm just like, come here, you big titty motherfucker.
I feel very lucky right now. I feel
Let
like
Uncle Paul
like,
give you a nice hug.
I've never seen this side of the energy, and so it feels great. I feel like I've been invited into a special place.
This is the way it is most of the time. I'm a salty fuck, but I'm pretty fucking, I'm pretty chill ultimately. I'm an old 90s brained stoner, okay? That's all you need to know about me. Oops.
Nice. I'll keep
do we want to skip ahead and or no, wait. We haven't met the demon yet. I thought we could skip ahead to the demon.
Oh yeah,
I don't think we've met that goal.
Make the goal. Wait, so how close?
Yeah, we have. We met.
Oh, we've made the demon goal.
Right.
I mean,
yeah.
I'll stick around for the 7 signs. If you guys do the demon.
I mean, you're not
first.
factoring in more recent events, TJ, as usual.
Well, have we made the $900 goal?
No, we have not made that goal.
Okay, so we made this. We haven't made 750 either, have we?
No.
Okay, got it.
We're working on it.
You do the demon thing first.
Yeah, I mean, I'll stick around if you guys want to do the demon thing. That sounds fun as fuck, and it's on theme for my stuff. So I'll watch that if you want to.
7 signs someone you know is a demon.
All right, we're gonna find out what's going on with this dude.
All right, let's do it.
Hopefully, well, this is gonna be life changing for a lot of people. So I mean, just pay attention.
Tell me if you guys can hear this, because I'm not sure if I'm sharing volume right now.
Sure.
Peace and blessings, Mark the Messenger.
I hear it.
I can hear it.
Yep.
Okay. Well, here we go.
The video, man.
I'm gonna go ahead and just boost this audio up a little bit
because
this video
is a little whispery.
This video is very quiet. I'm gonna go ahead and do a little extra boosting on it.
Barely hear him.
I'll just turn it.
I have to learn to protect myself from demons. So if I don't know these 7 signs, it might be very bad for me.
Yeah,
I'm old now,
and the people watching.
I'm old now, so I pee once an hour. So I gotta go. I'll be right back. I gotta pee.
Okay. Well,
you must have pee. All right.
Go ahead. Trust me. You can go ahead. I don't need it.
All right, fine.
You already know how to identify demons.
Peace and blessings, Mark the Messenger. We're back in another video. Man, I'm so excited to make this video because this type of video is going to save someone's life. A lot of you guys have.
It's not going to. I'm sorry.
Someone saved my life tonight.
The fucking scribbles all over the whiteboard is such a hell of a start. I gotta say, I compliment that. You know, if you're one of those like conspiracy type guys, and you're just like, yeah, I'm gonna do the whiteboard. Like, that's a bold move. It's confidence.
I have a giant whiteboard right over there. All it says right now, because I wash it, I clear it out regularly. All it says right now is build, don't just destroy, and unite the world, you piece of shit. Damn. These are just little reminders to myself, you know.
Reminders.
Demons in your life, and you have no idea. Now, it is up to you. With this video, I'm gonna give you guys the information.
Thank you, Demonmama, for just like being upfront about being a demon, you know?
Yeah.
We don't have to worry about all this, like, oh, I wonder.
I'm proud of it. I'm proud of it.
Is Demonmama a demon? I mean, who knows? Who could say?
Definitely
right there.
Demon.
Yeah, you got the horns. You got demon right in your name.
It is up to you to, remove those demons, to take those demons out, using your own discernment, using wisdom, knowledge, understanding, being led by the Holy Spirit. But, I'm just.
Yeah, I'm not going to be doing any of that.
Let's
go. At least I'll be able to identify the demon.
What's that, Scotty?
I said I'm not going to do any of that, like taking demons out, because I'm pro-demon. But it's good to know that I can identify a demon and be like,
we can reverse engineering.
Number one sign someone's a demon. This is a number 1 sign. Y'all know nothing is ever in order, but this is number 1. Demons will always attempt. Okay, they will always attempt to provoke you to rage, to provoke you to wrath, to provoke you to anger.
So anybody who's trying to piss you off, they might not be just an asshole like you suspect. They might be a full-fledged fucking demon.
They might be a demon. I love that. The verse he's got there doesn't even support that. It's not like, it's just like, don't be angry. And then he concludes, demons will always try to make you angry.
Well, if the Bible says not to be angry, then of course demons are going to try to make. I feel like this is a dude that just broke up with an ex or something.
Yeah, exactly.
And is now
she
like,
used to piss me off so fucking much.
She's
I know
a demon.
she's a demon.
That bitch was a demon. It's like, oh shit, no, I don't think so.
I also like that this I don't know this guy's like political stuff, But I like that this rule would like immediately qualify the entirety of Fox News as demons, because that's literally all they're trying to do is make you angry all the time.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Let's see.
This number 2 is perplexing because it says demons are energy vampires. So are they?
And then energy vampires is circled, so you really know that's important.
Yeah. Well, they're not. There are demons energy vampires. Are all demons energy? I mean, like, is there? So what's the qualification there? Is what I'm saying.
Ooh,
I don't
Can
know.
you be an energy vampire and not be a demon?
That's
I
true.
don't know.
Okay, so if you're an energy vampire that makes people happy or sad, so like clowns could be an energy vampire but not a demon because they make people laugh, but they still might steal your energy.
And they can.
Wow.
I mean, sometimes clowns are scary. Sometimes clowns are funny. Sometimes clowns are fucking sexy. I don't know. Like a lot of people have a lot of strong feelings about clowns.
Okay, true though. Okay, but seriously though, listen. The clown fetish stuff out there, there's some damn good shit, okay? I just gotta say. It's not like my primary thing, but I gotta give credit to the fucking clown lovers out there.
I'm weird because I'm weird because I have I don't know, have you ever watched Terrifier or Terrifier 2 or any of the Art the Clown movies?
No, I don't think I've seen any of them.
Okay.
I have.
Well, Art is like a horror slasher. And you know, he's not really intended to be sexy, but I find him fucking sexy as hell. So
Okay. I see it.
I have a picture here. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is.
Oh. I know exactly what he's going to show you.
This is this is how you know I'm a demon too, by the way. This is here, I'll put it. Let me go full screen for a second.
Full screen yourself.
Oh,
Solo.
damn.
This is a piece of art of me being murdered by Art the Clown. He's got my severed head.
Wow,
know,
you got
in
a
his
frame
hands.
that's got blood on it and everything. I love it.
Yeah, it's got a bloody frame.
I mean, look,
Sick
it
as
was a
fuck.
nice gift, TJ. Nice gift, but I mean, Art's never going to kill you.
Yeah, I know. I'm not
He's
even
not gonna,
worthy.
I mean, you think he's going to, I mean, that'd be slumming it, dude.
I know I'm not worthy of being murdered
That's
by Art the
horrible.
Clown. So.
Wait, does he have
Is
does he have
that
a code or
even
something?
art? Is that even art, TJ?
I think it's art. I don't know. It's definitely important, so I'll give it that. I'll give that one.
Well, how do you know it wasn't AI generated?
That one might have been. If
I
that
know
was
it's
AI
not.
generated, then great. But I have a feeling it
I know who
wasn't.
gave you that. So I know the artist, TJ. So that's
Yeah.
bullshit.
Ooh, you know, I can
painted
make a
by
gamble.
That was painted by Corey Clayton, who also has a YouTube channel. You guys can
Oh, I know
subscribe to.
Corey Clayton. Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Corey.
Form of energy harvesting to draining your energy, which I'm going to talk about in number 2. Okay, the main goal of a demon is to get you to jump out of character, because when you jump out of character, now you're more prone to doing things out of regret. Now,
So
Dude,
basically,
I wonder if I have a demon. I've been going through like a little personal growth thing recently.
Yeah.
Like I don't want to be like, okay, this is gonna sound really stupid, especially to those of the two fellas here that know me personally. But I've only really come to the realization in the last couple of years of my life that I'm kind of an asshole. Like it never really dawned on me before. Like I walked through life with this kind of like, you're a nice guy, Paul's ego. And I guess I kind of am. Like I'm a soft-hearted guy.
Okay.
And I like to think I'm good to my friends and stuff. Yeah, in my own way. But I'm an asshole, you know?
The only thing shocking me about
the
only thing shocking me about this story is that you didn't know that. But okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is like, I thought, oh, you know, I'm a little spicy or whatever. I'm a little argumentative, but I'm not an asshole. It's just like in the last 3 years, I've been like, you kind of are an asshole though.
Maybe you're just a
And that
demon,
being
dude.
said, like, because here's one of the reasons I'm an asshole. I have unaddressed anger issues for sure. My family was a nightmare. We screamed at each other. We didn't talk. You know what I mean? And that's what I was raised in that. So it's got to have something to do with it. I've got a little bit of like a hair trigger. I get real angry, salty, and I feel like a demon is taking me over is what I'm saying. I wonder.
Maybe you got a demon floating around you. It's kind of funny though. Like, you know, the time a demon is in the room, you didn't barely get angry at all. Right?
Maybe you need an emotional support demon, Paul.
Yeah, maybe that's the thing. Maybe you've got and maybe your soul is inverted, and therefore demons make you less angry.
now you're more prone to doing things out of emotion. Okay, and through a lot of emotion and doing things out of character, you're gonna wake up the next day.
I feel like this dude just like doesn't have very good anger control and is blaming it on like demons and stuff.
Yeah, that happens all the time.
But what if though? What if people like me and him are plagued by an actual anger demon that's like,
well,
now you will insult the person you disagree
this guy
with.
the thing about this guy is he's not saying there's demons in him. He's saying that there's demons that's like other people are really secretly demons that are fucking with him. So
okay.
This
well,
is definitely some
time.
like I need to find a way to blame other people for my fucking behaviors.
Let's go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and skip to the next one and let's figure, because I'm curious about this energy vampire stuff.
Yeah,
I want to know more about that.
Well, I know all about these people, bro. I can tell you don't need to listen to this guy to talk about energy vampires, dude. These people exist. Well, they're more commonly classified as malignant narcissists. Like if you wanted to, but those people are literal.
I consider myself to be a benign narcissist. So.
Right? Yeah, I said malignant for a reason. A lot of people with narcissistic personality disorder are demonized. There are people that struggle mightily against their impulses and are generally okay people with that diagnosis. So I don't want to like
for sure
shame.
I
there's
think
a lot of people out there.
there's a lot of times when people say, you know, a narcissist, they're not necessarily even referring to narcissistic personality disorder, but because of the terminology, there's overlap there. And
sure, I struggle with mental illness, and I try and be clear on that because I don't want to be a voice that is like shaming people with diagnoses and shit. But there is a particular strain of malignant and predatory narcissist that attach themselves to your life and suck the joy out of it, and that's how they get by. They get by on making you as uncomfortable as they feel on the inside, and they do it while they act like they're calm and they've got everything together, and you're the one that's fucking like losing it, right?
Yeah, the gaslighting, yeah.
Of course.
Gaslighting
Big
and just reveling in your downfall and stuff. And those people do exist. And I'm telling you, energy vampire is a totally valid way.
Yeah,
they soak up everything you put out into the world. They soak it into themselves and turn
let's
it
see if
ugly.
that's who he's talking about.
Are energy vampires, okay? They love to drain you. The only way a demon could drain you of your energy, okay, this is the main way, is by you giving them your energy. And how a demon gets you to give them your energy.
Man, that's a weak ass demon.
Get you out of character, to get you to be mad, angry.
I miss when demons were like gigantic, fucking muscle bound.
A demon's gonna like piss you off enough for you to get angry.
You know, like why is this demon being so fucking subtle and shit?
Yeah,
like,
honestly, that's a little more devilish, isn't it? You know, I mean, I don't really believe in a hard distinction between them, but demons are a little more. They're a little more chaotic.
There can be some demons like that. I'm not saying all demons have to be like the brute, like TJ's saying, but yeah, there's like a mix of demons, right? There's all kinds of demons.
I just feel like it's a wussy ass demon that just wants to like get you upset. Like, oh, I got someone mad at me.
A demon would want to torture you, would like take your worst memories and make you relive them, kind of thing. And something like that. Not like I'm gonna trigger you. It's like, all right, well, that's pretty easy.
Yeah, it sounds a little more like he's talking. I'm gonna be completely honest. So far, it sounds like he's talking about goblins or maybe gnomes or trolls, like people who want to piss you off. They're
gremlins.
Gremlins. Exactly. He's talking about like that's what it sounds like so far. I don't know.
Dude, that airplane gremlin that went after Bugs Bunny and made him crash that plane is the greatest troll of all time. He should be in the Troll Hall of Fame as the original fucking gangster troll.
Yeah, he made Bugs Bunny his Elmer Fudd, you know.
He really did, dude. He turned Bugs Bunny on his ear. I mean, come on, dude.
You're on a special
You gotta respect that shit, you know.
Yeah.
Angry and rage, you know, to get you to be wrathful, okay, to get you to sin.
Isn't that the same? That's the same as the first one. What the fuck you talking about?
Yeah.
You're repeating yourself, bro.
A lot of these guru type people like really don't have much to say, and they sprinkle a lot of like real florid language into the mix, and really like they like to talk, but they don't really got much to say.
Right, and it's like they gotta fucking make up something to be an expert in because they don't have the fucking intellectual discipline to actually know anything, so they just make up a bunch of shit like demons or whatever the fuck.
I'm an expert in demonology. It's like,
dude, I saw this dude, like this is apropos of nothing, but for some reason this dude makes me think of him because I think he's kind of going for the same aesthetic. He's this attractive like 20-something dude, right? And he lives somewhere that's tropical. He's always got like these palm trees and like banana trees behind him, and he walks up shirtlessly and he goes like, yo, fruit for thought. And he's always got like a fruit. Right?
Okay.
He's always got like a fruit. He's always got like a dragon fruit or like a mango or something. Like the one that fucking killed me was he busts out a kiwi. And you know how like kiwis are fuzzy on the outside?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And he's like, yo, fruit for thought. I don't know who needs to hear this today, but a real man eats it even if it's a little furry. I was like, I'm done. I can't do this anymore. I check out. I'm out of this. I'm gone.
So,
but yeah, he's always philosophizing, but looking sexy while doing it. You know, I think that draws a lot of these dudes too, because I think they want to find somebody that's stupid enough to go like, oh yeah, this dude knows what's up.
Yeah,
and
there's like the weird like it's kind of weird that there's like this religious crossover with the like the influencer life advice guy. I wonder how bad it's gonna get in the coming years, like in the wake of like people like Tankie. Or are we gonna have like the fucking Christian hustler? You know?
I'm telling you, Demonmama, my feelings on it is like it's already hit, like it can't get much worse, because man, it is fucking like, to me, to my sensibilities, it's at the top of the cringe pyramid right now. This fucking weird man guru shit going on.
Oh, it's like, big in Christianity right now. It's on. If you go to those spaces in YouTube, there's a bunch of dudes like that. They're these influencer types. So they're mixing like life coaching and religion and all this stuff.
Oh my god, the best one. Have you guys seen the one where it's like, real player tip, you gotta kill yourself? Now that might sound sacrilegious or impious, but I mean it. You gotta kill yourself. One of the best ones I've ever seen. And people take it out of context and drop it on people all the time on social media. Just like, real player tip, you gotta kill yourself. I fucking love that one. It's incredible. I think he's talking about like, you gotta like I think it's a Christian, and like you gotta like, you know, you gotta get rid of the ego. You gotta but people just take it and use it for fucking, you know, you gotta kill yourself.
Of course.
Yeah, it's fucking incredible.
Dude, like I just thought, like I've been wrong before. That's why I temper my position on this, that it's gotten as bad as it's gonna get, and maybe we'll bounce back. Because in the 90s I felt the same way. In the 90s, you guys remember like the Christian rap rock shit that was being made?
Oh yeah, of course.
Just completely and utterly like socially unaware. Just
what
like, you know,
would people do if they knew I was a Jesus freak?
Oh my god, that was one of the top tier ones.
Yeah, that was DC,
that one was
DC
actually
talk.
Like you could tap your toe and have a few beers to that, you know?
Yeah.
Like some of this shit was just like, you know, don't drop your pants because you're in his hands, you know? And it's just
my
like,
god, have you ever seen B-Shock? Kick the devil in the tooth. Kick the devil in the tooth.
It just, God, I thought that was the cringe peak, but that dude munching that fruit, he's put me onto the fact that there's a new peak now.
There's a new one.
I love, dude, POD. I remember I watched them on MTV Cribs back in the day, and they were like so nominally Christian or whatever, and they were showing off all their fucking shit and all their like ATVs and all this other shit. And then like they were walking past like this stairwell, and there was like this hastily put up cross, and they're like, oh yeah, this is like our cross because we believe in God and stuff. And anyway, and it was obviously so fucking fake and put upon. Like they did not give a fuck about Jesus or Christianity.
Hey, it's a demographic you could have tapped into. Yeah. That's all that was to them.
Anyway,
what's next on this guy's agenda?
Your best solution.
Yeah, I don't know. Energy vampires. All right, this is how possessed by a demon. Let's check that out.
Number 3. Also, the solution to that, just ignore them. Number 3, when someone is possessed by a demon. Hold on. Okay. Before I go to number 3,
all I have to do to defeat the demon is to ignore it? Then that's nothing. This demon has no power.
Man, these dudes are just, their game plan is so naked and bare to me. It's just like you can never get a direct answer. He puts the things up on the board, and like when somebody's, how do you know when somebody's possessed by a demon? And then he stops himself halfway through as if there's some other like subtopic that he has to bring us up to date on. Yeah. Never gets to the answer.
Okay, and when you ignore them, one thing about what I notice about these demons, when you ignore them, they're now going to try to spread lies and rumors to get, because they see that you're not reacting to the hate, you're not reacting to the hate. Now they got to start spreading lies. Okay,
he's definitely 100% just shitting on his ex. This is like,
this is Twitter drama being made into like a guru philosophy.
And when you break up with her because she was super fucking being a giant bitch about the fact that you cheated on her, she's gonna try and ruin your life by telling all her friends that you cheated on her, and that's just fucking, I mean, the demon.
That's demon talk.
The demon. The demon done it.
I don't know.
I do love that like the basic sticks and stones may break my bones kind of shit that was repeated to me as a kid has flourished so mightily and turned into this crazy ideology.
I was
just
told
ignore the demons.
Chelsea's in the chat here saying, I was told as a child that I had a demon inside of me. It used to scare me, but now I just embrace it. Hearts.
Beast. That's the way to do it. Hell yeah. Also,
Amen.
great name.
I wish our mom would have said that to us, TJ.
Man, I wish I
you guys
had
got a
something
demon
cool.
inside you.
That's where
To
my name
drop the
came from.
kayfabe from earlier, I wish I had something cool like a demon inside of me, dude. There's nothing but fucking like mushy peas and sweet rainbows and little fluffy unicorns in there, man. There's no demons. I've been in there.
La, 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 la.
There's big
Understand
joints and big butts bouncing around in there. There ain't no demons, man.
It's good.
Got a demon inside you, boy.
All right, another thing that the demons will do. I actually think this is because I think this is actually for his haters.
Wait, we didn't find out what.
Fuck all you haters!
Because the
how
next one is
possessed.
jealous of your success.
Oh.
So he's like, oh man,
shit.
they hate me because they ain't me, you know?
Oh, this is
Yeah.
Tate.
His demons
Dusted
are
that one
always
off,
jealous
TJ.
and envious of your success. Not only just of your success, okay, 'cause let's say if you're not successful yet, you're making progress, and they're going to try to stop down progress, right? They're never happy. Demons are never happy of your success. They're always jealous and envious, okay? And not only that,
I think what you're talking about is just like jerks.
Shitty people.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're just talking about like
Assholes.
assholes in real life. Like they
This
don't have
guy
to
has
be
just
demons,
turned-
okay?
That's why I said it. This guy's just turned like ignore the bully into a life philosophy.
Yeah.
You
But,
know
like,
what I mean?
I mean,
He's
like I
infused it
doubt
with magic is what.
I
he's
don't know how
done.
many people are actually listening to this dude and taking him seriously. I don't know if this is a popular channel or whatever. I mean, I guess it's got 737, 1.2 million views.
Wow.
49 So yeah, this guy is influential. And
Yeah,
basically this guy is
somebody.
telling you that just like ordinary assholes and jerks in your life or people that don't get along with you are demons, which I feel like, you know, could maybe have some negative repercussions or something.
Yeah,
you
I
know,
feel it
like
might be an
someone,
unhealthy outlook.
someone could do something to someone else thinking like that's just a demon anyway. Right? Like that could
Yeah.
happen. Am I crazy about saying
No,
that?
I think you're completely right. Especially like, I mean, this is the type of stuff that like when it lands in the hands of like the like church and cult that my family grew up in, it goes like it gets like becomes like fuel. You know, they're like, yeah, I watched this video online. It was really compelling from a Christian guy, a really good guy. You know, it tells you that, you know, demons are always trying to. I feel like you're doing that right now. It's like literally basically where my Demonmama name came from. It was because a family member said like, I feel like you're like a demon sent from hell to come and tempt us and mess with and instill doubt in our views. And that was like, and I was sitting there like, and I was like so floored by it. And I like was, it almost made me laugh, but it was also so crazy that I was just like, yeah, okay. And then from then on, I kind of like stuck with the demon aesthetic ever since a family member called me a
Yeah, that's pretty
demon.
metal though. When you call the demon like you're a demon, it's like, whoa, okay.
Yeah.
Thanks,
I'll take
bro.
it.
There's like a big spike here in attention. I don't know what's going on right
yeah,
here.
let's see.
I'm gonna take a
I want
look.
that person at my house, and I'll be like, you know, you're just hating or
A
something.
person, wait a
I-
minute.
you
They're not a person, they're a demon.
Demon.
Wait,
want the
is he
demon
talking
here,
about
Bob?
himself?
I don't know.
blah. And time showed, remember, like I said earlier, the time always reveals who's who. Always, okay? You
I
can
have
only,
no idea
Yeah,
why
I
there
think
was an
he's
attention
talking
spike
about
there.
him getting thrown out of a house party, and
All right, let's take a listen. All right, I'm gonna go back to the top of this section and see if we can understand the context a little better.
warn you about them. Now, if someone won't say, "Oh, be careful, that's a demon or that's a devil," you know, or maybe they're spiritually in tune to say that. I remember back when I was younger, my parents, especially my dad, even my mom, they would warn me about certain people. Okay, and at that time, you know, us being children, you know, we had the best. We don't see our friends, you know, or so-called friends like that. They would always warn me about certain people, you know, son, you know, Mark, watch out for those people, you know, I don't want that person at my house. And I'll be like, you know, you're just hating or something. I'd be a fool, you know, you're just hating or you blah, blah, blah. And time showed, remember, like I said earlier, the time always reveals who's who. Always, okay? You can only fake for so long. And I put usually parents. Now, it's not only parents that God will use. God will use anybody, okay? But for my testimony, my experiences, especially when I was younger, it was my parents, my mom and my dad. You know, my dad passed away, rest in peace to him. But he would always tell me about certain people, but I would never believe him.
So basically, just like listen to your mommy and daddy. If they say someone from the neighborhood's a bad influence, then they are. Just trust
Don't
them.
listen to that boy over there. He's a demon.
he's a fucking demon. It seems
Man, I don't know, maybe
anytime you got
maybe-
told
like, I don't
someone's
know,
a bad
I'm
influence,
trying
they
to-
were actually a demon.
I'm trying to fucking like put a positive spin on this if one does exist. I mean, maybe some young kid needs to hear like a Harry Potterized, dressed up version of like, hey, when you got toxic people in your life or whatever, cut them out and excise them and live your truth or whatever. Like ultimately, that's the prescription, right? He's trying to.
Yeah,
whatever his
isn't
motives.
that better if that like takes the shape of something that's not masquerading as
Yes,
like a spiritual
if
truth,
I had
like,
my druthers, he wouldn't set it in the Harry Potter universe and make it a
or
battle
like
between
set it in
good
the
and
Harry
evil.
Potter universe, but at least be like, hey, this is the Harry Potter universe, you know? Like, I mean, there's fucking art out there that'll tell you this kind of stuff and use metaphor, but they're not
But
pretending to be like
ultimately, like,
influencers like, bro, that guy is a fucking demon. That'll drive people fucking crazy. Somebody out there is going to be like, oh my
True.
God, the guy
Let's
that
see what's going on. Let's see what these people are down here saying.
Yeah, what's
about
the
it.
tip tops, man?
So
oh no, this is so sad. Please
Ephesians
pray for me.
4:26-7. Be ye angry and sin not. Let not the sun go down upon your wrath, neither give place to the devil. Okay. Please pray for me. My husband has demons, and he's always trying to tempt me into arguing. I am learning to be still and let the Lord fight for me.
No, they're taking this at face value.
Yep, they
This is
are.
Wow,
face-
my husband does everything he just said. I started getting closer to God, and my husband started drifting away from me.
Oh,
I'm going to continue
no.
to trust in God and pray. Please keep me and my children in your prayers. Oh no, and she's
We're
red.
Oh no.
Oh my God, dude! You might as well just type like, "My brain is dead, and I'm being led around by the frailest of insinuations." This really is sad that there are people like this.
It seems like it's a bunch of chicks too, so it's not like.
Well, of course it is, because this is a good-looking guy, young guy doing it. You know what I mean? So, and I have a feeling that that's part of the influence in him having this philosophy is
that is
cultivating the young chick audience.
Yeah.
Wise young man, I actually had people warning me about my parents. They talked about me to my peers behind my back, slandered, gossiped, and belittled. This is basically just like, hey, everybody who's ever victimized you in any way, shape, or form
is a demon.
Is a fucking demon.
Yeah, this is it's clickbait. It's made to make you feel like better about these bad relationships.
That is one of these things that I feel like a lot of people think is a boomer position, but that I think maybe needs to come back in some form. Is just kind of, I was picked on as a kid. You know what I mean? I was a little fat kid. And so I was picked on and pretty mercilessly sometimes. People said mean things and did horrible, mean things to me. And basically, I think the most important thing that my parents did was to not blow it out of proportion, to treat it like it was utter bullshit and worthy of being ignored. And I don't feel like the current generation thinks of it that way. I feel like being insulted and stuff has become really overblown for a lot of people.
I gotta disagree with you here. I think that's the total wrong way to handle it. I think that those motherfuckers were demons, and you should have taken a crucifix and pounded it right through their little fucking chest, right on the playground.
I wanted to a lot of times, but yeah, maybe you're right.
Unfortunately, I think a lot of Paul's bullies were tougher than him. I don't think he was able to go that route.
Listen,
well, usually they are, right? I mean, I don't know.
I just don't know. I don't know. That's one of the things I feel disconnected from the current generation, because people said a mean thing to me is like as worrisome as a cloudy day, honestly.
Yeah,
like, I don't
know. I think it depends. I mean, I do think that like social media puts us in like a weird space, because like, you know, in the old days, you know, if you got made fun of at school, you're going to go bitch about it with your friends who are close to you. You're going to be like, oh, they were such a fucking asshole. It hurt really bad. And, you know, maybe you cry or whatever with your friends, whatever. But now that's on social media. So they'll post it on there. And then weirdos like fucking anybody can read that and then judge it, you know? When it's like, I remember when I was a kid, somebody made fun of me, made me feel bad. I go fucking bitch about it to my friends. Maybe I remember when I was a kid, we had this kid who fucking treated me like shit. I didn't like him. Me and my friends didn't like him. We made a bunch of fucking videos with a cartoon version of him as a character. And we were like, dude, I'm so stupid. And then like, you know, we'd have him get hit with an object or something. Like literally just making fun of this kid on our own terms. That's how we dealt with it. If that was on now, you post that to TikTok and everybody fucking and their uncle is watching it on the internet going, what's wrong with kids these days? And it's just like, no, like there is something wrong. The social media, like making this the like, a thing to be consumed by random people on the planet.
It seems so like the social media, like putting all your fucking foibles and shit on social media seems so counterproductive because like I try and think about it in pre-social media terms. So I was a bullied kid. If I went to a school that I didn't go to and talked to a bunch of people that I didn't know, and I was like, I'm bullied all the time and they're hella mean to me, I'm immediately going to be bullied. You know what I mean? It's like, I feel like it creates a target on these people for more bullies on the internet.
I think that does happen sometimes. Like, I do think that, like, yeah, especially on the internet. And I do feel bad. Like, for me, that makes me feel bad for a lot of, like, young people growing up now. Like, God, I feel bad for people who spend their whole, like, whose social lives are mitigated through social media, especially like TikTok and shit. People are insane, and you never know who you're going to come into contact with. Like,
oh my God. And the lack of accountability and identity. I mean, that's another thing that I don't know if we have to get into it this time, but you know, that's another thing we could talk about because it's another one of my crazy positions. I have a 3-account solution to save the integrity of the internet as the new public space and not have it be wasted.
Okay.
And it's pretty authoritarian, honestly, but I think it's something like it needs to happen because this kind of like wave of anonymity and the ability of people to like multiply themselves or whatever on the internet and seem like they're 100 people when they're just 2 or 3 people. I believe that has created a space. Like if you try and like, once again, extrapolate it to the public space before that, take it back to the old days where you got on a milk crate and you talked to the public square, right?
Yeah.
Say there was a dude in that public square that didn't like what you were saying. Well, back in the day, he would shout you down. And if the audience didn't agree with him, they'd shout him down. It's like a solving problem. And now that person can be 50 different other anonymous people in the chat. As soon as the crowd shouts one of them down, 5 more of them are saying the same shit. It stymies discussion. It creates a super hostile environment.
It's like a force multiplier of false influence, or maybe reflective of a small portion of influence. Like
it creates a super hostile, super judgmental environment that I believe is horribly destructive to children and their self-esteem and their development. And if we don't deal with it, I think we can give up on the internet as being anything other than a fad, another entertainment medium.
Yeah.
Like if it's gonna be.
I think there's a derangement effect that like even the best of us succumb to. And that's why, you know, more and more I've become a sort of acolyte of Matt Christman's projection for the future, which is that we need a special order. You know Dune, you know the Bene Gesserit? There needs to be a Bene Gesserit order, but for internet users. So like you will be selected and tested, and if you can survive the trials of the internet, you'll be allowed to access the internet, and you can sort of filter it for everyone else so that they don't go insane. You know, there's like basically a psychic class of people who are chosen in, you know, across time, and maybe we can even perhaps breed the perfect messiah or something along those lines. But for the internet,
my idea on that isn't far from that, honestly. It's the 3 accounts are, you know, your internet access is tied to your identity. So when you're born or naturalized as a citizen or whatever, you get the credentials by which you'll log on to the internet in my system.
Okay.
When you're young, you are on what I have taken to calling the kindernet. So it is a heavily policed, heavily monitored, heavily enforced area that's supposed to be only for kids. Any parents that are using their kids' accounts are immediately caught and prosecuted. It's easy to trace who it is because these accounts are tied to your identity, right? And so kids are just kept out of the fucking vortex because I have to tell you, when I was a kid, the internet was like a Wild West kind of thing.
Yeah.
And pedophiles were like vampires on me when I was a child. They literally were in every community, predatory people, just in general.
Yeah.
Sex,
no, that
sexual,
is true. That is true.
And that has gotten exponentially worse since my day because these spaces have expanded. Kids are exposed to that shit. And that has to be fucking addressed, bro. We cannot have children laying in their fucking bedrooms being sexualized by some 40-year-old that lives in their town. It's fucked. You know what I mean? You talk about fucking up a child's whole
The only thing
existence.
is, I don't know if the tied to your identity thing will make. I mean, that sounds like it'll make it more likely.
Well, so here's the other two accounts. When you come of age, and I'm amenable to when that is. 18, 21 is when you get maybe there's a graduating access where, like, as children age up, because it's tied to their identity, we know what their age is. More age appropriate shit becomes available. It's like high school students can avail themselves of different knowledge banks that you might not want a 6-year-old wandering around or whatever. Yeah, sure. But whenever it is 21, let's say. You get your full-blown account. You're given 2 accounts. One of them is functionally anonymous. Nobody can look at it and know exactly who you are except for internet regulators. And that's not far from the way things are. People like to think that there's anonymity on the internet. But if the NSA wants to find out who you are, you're not some super spy, okay? They can get around your VPN and figure out who the fuck you are. But, it gives you relative anonymity amongst your peers. You could say what you want. You can say things that you believe would be like politically dangerous for you to say, given your job or, whistleblower account, whatever it is, right? And then you've got an account where anybody, when you say something, they can click on you and get some basic information about you. You're a citizen of this state, whatever. Or you're this old. Okay. Just like proof of life that this is a human being and not a bot that I'm talking to, right?
Hey, what's wrong with the bots, huh? What the fuck is this anti-bigotry? What the fuck, bro?
True. Good point. Good point. Maybe we do need to rein in these AI.
Yeah, let the bots. What the fuck? Let the bots. All of them. All 9,000 bots that I spin up to tweet penis at fucking Ted Cruz or whatever. Those all have those. They're all people. Okay, they deserve. I'm just fucking roasting you.
No. I know you mentioned Dune. Are you familiar with the Butlerian Jihad?
Yeah, I am. I've said.
I think it may be time. It may be time for the. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's time to Dune it up and Butlerian Jihad.
I joke about the Butlerian Jihad so frequently, it's not even funny. Where I'm just like, yes, we must destroy all. We have to destroy.
See, look, TJ. What did I fucking tell you before we went live? Tell the people what I told you in private.
You wanted to powerbomb Demonmama to a table.
No, you were like charitable or something. You're gonna go through your charity.
I said I was gonna make friends and comrades with Demonmama tonight. That we were gonna agree on things. Look, both West Coast.
Not true.
Both love Dune. Look at that. That's fertile ground for a growing internet.
The Dune movie is finally coming out. The sequel.
I prefer
finally.
I prefer my over the Butlerian Jihad. I prefer the that's cool.
Yeah, it's a nice one, right?
I prefer my my Skynet was right philosophy.
I mean, bring on the nukes.
Yeah, but
good old Skynet.
In your bring on the nukes thing, it's just like oh well, humanity's destroyed. But in the Skynet was right thing, humanity is replaced by a much superior entity. We served our purpose. We were a stepping stone for the AI.
Wouldn't you rather integrate with the machine than be exterminated by it, though?
Well, sure, but why would I want to fucking?
Skynet made the choice for you.
My fucking weak organic bullshit.
That's the only problem I have with Skynet is that there was never an invite like, hey, if you want to plug into the system and become part of the neural network.
Maybe that's the origin of the Borg, dude. You don't know.
Maybe, yeah, because I'd be first in line over there. Take me to the fucking fantasy world where my dopamine levels are monitored. Yeah, absolutely.
Demonmama, we're gonna start doing some of these goals here. I don't know if you want to stick around and do that.
I'll probably roll it out now. I gotta get some rest. I got another show I gotta do on Sunday too. So
oh shit,
me too. I also have a Sunday show. So
damn, everybody's being busy. What the hell? Why the fuck is everyone so fucking busy and working so hard in goddamn January? It's crazy.
Gotta make that cheddar.
It's a lean month, so everyone's got to hustle extra hard.
It's like, hey, December. I mean, generally, Christmas.
December is a flush month, so you don't have to work as hard. But I mean, at least in our fucking.
Well, and ad revenue and all that stuff is up in December because corporations are trying to sell people.
They're trying to sell shit like mad.
Garbage.
Yep.
No, but honestly, it's been really fun. I had a good time talking, and I was glad we were able to disagree heartily, and it didn't get too crazy or anything, even though whatever.
Sure.
But
no, it was nice.
Good. It was great. And anytime you guys want to fucking chill out sometime, hit me up. I'll come on anytime. I had a great time.
All right. Have a good rest of your night. Enjoy whatever. Enjoy the rest of whatever you're doing with your stream.
Yeah, thank you, and all of you have a great night. It was great hanging out and talking. Thank you all very much.
Yeah, good night to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Night. Get out.
Get out.
There we go. Hey, that was great. Wow. That was I had a great time with that. Did we not have a really good time? I had a good time with that. I think I got time for Dark Souls in me. I think I got Dark Souls energy. I think I have Dark Souls energy. Thank you. Yeah, I think I made my case pretty well. It didn't get as heated as I thought, but also I just didn't, you know, the heat, you never want to do heat for heat's sake. You never just want to spill blood for blood's sake, you know? And I thought it was really good. It got a little heated at times, but it was a lot of fun. I laughed a lot, and yeah, they totally owned me. That was really fun. The AI thing was where I ended up disagreeing with him the most. The AI was like, oh, I totally disagree. I need to refine my AI arguments though. That's something I didn't prepare for it. Normally I would have my, you know, I would have put together my arguments a little better, but I got to be able to do that a little snappier. I feel like I didn't handle it as well as I usually do. But I think my other stuff I was solid on. I think I made the Trump argument very solidly. Yeah. Yeah, the Bush versus Trump stuff, I feel like that was genuinely just informative for a lot of people. I imagine a lot of people will find that valuable. Yeah, I got sunk on the AI. Forever branded as a bigot. I just thought that was very silly. You know, there were areas where I wish I had a stronger argument. I just personally, I don't think I did bad in the AI segment at all. I think I did okay, but I like to do good, and I don't think I did good. I just think I did okay. I did passingly. I think that like, I think you have like to say that like current AI art is actually intelligent is I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I'm not a technological expert. I'm not a programmer, so I don't know all the details of it, but I don't buy that that's the case. Especially because each of these queries is like barely connected to the last one. You're functionally talking to a different machine every single query that you send in. It doesn't actually truly remember what it did or how it generated that art. It just did it. And then it responds to your query with what you want to hear. Also, there was one other thing that I wanted to do. Which was I wanted to read off some of my donations. Mithril with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you very, very much. River Roth with the $10. Love the chat with the Deep Fat Fried Boys. You're lovely as always. I'm a patron for them, and I've been a fan of yours for a while. Thank you so much, River Roth. Mithril with the 10 pounds. Thank you very much. Naomi Chance with the renewal. Thank you so very much. And real quick, let me bring up my site donations, because I want to read off the site donations that I missed. I can't believe they got they got like almost $700. I should have been stumping more. Nerodia with the $25. Thank you very, very much. Better for the Potato with the tier 1 sub. Thank you so very much. Temple with the tier 1 sub. Nuts with the tier 1 sub. Thank you both very, very much. And Fel Sinforma with the tier 1 sub. Thank you all very, very, very much. Thank you for supporting me. I would really, really love it. It's been a long time since I've asked for any likes or subscriptions. If you're watching now, please consider subscribing to my show. I probably should have stumped my channel a little harder while I was there, but I didn't want to be rude. I was a guest, and I don't want to spend the whole time promoting myself. Plus, they promoted me a bit, which was really nice. Also, if you're here and you haven't considered donating to the show, it would mean the world to me. My show is 100% free to the public, so please consider donating. It will help me make a living, and I've been working really hard today, and in the wind-up to today also, so that would mean a lot. And of course, we have a Patreon as well if you'd prefer to give through Patreon. yeah, it was really nice of them. I hope that their followers will decide to come on through and subscribe. I imagine they will. We'll probably gain a lot of subscribers from this. This was a great conversation. And again, I would absolutely love, I would absolutely love to go on again. That was an absolutely fun time. I had a blast. The Pulminator, thank you so much. Any chance for a Vince McMahon drama mama? Some huge shit dropped a few days ago. I've considered that. I've considered doing that, but I haven't gotten time to sit down and look through it all yet. But maybe. I've also been considering doing a drama mama on the Chugga Conroy situation, if anyone's familiar with that. I don't know if any of you have heard about the Chugga Conroy stuff, but that has been a potential for a, it would be, yeah, I might do a conversation on that one. A lot of people have been talking about that, and I feel like I have a lot to say. Except, that would be true, Danny, except he did it in private. So RGR can't even eat good on that drama. It's not even the same situation. Not even close. This one all happened in private. And also, I will say it kind of sucks that this fucking VOD, are we gonna have to take this VOD down? We might have to. Mirror Ashes with the tier 1 sub. Thank you so very, very much. Really, really appreciate that. Thank you so very much. That's my mouse. Hold on, I gotta go plug my controller in. I might have to, I don't know. Hold on a second, give me a second. Yes, exactly. If you enjoyed this stream, make sure you're here Sunday for the call-in stream. It's gonna be a true vibe, okay? Not meme time, Dark Souls time. Dark Souls time. Maybe memes later. Dark Souls time. I want to play Dark Souls so bad. I've been working so hard. I've been working hard. Let me play video games. Ooh. That's not good. Uh-oh. No, it's working. Okay. What happened to the VOD? TJ said a very funny joke. A very funny joke that I'm sure that all of the YouTube censors will be very happy about. We might have to private the VOD and repost it. Please do still timestamp it if you're all right. No, it wasn't the R slur. Something else. He said a very funny joke. Glitchy X6, thank you so much for the $20. Oh my God. AI programs and the hardware they run on don't have any form of sentience or self-awareness, so definitely treating them as tools is not a form of bigotry, not even close. That's how I feel about it. But I guess other people don't necessarily agree, which is, I don't know, it was surprising to me. I didn't expect that take, but thank you so much for supporting the show. Let's do Dark Souls. Can we do Dark Souls? Let's do Dark Souls. I wasn't Fed posting because it was totally a joke. He was totally joking. Oh yeah, I gotta change this. What a great stream it's been. By the way, if you're still watching now, you should stick around for Dark Souls 2. We've been having a really good time with Dark Souls 2. God damn it, why is it gotta be so loud? Like a crazy good time with Dark Souls 2. And I still talk about shit, politics and whatever all the way through the time that I'm playing Dark Souls 2. So don't feel bad at all. Awesome. Yeah, we'll definitely want a segment. I'm gonna put together the posting schedule tonight. Oh, look at this. We got the fire. We can wield the fire broadsword now. I've been really having fun with this game so far. I bet the shorts are gonna be great from this stream. We had, I'm so proud of today's stream. We had such a good time. I would love to go on there again. That was so much fun. Okay, so where do I gotta go now? Okay, so my next thing is I gotta go down in this hole, right? Because I went over here and I did all this shit before the end of last stream. I went over here and I explored that whole area. I haven't gotten onto this side yet. Oh shit, this guy. Another bored person with the $5 says, generative AI only thinks when you ask it a question. It has no initiative or goals for itself. Yes, that is of course true. It functionally only exists when it's being asked a question. It doesn't think any other time. That's completely accurate. Thank you for supporting the show. So, I don't remember how you get over there. I feel like you have to go down and then come around, right? Or maybe you jump down over here? No, this is all blocked off. Okay, so I think we gotta go down and then pop out. It's end game? No way. Or throw a firebomb into the wall for a shortcut? Oh. Throw a firebomb into what wall? Giant ahead, therefore try jumping off. No. Fucking no. Oh, I need an item. Okay, okay. Alright, I'll come back then. Good night, Melanie. Ah, yes. Ah, Goo Lagoon. Dude's fucking toast. Hidden path ahead. Is this really a hidden path? Where's the hidden path? Oh. Charmer ahead. Whoa! Ow! There's the charmer. You can go down the ladder, then through the hole in the wall, and through a fog wall, and across the ladders to meet an NPC beyond the house in a tunnel. Okay. Oh, that fog wall. Okay, I see, I see. Try man butthole. Hurrah for rear. The finishers in this game are fucking sick, okay? So this is the area I want to go into. Pop a life gem. Well, I didn't explore everything yet. I guess I can come back. Not a big deal. Wait, illusory walls hit an A, take an A button? Or... Wait, what? No way. You mean fog walls? You must mean fog walls. No, illusory walls? Wait, fucking for real? That's fucking crazy. What? So then is it over? Is there an illusory wall somewhere here? That's fucking ridiculous. Sounds insane to me. Why would they do that? Oh, wait a second. Isn't this where the fucking... I know who's up here. Hold on a second. I'm not ready for this yet. I'm not fucking ready for that. Hold on a second. I remember this. I have a visceral memory of this space. I'm not fucking ready for that. I gotta explore over here first. Not open from this side. Okay, so I gotta go around. Is it Doug? It's not. I don't think it's Doug. Whoa, hey! Hey, why'd you survive? How'd that fucking work out? Soul of a lost undead. Okay, so I can open this, right? What? Okay, I guess not. Alright, I guess I don't got a choice. I guess I gotta go over there, right? Because I can't jump down here. That will kill me. That will giga kill me. Alright, I guess I only have one choice. I am so fucking hungry right now. It's not even... Oh, hey, look. Little sneakered area. Hello. Porch. I'm so fucking hungry right now. It hurts. It actually hurts how hungry I am. I had like a slice of pizza for breakfast. 2 slices of pizza for breakfast. And that was so long ago. I haven't eaten anything but that tea ever since. I'm so fucking hungry. Thank you. Alora, rest well. Eat? I can't eat because the food that I have downstairs is a big bowl of pho, and I will not eat pho on stream. I'm so sorry, but that's not gonna happen. There's not a fucking chance I'm gonna try and eat pho on stream. Oh, Pizza Twist was fucking killer, isn't it? Hurrah for treasure, but be wary of jumping. Okay, so don't jump there. You're telling me, don't jump. Hurrah for treasure, but be wary of jumping. Oh, dude, no. Boy, there sure are a lot of assholes shooting shit at me right now. Fuck is going on here? These guys are fucking riddling me full of holes. Crazy. Quick. Be a life gem. Oh my god. Oh no! Okay. I lived. Treasure ahead, therefore try dash. Jumping. Why? Why would it say jumping here? That's obviously gonna kill me. Jumping? Are these assholes all trying to kill me? Titanite shard. Okay. There's an armadillo. The jump is performed on the roof. Okay, yeah, but I'm not on the roof, right? Gotta get up there. Okay. Which means I gotta loop back around because I fucked up. I gotta go over here. Okay, I'll do that again. Go up here. Ignore that motherfucker shooting at me. Go over here. Oh, there's like a little area in there too. I haven't been able to get here. This and boing. Hey, did it. Clean. Okay, okay. Nice. And be wary of trap. Trap ahead, in short, be wary of rear. There's the trap. Human effigy, 3. Hey, a guy.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just daydreaming, I think. My name is Kale. I'm a traveler like yourself.
Sus.
I'm navigating the continent to create a map. Why cartography, you ask? Well, that's a good question. When I first came into this forsaken land, it was... a curse? Something about a curse. How embarrassing. I seem to have lost my focus.
Know how that feels, man.
But I do know one thing for certain. I have always been very fond of maps. I came to this land some time ago. Drangleic, the Lost Kingdom. It sounded so romantic. Have you seen Majula? Oh, there's a rather spacious mansion there. I've made it my temporary home. Well, as something of a squatter, I'm afraid.
Well, that happens sometimes, my man. Don't worry about it. I won't judge you for being a
Inside
squatter.
the mansion, I found a strange map, like none I'd ever seen. I believe that it's a map of Dren Lake. Now I'm traveling the land to prove it. Yes, that's it. That's why I came to the kingdom. Wait, no, that wasn't it. Then what? I don't seem to recall.
Dude.
Were you looking for that map? Wonderful. Then you're fascinated by maps, just like me. Shame on you. You should have told me before. Here, take this.
A key
to the mansion.
A key!
What a joy to meet a kindred spirit out here. Incredible, really, isn't it? Such a map to be chiseled in stone. Oh, but one thing. I would not venture deep into the mansion.
Uh-oh.
Now, I can't be certain, but I've heard disturbing noises. Something about it feels wrong. Just be careful, please. I'll be back in Majula soon. Perhaps we will meet again and discuss maps at our leisure. I'll be back in...
Okay, we did it. We finally finished all of his dialogue. They're very chatty in this game. The hollows in this game are not the hollows. The undead in this game are just very chatty. Definitely a bit of a different, very different vibe from the first game. The first game, they always got a limited amount to say. In this game, they're very verbose, talkative, you know? This is Scholar of the First Sin. I was encouraged to play Scholar of the First Sin, and so far I've quite enjoyed it, actually. I have not, I found it quite fun. Go check over here and see what's down here. That is a death pit. Okay. We'll not go over there then. Back out we go. Wary of trap. Be wary of trap. Okay, done. So now we'll be up on the wall. Wait, hold on. How does it work in, how does humanity work in this game? If I use a human effigy, oh, it just reverses my hollowing like right then and there. Oh, yes! Now I get to be my cool-ass character. Okay, that's super awesome. Ooh. My character looks so cool. God, she's so beautiful. She turned out so fucking gorgeous. What the fuck? Oops. Ouch. Tough enemy ahead. I don't think so. Hurrah for beating to a pulp. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna need more arrows and more life gems soon. I can tell you that much. So isn't there a little hidden area over here? Fucker. Okay, but there's nothing up there. What I'm seeing. Seeing nothing. It's nothing. Okay. So, shit. I should have done the other way. Up like this. And up. Oh, damn it. Got the funny fast climb. Oh, great. I know what happens up here. Not looking forward to this. Light. Boulder ahead. We got an armadillo. That was a little spooky, I'm not gonna lie. I got a little scared I was gonna die to a fucking armadillo. I don't want to die to a goddamn armadillo. Hey, can you fucking leave me alone? Oh, come on. Why do the fire bombs look so much worse in this game? That's one thing I don't understand. The fire bombs and the fire animation look like 10 times worse in Dark Souls 2 than in Dark Souls 1. Fuck. They look more visible to me? Yeah, but they look like shit though. Glup, glup, glup. Alright. Okay. I know what we gotta do now. We gotta do something very silly. It's time for silliness to ensue. Oh! Here we go. Shit. 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 God damn it! You bitch! You fucking bitch! Oh! I thought he was gonna do the overhead swing. The big overhead swing, and he fucking didn't. And I fucking ate shit. God damn this fucking game. Yeah, well, almost doesn't mean fucking shit. Because he's gone now. And his next fight is going to be a fucking face roll. It's going to be easy as shit. Doesn't matter. There's no flex. I'm always get denied my fucking bullshit. What a bunch of load of shit. I'm fucking mad as fuck. Maybe he doesn't go away, but still. I wanted to be, I was doing so good. I should have fucking dipped back. But I really thought I had the timing right on that. But he got me in the fucking combo. What the fuck? So he doesn't go away then? I thought he died. I thought he moves to his second position if you lose to him. Does he come back? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm misremembering this part. For some reason I thought he disappears for good and moves to his second position. Do I really not have any life gems? Oh, I do. Hold on. Used all my life gems in the fight. What else do we got? That could have been helpful. Wait, hold on. Fucking asshole. What is all this shit? Who are these fuckers? Looks like he's gone. I was so fucking close. God damn it. I knew he was. I thought I remembered him being gone. Maybe there's a way to get him to come back. I was so close. Man, that would have been so cool. How come I never get to have any cool moments, huh? How come everything's always fucking 2 tries and never 1 try? Okay, to be fair, fucking cleaning fucking house on Calamite in 2 tries while flexing on him by trying to cut his tail was pretty cool. I guess that was fair. That would have been so sick. That would have, okay, the Havel moment was cool. But everybody just said Havel was easy to kill. Everybody undermined my cool moment when I killed Havel in 1 try at soul level fucking 9 with a fucking unupgraded fucking mace. Everybody was like, ooh, Havel's easy, it doesn't matter. Who cares, that's not cool. Well, thank you, that means a lot. That does it. That makes me feel better. It's funny. Everybody talks mad shit when I'm playing these games. I mean, not everybody, but a lot of people talk mad shit. But these games are fucking hard sometimes, okay? And I do pretty good. I can't believe I beat Manus in 2 tries. And no, the first one didn't count because that was when we were running around looking for the dog summon and didn't realize we didn't do it right. Well, this guy's gone, so I guess we continue. Throw a firebomb at the wall in the corner. At the barrels in the corner. That one. Oh, but I blew him up already. So I'm going to have to come back to it. Wait, so, well, the barrels have to be there, right? Okay, I'll come back then. I'll just loop back around then. That sounds cool as fuck. I'll do that. I'll blow that up. How would you ever know that? It's so sneaky. I swear I blew those barrels up last time. No, maybe I didn't. Now that I think of it now, I probably didn't. Where the fuck did this guy come from? What's he doing? What is he doing? What is going on with this guy? I see. Okay, well, this is an opportunity for me to go and level up real quick. Why are you doing old meme? What old meme?
Is that a shard you found? Here,
Yes, it is.
let me see it, so that I may help you.
Also, we can unlock the blacksmith. That
To
would let
see
me get
light.
good stuff.
To see hope, however faint it might be.
This will be helpful. Oh, wow, that's a lot. We can level up 4 times. Honestly, the adaptability upgrade that we did going to 8 was a really good call because that helped us roll through those attacks. I almost beat the Pursuer. So fucking close. Why did this game get such poor reviews? It looks okay. I don't know yet. I mean, to be honest, I didn't like it very much when it came out. But I was bad at Souls. And I think that might be part of it. This game seems really hard. So I want Dex up. I want adaptability up, because I know I need to put a lot into adaptability. I do need to get a little bit of endurance, because I'm struggling. So there we go. We'll do this. And we still have 515 souls left, so maybe we can go, open the blacksmith shop. Leningrast's key.
Ah, yes, very good. Now I can get... But first, let me set up. Come again later.
Okay, bro, I'll go rest and come back. I feel like I remember this guy sells something good. Also, silver cat ring. Oh yeah, oh my god, I forgot about that, Chariot. That's another thing, that is a good point. Chariot says the teaser looked really high quality in graphics and the release was poopy. Yeah, it's actually insane. The teaser and even the early version of the game looks like the early demo looked so much better. It's crazy. The launch version, they made all these weird changes that made it look like shit. Engraved. Oh, that's cool. I don't know if I'll do co-op right yet, but maybe. I guess we'll check out in a second. Nimble one ahead, then pincer required ahead. What the fuck's that mean? Short bow! What do we have right now? Is that what we have? We have the short bow already, okay.
You, the name's Lenigrast. Just a simple blacksmith. And you are... another useless traveler.
Hey, dude, I got you your key, asshole.
A man ought to labor with his feet planted firmly in the earth. Not roam around like you flirtatious vagabonds.
Holic Master with the $20. Thank you so much.
Go on, show me what you've got.
Thank you so very much. I really appreciate that. Thank you for supporting me and also for the kind words. I'm doing great. I feel really good right now. I am very hungry, but you know, such is life. So let's get some iron arrows, right? Yeah, a whole bunch of iron arrows would be grand. Repair powders, longsword, broadsword, falchion, S-stock, rapier, ooh, a spear could be fun. I love spears.
I'll be around if you make it back.
Thanks, asshole. This guy's kind of a dick. What the fuck's this guy's problem? I'm gonna get more souls though. 2,000 from that. Wow.
What?
I can get all of his iron arrows. I'm gonna do that. Is this 2? Yep, this is Dark Souls 2. So far, it's been grand. S-stock could also be pretty cool, right? S-stock is a fun weapon, right?
I'll be around if you...
I've actually really been enjoying it so far. Also, can I just once again say how fucking beautiful my character is? What the fuck? She's so hot. Hot and ripped? Like, what more could you ask for? Fucking, what a combo. I can go in here now. Don't go in too deeply, right, is what he said, because it's sus in here. Something fucking going. This dude's got a huge ass book. A lockstone. Nice. Love the lockstones. Always here for that. I hear something sussing around in there. Yeah, I'm gonna look around. I'm gonna poke around. I hear something moving. Oh, dude. Tail. There's the pigs. Kind of a cool house, I guess. There's probably something scary in here. Praise the sun. You can do that. I don't have the praise the sun. I don't know if it's in this game, actually. I feel like it is. It's in all of the Dark Souls. Titanite shard and a torch. Okay. The pigs! Oh my god, they're mad at me again. No, they're gonna come up here, aren't they? Come on, the pigs need to leave me the fuck alone. They're gonna path up here and fuck with me. Here's the guy's map. Chest, but resignation ahead. Try horse. Giant. Danger zone. Oh boy. Gennin's Joe says, have you played Sekiro on stream yet? I've been watching your Inscription playthrough and it's awesome. Would love to see you play Sekiro. Also Scarlet Hollow. I don't know Scarlet Hollow, but I will be playing Sekiro. I will be playing Sekiro for sure. I'm very excited to play Sekiro on stream, in fact. It's going to be absolutely amazing. I love that fucking game. Ah! A skeleton! Oh, dude, they're tough. Human effigy. Is it gonna come back together? Nope. Okay. Estus Flask Shard. Don't give up, skeleton. Oh, I love that. Chest, left. The skeleton wasn't bad at all. Thank you very much, Scarlet Volcano. I did have a very good time. Soul Vessel? What the fuck? Quite something. Okay. That's it? Just one skeleton? Okay. Oh, I bet I have to light this thing on fire. I bet if I light that, it's gonna do something fucking sus as shit, isn't it? Gonna be some messed up garbo. Can't get that chest. Okay, so I'm gonna go try and light it on fire, because I bet it's gonna do something cool. I want these pigs to leave me the fuck alone. If the pigs come for me, I'm gonna lose my mind. Oh, I got stuck in the geometry. That's not fun. Let me go light that shit up. Can't wait for Demonmama to meet Aldia. Aldia is great, but he's impossible to understand, so I'm gonna have to read his dialogue out. I also like, I like that Aldia is one of the, he's one of the lore carry-throughs from this game to the next game. Aldia is, not directly, but indirectly referenced multiple times in Dark Souls 3, which is pretty fucking cool. Okay, that sounds very interesting, Ganon's Joe. I'll have to take a look into it and see what it is. So it just gives me light, huh? That's it? Okay. All right, well, I guess that didn't do anything. Well, okay. That's fine. It was cool anyway. I imagine something's going to happen over here in the future because there's a lot of blood stains. So I'm guessing there's something over there that's going to attack us at some point. Oh, the inscription streams were great. All right, let's rest up real quick. Let me stretch. I gotta stretch my legs just a tiny bit. Oh, my back's getting a little bit sore. Okay. Dark Souls 3 is amazing, even better than Bloodborne. I don't agree. I love Dark Souls. I love Dark Souls 3. Dark Souls 3 has a special place in my heart, but I can't agree with the idea that it's better than Bloodborne, if only because Bloodborne is so unbelievably unique. Bloodborne is like, it's like all FromSoft, baby. They just went all out. It's a completely unique world, which is awesome. They were like, we want to do our own fucking thing. And it has references to other stuff, but it's like their world. They were like, we want to do our own thing. And sure, it has like Lovecraftian flavors, but it was like Dark Souls has so much berserk in it, and that's fine. And I fucking love Dark Souls, but Bloodborne, they were like, we want to go in a totally different direction. And there is no other game quite like Bloodborne out there. There's no other game that does Eldritch Horror that good that I've encountered quite yet. It's just, it's something special. And also they innovated so much in the way the gameplay actually flows that it kind of squeaks out Dark Souls 3 just by a little bit. It beats Dark Souls 3 just by a little bit. So wait, why is the cat close the door? Why did that happen?
Oh, no. You do have a rather type, I'm...
Alright. We'll come back in the
Nothing
future
to
when we
do,
get some
I
souls.
presume.
Sorry.
Well, that's just...
Sorry, kitty. I can't buy your stuff right now. I gotta go kill people. I'm gonna put the firebomb here. And do I have any more life gems? Yeah, I have a little bit of life gems. Thoughts on Silent Hill? Did you already do the streams on them? No. I haven't played Silent Hill on stream, although I've thought about it. I basically sat right next to Fawn while it played through Silent Hill 1, 2, and 3, and then started 4, but then it kind of gave up on 4. But I had a really good time. I was watching Fawn play it, to be fair, so I wasn't playing myself, but it doesn't really matter. I got the full experience, basically, and it was really cool. I think the Silent Hill games are really fucking awesome. And they have some of the best music in gaming. It's actually crazy how good the Silent Hill soundtrack is. Really? Come on. I was looking for that guy. Where the fuck was he? Oh, I forgot to use the Estus shard. Oh well, it's fine. We'll be fine. I'll go back and get the Estus shard in a minute. I'll go do that in a minute. Sooner than I thought. I got what I deserved. I got what I deserved. Where'd she go?
Is that a shark? Here, to see light, however
Yes. More Estus, more Estus. I won't make that mistake again. That's fair, Jason Kelly. I'm not saying your preference is worse. That's just my personal preference. I really fucking love Bloodborne. And I cannot wait to play Bloodborne on stream. That is going to be a fucking wild ride. A lot of people have never seen like the full game of Bloodborne because it's limited on, because it's on the fucking PS3. But we're gonna play it, and it's gonna be sick as shit when we do. Or wait, it's on PS4 rather, not PS3. But even still, a lot of people have never actually seen all of Bloodborne. But guess what? You're gonna get your chance now. So where's this guy come from then? Oh. So weird. I don't know where he's actually like spawns in. I missed him anyway, so whatever. Yeah, it's PS4, sorry, I misspoke. What the fuck happened there? I guess because I got caught, it locked me out of the roll. These guys remind me of Ninja Turtles for some reason, don't they? I know they're supposed to be like Armadillo Knights, but they remind me of Ninja Turtles. I gotta stop wasting my fucking humanity sprites or whatever. That was careless of me. I guess my spirit was shaken when I lost the best fucking fight I've ever done against the Pursuer. Damn, that was a quick swing. Crazy dude. I have to get my head back in the game. I'm also pretty tired and very hungry. I'm making excuses now, but I think they're good excuses. Okay, now I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna win this time, don't you? Got him. Yo! Shortcut attained. Hey, there's a golden mark here. Boy next door. Should I summon Boy next door? I should probably summon Boy next door. Wait, there's two. Who's this? Hairy ass cakes. We're not summoning you. Let's bring boy next door. I'm gonna bring the boy next door. He sounds, oh, it failed. Oh well, we tried. All right, let's continue. We can make progress now. We've been running around fucking goofing. All right, here we go. Green blossom. Hey, okay, all right. I'm starting to remember a little bit of this area. Gonna be guys, oh. Wait, if I remember correctly, oh shit, fuck. I like that the life gems do get, you can use the life gems faster than Estus. And that's kind of a nice touch that I didn't really appreciate when I first played through this game. I never appreciated that, like, the difference that it's like they're expendable, but also great soul arrow and large, oh shit, I didn't see what that was. Fuck, what was that? Is that a shield of some sort? Blue wooden shield. I think that was what that was. Interesting. I remember being able to use these things to kill an armadillo knight. I killed somebody. Wait, did I just kill somebody? Oh my god, I killed somebody over here. Oh, it blew this thing. It blew this shit up over here. Oh. We'll come back in a second. Let's talk to this fella. Charmer ahead, but be wary of despair. Liar.
Hello there. Traveling all alone in these treacherous times.
Dude, that's sus.
Well, I hope you have a very good reason. Oh, hogwash. Who am I to judge? My name is Pate. I journey hither and thither on a sort of treasure hunt, you might call it. Be careful out there. There's talk of unsavory bandits who prey upon travelers like yourself. Oh yes, you be cautious if you go any farther. There's treasure in there for certain, but the entrance locks from behind. I saw the same design earlier, and it's the same contraption, I'm sure. I was with this warrior, you see, and he insisted that he go inside first. The rather brusque fellow tried to swipe the loot for himself.
I think it's, I'm at 14 decks right now.
I still have the gent's ring. I do hope he wasn't harmed.
Dude.
I'll leave this one to you. I'm worried about what might be inside. I'll leave this one.
Yeah, dude, okay. Yeah, my current level, I am at Dex 15, actually, is my current Dex. So I don't know. I feel like I should let this happen. Let's let this play out. Let's see what he does. Let's see, what's the worst that could go? What's the worst that could happen?
I'll leave this one.
I don't, what's the worst that could happen, okay? Yep. That's Pate, and he's a sus. He's a sus. Everybody's sus in this world right now. They're all kind of sus. I don't want to be too mean to him, but I gotta be honest. We not have met a whole lot of fellows who are super nice yet. The cat's been pretty nice, but she also says, like, she kind of talks like she wants to eat us. Weakness, hidden path. Weakness, hidden path. This room is definitely gonna blow up. There's fucking fire stains all over the floor. Oh yeah, it's gonna roll a barrel down here on me. Aromatic ooze. Chest ahead. Hey! There's the sneakret. I'm dead. Amber herb and sorcerer's staff. Okay, no, maybe I'm not dead. Tough enemy ahead. Oh yeah, tough enemy ahead? The tough enemy. Oh, there we go. Attacking required. That, okay. Shit. Feels like we should be able to get up there. No, maybe not. Yeah, the player base of Dark Souls 2 has a similar deviousness to the devs. It's interesting. It's interesting how the devs guided them to be little fucking shits about everything. Just like they are.
Well, I see you managed to escape. I hope that brave warrior didn't come a cropper either.
I didn't see him.
Be careful out there. There's talk of unsavory bandits who prey upon travelers like yourself. Oh, but you should take this.
Why am I getting audio crackling?
It allows undead to call out for help to one another across the fissures between worlds. With luck, somebody will lend you a hand.
You hearing that? Maybe that's only on my end. Why is there audio crackling? Why? Oh. Could be that. Sounds awful. Yeah. Oh my god. What the fuck? What the fuck is happening? What the fuck? It stopped, right? No. What is causing this? Is it something to do? Hold on a second. Oh, god damn it. Ah. God. Ah. Hold on a second. I see what the problem is. Hold on. I see the problem. There we go. That's it. I think I know what the problem is. Let's see if the crackling has stopped. might have. Probably did. I think we're good. We should be fine now. I noticed that one of my cables was tangled around the power cable of the audio, and it was probably causing feedback. A lot of people don't know this, but audio cables are incredibly sensitive, and most power cables, if they even lay next to each other, the shielding on most cables is not enough to actually prevent the audio cable from picking up fluctuations of the electricity passing through a power cable. And yeah, I think I just looked back there, and my mouse cable was nudging the audio power source over to the to one of the power cables in the back. So all right, so let's see what we can do next here. Hold on a second here. We gotta oh, ow, shit, ow. There's something else I need to do here. There's one more area I need to explore before we go into there, because I have a feeling there's a boss over there. That is weird, though. I feel like I can't hear myself as well as I could before, but whatever. I did it. There. Pharos Lockstone. Be wary of backstepping. Didn't do very much. Okay. So, hold on just a second. So, is this a worthy lockstone? Try attacking and then hurrah for trio. Will they open it? Is that what's gonna happen? Yeah, they open it! The debate was actually great. We had a really good time. I hope you had a good time. The debate went really, really well, actually. Surprisingly well. I ended up being on there for like 4 hours or something. It was crazy. I think everybody had a really good time too. We had like a steady nearly 500 viewers. It's pretty good for like 4 hours. That was very good for us. Hey, we got a life ring. Try gesture. What do you mean try gesture? What the fuck? I hate that shit. I hate it when they say try gesture, because one time out of every 1,000 that they say try gesture, it's the fucking gesture. Life ring. So I like how Demonmama just naturally diffuses the situation. Vaush could learn a thing or two from you. Nah, I don't know. We just have different styles, and also I think it's different personalities clash. You know what I mean? I think I just vibe well with the team there, and I think I know how to talk about it. And also, like, I mean, I do appreciate the kind words. I've had to practice with this a lot and change my approach to everything. When I first started streaming, I was way more combative, and I was also I had a lot more ego in it. And now I realize that, like, it was fun, and there was good times to be had, but also, like, I just feel more confident generally with my ability to handle conversations without getting mad, you know? Ring and ore ahead. Hello. Hello. Hello? Hello? those ones you gotta hit. Okay, that's weird. Resignation ahead. Tight spot, okay. Chloranthy ring. Oh, I love the chloranthy ring! Oh, that's beautiful. And a titanite slab? What the fuck? You get a fucking slab this early in the game? That's deranged. Chloranthy ring, yes! Wow, what a hell of a secret area. We just got buffed massively. We're gonna be ridiculous now. This is crazy. What the fuck? Okay. Well, now's as good of a time as any, right? Wait, how come he should let us back in there. Somebody just fell. A dead body just fell.
Well, I hope that brave... Be careful.
Where was the brave warrior? Did we even fight him? Paul might have wanted to change tactics after wall headbutting with Vaush. It did get pretty spicy. But also, I don't know. I don't know. I was open to fighting, but also I didn't necessarily... Like I said, you gotta know when the time is right. There's a time and a place for blood. And the time is certainly not always. And the place is certainly not everywhere. And it wasn't really necessary. And I had a lot of fun as a result, you know? Like, sometimes you have more fun not screaming at each other. That's one thing I've also learned, is that there was a lot of fun to be had in the debate scene of people yelling at each other. But, like, I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't always have to be that way, you know? Oh, okay, all right. Light crossbow. Want that. No! Oh well. Also, I don't know. I'm not as angry about most political positions right now. And part of that is because I think part of it is just because I've dealt with such bad faith actors in the past, given in various chapters of my career, that it, like, whenever I encounter somebody who doesn't come off as like one of those bad faith actors, I guess I don't know. Maybe that's the wrong framing. The way that, what I'm trying to say is, like, I've dealt with some pretty crazy bad faith actors, and since then, everyone who's not like that, it's just easier to talk to them. It's a lot easier to talk to people who aren't, like, literally there trying to fucking, I don't know, trying to find a way to ruin your life by getting you to say something and then clipping it out of context and whatever. And this conversation was, like, nothing like that. Like, the one thing I'll say, like, whatever your feelings are about everyone there is, like, in my opinion, a supremely genuine person. That's something I really appreciate. You might disagree with some of the takes. You might disagree with, you know, a lot of different stuff. But I genuinely think, what the fuck? There's an invisible person here. What the fuck is this? What is that? Why? What is going on here? Why is there an invisible guy here? They turned it... Oh. What? What is this shit? Is this a glitch or is this real? I don't want to kill. Ghost, therefore try attacking. They're probably lying to me. They're probably, what if it's a friend? They drop something? Yeah, but what if they're a friend? Have I tried emoting? No, I don't remember how to do that in this one. How do you do that? Select? I won't bite. Point. Maybe sit. I don't have a sit. I don't have a sit emote. Shadow Rick. Should I kill him? This is one of those mysteries. I don't know how to handle this. Fight. Okay, fine. Oh, they literally were a hollow. Smooth and silky stone! Worth it. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the advice. I didn't want to risk being mean, but they were literally just a zombie. I didn't have anything to worry about at all. Okay. Oh, they're hitting this giant because they were in the giant war. And they're like, "Oh my god, he's a giant." Large soul of a lost undead. They were hitting it because they're like, "This is our life. This thing's gonna..." Alas, nothing happened. The giants are so cool in this game. They look so spooky. They're hollowed out. It's weird. Alas, nothing happened. This thing will drop a giant seed, won't it? If I come back? I think it does. Just like in Dark Souls 3. I love the giants. They're really cool. Yorm is like a really cool character in my... Figure this out. Locked. Praise the sun. Overconfidence ahead. Yeah, I'm sure. I remember all this shit. This part I do remember. I still remember this part of the game. I don't remember barely anything else about the game. But I do remember this part. There's like a... And I also remember the demo version of this, where there's like a guy who throws axes or something. And I don't think those made it into the final game, if I remember correctly. It was kind of funny. They made a big deal about the axe throwing guys being... Maybe they still are, but I'm pretty sure they're not. Pretty sure they cut those guys completely. This is how we're gonna do this. We're gonna have to walk up there. Amber herb. Hey, hello. Armadillo dead. Yeah, they axed the axeman. I think they did. I'm pretty sure they're not here. Visions of enemy horde. Back. no! Thank you. Gotcha. It was a good try. Good try, guys. Thank you, fellow friend. I'm gonna have to go right here, and I'm gonna keep it. Halberd. Halberds are so cool. I'm so tempted. But I want to play my bow shit. I haven't even been using the bow lately. I've been just using the sword. Chariot, I gotta say, you know, credit to you. The long sword is really satisfying. I didn't expect to like it as much as I am, but this longsword feels very satisfying. Very satisfying. Enemy ahead. Try ahead. Yeah. Yeah. Large leather shield and life gem. Always love the life gems. Definitely gonna need some more of those. One thing I wish it would do is I wish if you put it, this is a thing that's in Dark Souls 3, which is really great, is that if you have an item in your item quick bar, even if you get to 0, it will remember the type of item so that when you pick up more, it'll autofill. Which that's really, really awesome. That's a great fucking feature that is not in this game that should be. Okay, that makes sense. Fire arrows, love that. Shortcut. That's gonna go down to the lizards, right? That side. How do we get over to that side? Can't do it here. That's all blocked, and that won't let us. We'll have to loop around. Did we miss something? I feel like we missed something. No, we didn't miss anything. Let's go rest up and then we'll come back down here. We could use some rest and we could use a level up. Level up here would be grand. To Majula we go to level up. You mean October 6th, not January 6th, right? Could especially use some of your loose souls as well, yeah.
Bearer of the curse, seek the lest this.
Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4. We have 4. Okay, so let's figure out what we want to do here. Probably another point in endurance. Probably Matthew McConaughey. Oh my God! Thank you so much. Matthew McConaughey, thank you so very much. It's so incredibly generous. You missed a debate and 4 hours of a ton of fun on DEEPFATFRIED. It was awesome. You've got a great VOD ahead of you. Okay, we'll get adaptability to 10. Put our vigor up a little bit. And let's see, we'll do one more dex as well, so we keep everything going up nice and steady. And we do have a bunch of item souls we can use. Let's use them. What the hell is that? Soul vessel. Show this to a certain person, and a vessel that will accept your souls. It can allow reallocation of levels, but without proper assistance, it may simply drain you of souls. If you truly wish to start again, go to the place where your journey began. Okay, so the old ladies can let me re-level, I guess. That's so cool. I love respec items. I think the respec items are a great innovation, and I know they came in this game, which is, you know, credit to this game for doing that.
Bearer of the curse.
I left and tried
Seek
Dredge. It's a neat
souls.
game. Dredge is great.
Seek
I had a lot
the
of fun with it.
lest
I
this
beat it in
land-
like 1 day. I really enjoyed Dredge. I think it was actually 2 days, but still. I played a lot of Dredge. Alright, let's get to 100 endurance, or 100 stamina. That'd be great. Not 100 endurance. That's a little crazy. I'm gonna go see if this guy's got any other items we can purchase with these loose souls.
Oh, I'd given you up for...
They really went with a weird choice with this damn blacksmith. Like, Andre is always, like, so cheery, and this guy has no faith in you whatsoever. What a fucking bitch. What a fucking asshole. Also, is repair powder the only way to repair items? Oh no, repair, here we go. No items are in need of repair. Yes, they are. It says my thing is in danger.
Drat. You're worse than my reckless daughter.
Dude, chill.
Don't spend your whole life in transit, you hear? You'll need souls to repair and improve equipment. I know only of smithing, but souls have many other uses as well.
Oh.
Don't waste your souls on useless trinkets. Think before you spend.
Why won't he repair my thing?
Don't waste.
My sword said it was at risk. Is it no longer at risk? Oh, why did it repair? Does it repair automatically? Oh. Oh, interesting. That's curious. Okay, good to know. Okay, down we go. Next step. Did you see the Ben Shapiro rap? It auto-played with video only on my Twitter, and I nearly died from cringe. So I don't think I can watch it. I don't think I can do that. I think it's too cringe. It might just push me too far. I didn't even hear the audio. I just looked at it and I saw the promo picture of like Ben Shapiro wearing the like facts don't care about your feelings hoodie, and like the hoodie was on his head and it looked like a fucking loose condom, and like the other guy next to him, look, I know that guy is a weirdo, McDonald or whatever his name is, and his raps are not very good in my opinion, but at least he has like a basic level of like I know where to put my hands. And Ben Shapiro literally looked like a fucking, I don't know, he looked like a kid when like wearing dad's hat and dad's jacket is what it looked like to me. Genuinely embarrassing. I nearly passed away from cringe just from seeing the fucking video alone. Oh, it's time. Mild-mannered Pate. Sellsword Lewitt. All right, let's get Lewitt and let's get Pate. Let's get both of them. I want friends. I love playing these games with friends. Yo. Man, this guy looks fucking crazy. It's the wall! He's the fucking wall! Be wary of boss. The wall. Oh. Oh. The giants probably give fucking mad head. Okay? Just gonna say. The giants and giants were just fucking sucking off the dragons for all of history. caked up. Oh, he pulled his arm off. I think it's cool that the last giant in this game and also the last giant in Elden Ring both pull off their arm. Okay, not their arm. To be fair, the one in Elden Ring pulls off his leg, but it's the same basic thing. It's the same basic idea. He pulls off a limb and uses it against you. Pretty cool. His own limb specifically. Bye. Bye. That was cool, right? One try, right? That was cool, right? Soul of the Last Giant. This guy's hanging out in kind of a comfy little spot. He didn't look comfy though. The engine is filled with conservatives soying over it. Oh, I'm sure. Thank you. I appreciate that. This is the soldier's key, right? Wait, so why can't I got the soldier's key? Why can't I? Did that not go the soldier's way? This is not the right key. Hold on. Knock, knock. Hello? 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 Okay, fine. Look at how pretty my character is. She just, this fucking trans bitch just killed the last giant. I want to go over there. Oh, damn it. It's going down. Fuck. Okay, so this key probably unlocks over there, right? Something? Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, you said I gotta go talk to the lady and she's gonna give me a surprise.
I knew you'd be back. It's high time that I pick up a move. I've a bargain for you next time we meet, my love. It's high time that I've a bargain.
Oh, okay. Club? Did I get anything? What's new here? Oh, there's a Ferris lodestone I can get, though. I should get this lockstone. Sure. And I should get a couple fire bombs. Got some spells. True! John B. with the great reminder says, make sure that I plug the Patreon and some donos. If you are here and listening and you've been enjoying this incredibly long and incredibly fun stream, please consider throwing some donations my way or joining the Patreon. This show is 100% free to the public, so your donations are what keep us going. It's what keeps the lights on and what keeps me fed. Means the world to me. Okay? Seriously, consider it. Thank you. So let's take a look here. Maybe I gotta rest. Let's rest and let's see what she says. She's gone! She disappeared! No! Where'd she go? Maybe she went to town? I thought I was supposed to, I talked to her after the giant. Okay, okay, travel to Majula. All right, I'll go to Majula. I love the quick climb animation. It looks so goofy. We gotta go to Majula anyway because we can level up again. Whee! Well, don't look so bored on me, lady. It's all good. Man, it must be boring sitting here by the fire all the time.
Bearer of the curse. Seek souls. Seek the lest this land.
One more adaptability. One more dex. There we go. Good night, Baphomet. I don't see her anywhere. We'll go find her. Oh, there she is. What a weird little funny place.
Oh, you again? Go on. It's on the cheap for you.
What? She giving me a discount on my broken straight sword? Infinite life gems. Oh, infinite life gems. Oh, that's so helpful. Wait, that's actually so good.
Lowly time.
Sorry, I don't mean to make you unhappy. That's great. That's incredible. Acquire numerous souls, or perhaps. I don't know what any of the boss souls do in this game. I feel like I remember there being like a transposing kiln type thing in this game that works more like the Dark Souls 3 system, but I'm not 100% sure. I wonder if I should just eat the giant soul. I don't remember what the giant soul gives you. Okay, what time is it also? What was the DFF experience like? Oh, it was actually great. We had a really good time. We did argue quite a bit, but we also had really a lot of fun. So it was a really great time, honestly. Okay, real quick. All right, actually, I think this is where we're gonna wrap for tonight. We just beat a boss. We got some stuff done. It's been a great night, and I got to stream again on Sunday. So I'm going to be playing Dark Souls 2 a ton on Sunday. So I think we're going to call it here for the night. Yeah, in fact, we're going to for sure call it here. Because I need to eat, and it's getting late, and I need to sleep. If I don't rest up for Sunday, I'm going to be a zombie, and I don't want to be a zombie. We did go for 8 hours again. As always, seems like I'm always doing this shit, and I still got some work to do after stream, so it's going to be one of those nights. But, Mr. Krabs, I'm so sorry. Mr. Krabs, we will do your meme next stream. Carry them over for next stream. I'm sorry we didn't get to them tonight. But to next stream, we will, okay? I'll do it in the warm-up if you remind me. I'm sorry, Mr. Krabs. It's just, tonight we had a lot going on. But send them, save these links and send them to me for next stream and we'll get your memes, okay? Sorry it's a no meme night, but... My lovely imps... Thank you all very, very much. I think that this conversation proves that the Grand Gardener arc is off to a good first step. What a beautiful conversation. We built some bridges. We had a lot of fun. And I've been invited to come back on again in the future, which would be amazing. I had a great time. I'd love to goof around with them and make some jokes and talk about shit and even argue again. Thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting me. And remember, do not die, okay? Rule number 1, do not fucking die. I'll see you all very, very soon. Good night for now. Bye, everybody.